slightly delayed start, but have our lovely artwork here by Sue Polo, who usually puts together the artwork. Definitely does lovely work. Do a little bit of the process of putting the final touches on it, but I think it's best that we get ourselves started here. So you can ignore the clock on Poetry Time. It is 2 p.m. on January 1st, 2024. Happy New Year, everyone! And this is the, after a few years off, thanks to the pandemic and other things there.
We were here, everybody helping put it together.
Okay, and thank you again, Sue. It's most lovely to be there. Folks, I guess, will be coming in here. So most of you have been here before, and you kind of know how this works. If you're not a scheduled performer and you'd like to be on the open mic, the yellow notepad over there is the sign-up sheet. Usually we do a couple opens at the very beginning, but we're running late, so we're going to wait till 3 o'clock or 3 o'clock Poets Time, whatever the official standard time might be at that point. We'll slip in one or two open people there. So this is the 27th New Year's Day performance and spoken word extravaganza. Give yourselves a hand for being out here. There we go, lots of thanks. So let me do a quick roll call and then we'll go over the ground rules here. So Jeffrey CYPHERS Wright will be our first writer. He volunteered to be the first reader. Nobody ever wants to do that. So following Jeffrey, we'll hear from Austin ALEXIS, John Pietro and Laurie Towers, EVIE, Abel Jones, Linda Lerner, Francine Witt, and many, many more fine readers to come. If you're on the 2 to 3 hour, your time is coming. If you're on the later hour, your time will be coming. So we're going to get everybody in. We're doing this until 10 o'clock. That's why we call it a marathon. So, where's our, just looking for Peter Kozlowski because he has to play off the sound effects. All right, I'll just conveniently stall for time. Let's see how it's...
Don't tag.
Oh. Could you go grab them? All right, so basic... Okay, so basic rules here are pretty basic since time immemorial. If you have, if you're a scheduled reader, you have 3 minutes. And when you get to 2 hours and 50 minutes, the flag will start waving.
2 hours, yay.
2 minutes and 50 seconds, and in a moment that will be demonstrated. Okay, please don't take it like out a holder, but perhaps our first flag person, Ice, could demonstrate the flag that you will see at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's a nice flag. I don't remember anymore who put it together, but it's a lovely flag that you just can't miss. Now, you don't have to stop on the instant. When you see that flag wave, you've got about 10 seconds to go, so, you know, think very hard about wrapping it up. So, what happens if you go 3 minutes? Now, I know most people are really good about 3 minutes, but there's always somebody out there who says, well, I know it's 3 minutes for other people, but you don't mean 3 minutes for me. I'm the exception, right? And to that, I'm afraid the answer is no, you are not an exception. When 3 minutes are coming up, the sound effects will go off, which we would ordinarily demonstrate here, but Peter Kozlowski, who is our lovely sound engineer and bio wrangler, has stepped out for the moment. But I've just heard a voice from beyond. Perhaps not. All right.
Too far behind.
I'm sure he will return here. So, all right. In case somebody goes over 3 minutes before Peter comes back, I guess we'll like jump up and down in front of you or do something really dramatic. But you know, when 3 minutes comes up, that's it. It's 3 minutes. Now, what if you're on the open mic? Well, if you're on the open mic, you have 3 minutes. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, the flag will start waving. At 3 minutes, the sound effects will go over, and the sound effects are really loud, so there's no point in going on because you'll be drowned out. It used to be when he was around Bingo Kazingo, who some of you probably remember. He was always on in the first hour, and he had this loud voice. It was like a foghorn. And he'd always go over, invariably. He was always in the first hour, and he would get completely drowned out. And secretly, now I can admit this, I was kind of glad he did, because probably if there was somebody out there thinking, if he gets drowned out and can't read over that sound effect, there's no way I'm going to, and for about the next 4 hours, nobody would even try. So, when we say 3 minutes, we mean you. All right, so I should give a quick thanks. I, by the way, am Pete Dolack, who fate has decreed I'm the lead organizer for this event since Bruce Weber, the founder, moved upstate. He does his work up in Woodstock. And so I'll be emceeing the first hour from 2 to 3 and basically hanging out and trying to make myself look important. We have various other people hosting throughout the day. Tracie Morris will be hosting our second hour from 3 to 4. I'm sure she'll be arriving soon. She always does a lovely job, and very glad she agreed to host for us again here. I should give a shout out to the staff, because it's not like I did all this on my own. Trust me, I did not. First of all, the lovely set here, Sue Polo. Let's give her a hand. We have many people who have put a lot of effort into it. Madeline Artenberg, who has been working on this event since 22 years she's been on this. Well, it's almost as long I've been on. I myself have been on this since 2000. So that's like 27 years. Jeez, well, including the years of the pandemic when we didn't do this. Our first clocker who will be waving the flag for you is Ice, who's been long involved with this for many years. Doug COLLURA always helps us out every year with building the set. Who's not here to get his due, but he's our sound engineer, and he also is the bio wrangler. He's the one who collected all the bios that you all put together. Eleanor Lionel has been involved with the event for many years. Dan Bukowski, Robert Roth, and a couple other folks here. Who am I forgetting? And Zora Litsky, who will be hosting the last hour by tradition. She always emcees the last hour. She will be here as well. Of course, C.D. Johnson puts together the anthology. He may or may not be here, depending on his schedule. And of course, it just got organized too late, so I guess we'll see that maybe late January or more likely February. And that's a one-man. There's something that's a one-man operation. C.D. does that himself there. So without further ado, since Poet's time is now a good half hour past standard time here, our first reader, Jeffrey Cyphers Wright, is a new romantic poet, artist, author of 19 books in verse, and publisher of Live Mag. His work is included in the 2023 Best American Poetry Anthology. Wow, that's really something. And he's on his way now. Hands together for Jeffrey Cyphers Wright. Microphone in place. It's very touching.
Hi, Happy New Year. Pete did such a great job of thanking everybody that I'm going to do it again. What's that, Bill?
He went more than 3 minutes.
Did he, man? But he's a mini personality. There's a myriad in him. You take this time off, right?
Yeah. No, the timers will
Well, be
go.
quiet then. Let me read. Stop heckling me, guys. Thank you, everybody. And Bruce Weber and Jim. Bruce, my brother, we have the same birthday, buddy. Yours truly. The western sky is a blank check, a blue streak squeezed between cloud banks. Christmas lights festoon a fire escape. A grandma lugs home a Hot Wheels set. Dangerous hope limbs the holes inside me. I burn like a prayer on a wire. I am a hotel full of surprise guests. You are a holiday, 1,000 keys. I'm happy because I have everything, even doubt. Crushed diamonds sifted with ash, and the pentimento of coming loss wavers like the signature of a ghost. Only this can I say for sure, I was yours. We made sparks fly from the stars, Spurs. Thank you, I love you all so much.
Short and sweet, that was Jeffrey Cyphers Wright. And keep those hands in motion for Austin Alexis. Austin Alexis has worked in Crosswinds Poetry Journal, Westchester Review, American Book Review, Maitland, Long Island Sound Anthology, and Poets Wear Prada website. He's making his way as we speak. Here's Austin Alexis.
Lock the boys moving.
Happy New Year. This is a true story that took place in Florida with animals. A summer's tale. Carrying threat with its scaly self, the alligator crawled onto our golf course, hauling potential seeds of death in its every palm move. It stepped and stepped across the grass, its tail ominously trailing. We did not move. Our facial expressions froze into freeze-frame images of forced, unfelt tranquility as our pulses beat in our throats. The golf course stood still as hills, quiet as marble bookends. Gleaming in sunlight, the golf balls posed, poised, stiff as cacti. Finally, the alligator reached the edge of the wide green expanse. She or he mounted a ridge, climbed over it, and was gone. After that long interval, the golf game exhaled and ran out of air. We gathered our belongings, trekked home, and hugged our loved ones fiercely, as if we were embracing them for the first time or the last.
Oh yeah, that is Austin Alexis. Now, next up, John Pietro and Laurie Towers. Poet John Pietro and bassist Laurie Towers collaborate in duet in punk jazz ensemble The Red Microphone and on WFMU's Beneath the Underground show. You can find them at johnpietro.com. And they are ready to go, and you should be ready too.
Just a slight PIETARO, by the way, but just don't call me late for dinner and I'm cool. A little more volume on that. All right, and now, the ballad of the question. Is there anything more punk than Mayakovsky? Is there anything more punk? Could there be anything more punk? Anyone more punk? Could there be? Has anyone ever been more punk? Gone more no wave than he? Darkest glare, eyes lost as Johnny Thunder's stance, as foreboding as Richard Hell Voidoid, Heartbreak or TV. Mayakovsky lived his dissidence, his revolution, in ways unforeseen. His poetry turned lives, paintings exposed the bourgeoisie, futurist theater, near exterminated history, flaming son of creative astray. Was anyone more punk than Mayakovsky? Backbone flute was modernism's cannibal. He cast the reading room of the streets as transgression did in the buildings of decay. Mayakovsky's dagger of desperate words foretold patties and a piss factory, and his skill, brimful of verse, bred carols, death lament, died, cried, sang he, blank the generation. Underground USA, stranger was our paradise, yet Mayakovsky's far-flung steps crumbled miles of streets. He, the miracle worker of all that is festive, held the fiery lips of street lamps and embraced the restless new feet. But who are you staring at? Giorno. Braca. Hide in night's air. I can't wait to leave tomorrow. Perhaps were the last words that Vladimir spoke, bearing rotted teeth, was your name. Could there be punk without Mayakovsky? Could anything be more Burroughs, more shock of the new? Shaved head, blackened clothes, burning eyes, and shadowed sockets. Mayakovsky, whose bedbug theater lies in graves, only grown deeper. Freezing at your touch, he cried that the nails of words nail me to your paper. What might be more punk than Mayakovsky? Stop lying to yourself. Forget the Ramones and the Sex Pistols. No television, Patti Smith or Blondie. No sense of finish or start or radical New York City, and a world that disappeared, that never imagined Mayakovsky. Corey Towers, Electric Face. Thank you, Pete.
Oh, thank you, John. And as somebody who's both a poet and a published historian on Russian history, I especially appreciated that. That was most lovely. John Pietro, Laurie Towers, give them a big hand there. All right, hello, attendants here. Ivy is coming up next, but she does not seem to be. Gee, how you doing? Good to see you. Evie does not seem to be with us. April Jones, are you among us? Yes, she is. There you are. Okay, Linda Lerner, she is among us. Francine Witt, I know, is among us, and Linda Schwartz is among us. Oh, we're doing very good here. And then Nancy Hoch. Okay, lovely. Good to meet you there. And there'll be more people after that. It's not nearly going to send it. Bringing us to an end. We've just gotten going here because we're doing this until 10 o'clock, folks. All right, April Jones, rhythm actress, hostess, public speaker, producer, college graduate, performs poetry currently in venues around the tri-state area since 1992, author of a FAA Real Experience, and now we're going to get another real experience. Hands together for April Jones.
Happy New Year's. Shebang! People are not going to get the message, you know that, right? Shebang! You have to taste the different elements, all the phases of life. You know who you are, don't you? Shebang! Your experience has made you. You have to accept, you have to move on. If you don't like your changes, carry on. Change that too, boo. Shebang! You leave this earth alone, the same way you came in. So leave your legacy, leave your words, leave your truths. Shebang! A thought or an action, it can be revealed. It has no limits. It has to be acted on positively, expeditiously. Put it into a form of understanding. Maybe you can understand yourself. Shebang! Standing naked, standing alone, standing in this cold world. You got the kids, you got the drugs, you got domestic violence. What good is it? The good, the bad, the ugly. Shebang! Have you learned your lessons yet? Are you still learning lessons? Lessons about love, lessons about sex, lust, let's see, can't see, oh, maybe. Shebang! Accepting your fate, accepting your life, accepting being you, yourself, accepting your own PS. Shebang! Standing strong. Shebang! Standing strong. Shebang! Can you stand at all? Do you have a choice? This is life, your life, so own it. Blame no one. It's your life. Shebang. Happy New Year.
Oh yeah, that could only be April Jones. All right, I see Evie's in the house. We'll give her a few minutes to settle in there. Okay, next up, one of their Stalwarts of the poetry scene here in New York City, Linda Lerner is the author of 19 collections. Yes, indeed. Linda Lerner is the author of 19 collections, including Where Death is a Red Balloon, Lummox Press 2019, and Taking F Train 2022 from NYQ Books. The One Woman Library, Linda Lerner.
I'm Sue, that's a great. Okay, one poem, Provincetown, and the poet I'm referring to is Leo Canelli. You should go, he said. More than a decade after his death, I set out. Geography doesn't lie. I know where I am, where he was, and I'm trying to get to. I told myself, warned that the tide comes in fast, can be halfway up the sand before I know it, pulling me in to take back the land it created. I keep my distance. First time since the pandemic, I left New York. I need my water. I'm having trouble here.
You want some wine?
No, my water. I keep my distance. First time since the pandemic, I left New York. Joining a group on a whale sighting ferry, watched a whale rise up from the ocean, high as he could, his fins spread out like wings, beautiful as any gull or swan, as if he was about to take off. Like everyone, I aimed my camera at it, not fast enough, failed to catch what I did, only didn't matter, not then, not until I left this town, looked at the photo I took, saw a part of his humpbacked revealed before he was gone, like the others the guy pointed to. In my desire for him to do the impossible, take off, not be forced down, I glimpsed the fisherman's life and death struggle to escape from poverty, the poet witnessed firsthand. Only a short distance out of Provincetown, he led me to in his poem. Life is harsh here, he wrote. The sea, skies changing colors make you forget, marvel at the beautiful atmosphere, not venture past it as the poet did, and I wasn't prepared to go. Impossible for him to have known the life and death struggle to survive I lived through for 3 years, that when it ended, officially declared over, heard only, you should go. So apologies to the poet, promising to venture further out. Next time, do as he asked, tear up some bread to throw out to the seagulls, in case he doesn't make it back. Thank you.
That was Linda Lerner. And next up, another veteran of the New York City poetry scene, Francine Witt, is a poet and flash fiction writer. Her book, Radio Water, will be out later in January. Please visit our website, Francine Witt, that's WITTE.com. And here she is.
Hi, Happy New Year, everybody. 2 poems. Other Summers. We were wolves then, doing the wander ponder, our hunter hearts pulling us through the forest night. We needed to eat adventure, and so we would nose push anything lying still. We would roll it over, and when it did move, even a little, we would tear into its skin, our teeth and tongues, a hurricane of need. The only light coming from the moon and a sash of milk stars. The only sound, the whisper of a wind in our throats, slowing back down to a breath. And this is for New Year. I turn around and another year is about to pop up on the screen telling me to go ahead and grab a beer, and this ought to be good. Ha! You said that last year, universe, and look where we are. Not that plagues and terror regimes haven't dotted up our whole stupid history. This is the job of the human, to start out lost and find the sign pointed home. But if I could speak for all 8 billion of us, I guess that maybe we'd be happy for one quiet night. No victories on the horizon, no being the top of the food chain, because in truth, we really aren't. You take a bear, any bear, for example, give him a rifle, a house, a debit card, guaranteed that before you turn around again, he's got you sprawled out on his cave floor. You are nothing now but trophy, your mouth open wide enough to hold an apple, a gasp, a wish for another good year. Happy New Year.
All right, thank you. That was Francine Witt. And coming up next, keep those hands in motion. Linda Schwartz is a singer-songwriter, guitarist, and poet. She's been published in several anthologies and performs in New York City doing features, gallery openings, parties, open mics, and cafe events. She's busy for a very good reason, as you're about to hear. Here's Linda Schwartz.
At this time of year, we often think of loved ones that we miss, so I brought 2 poems about my father. Ashes in my trunk. No one stepped forward. You won't express your desires for them, regardless of my pleas. When we emptied your house, there they were. I just don't want them in my apartment. I have ashes in my car's trunk. I've driven around with them for 2 years, my father's dog and my sister. In small boxes, forgotten they are, until I go rooting for something in the trunk and then, oh yes, I have ashes in my trunk. You may cringe or chuckle. It is odd, or is it one of those hushed topics, which once revealed leads to similar stories that emerge from other hesitant, distraught, embarrassed, even sometimes angry, laughing mouths. I have ashes in my trunk. I did bury one of my cat's ashes in a local park a while back. And for years, I've had the cremains of 2 adored cats somewhere in my closet. Simply haven't gotten around to burying them yet, no other reason. Somehow this is different. Respectfully, various cultures set up a shrine in the house and display urns containing family ashes, but that's not for me. Others wear lockets filled with what's tangible of the departed, ensuring their loved one is always nearby, close to their heart, never forgotten. Not for me either. I'm so glad, Dad, that I've sketched your hands, recorded your voice, placed photos on the piano, and have feelings, habits, and memories. Many joyful and wonderfully nurturing, others painfully trying. Fear, financial insecurity, anxiety from frequent ambiguity, guilt from misguided empathy, and love, overriding love. When you die, dear Father, I will scatter the remains of your beloved daughter and dog with yours, or bury them with yours in the mountains that you love and call home. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust together. Until then, I have ashes in my trunk. We passed in spring of 2020. Oh, it's 3 minutes? Oh, all right. Thank you and Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you, Linda. 3 minutes comes really fast, unfortunately. All right, in mere moments, we will hear from Nancy Hoch, and let's see who else might be in attendance right now. Barbara Clark, are you among us? Apparently not. Olivia Grayson, are you among us? Apparently not. Patricia Aikens, good to see you, Patricia. Carrie Magness Radna, there you are, good to see you. Thanks, I would have mispronounced your name, so thanks for putting it down for me there. And Margaret Yard is here. How you doing, Margaret? And then we got a couple more people there to round out this hour. More people, yes, come in, grab a seat, good to see you. Lots of folks here, so plenty more poetry to come. So let me tell you about Nancy Hoch, a member of the Pandemic Poets. Nancy Hoch writes for The Independent, which I'm a regular reader of myself, and she interviews Brooklyn residents for an oral history project called Voices of Lefferts. Sounds most interesting. So here is Nancy Hoch.
Thank you. Glad to be here. My first poem is called Short Talk on Fishing. It's a prose poem after Anne Carson. The line changes colors every half foot. Like water, my father says, so the fish won't see. The worms my brother and I dug from the field behind the rented cottage curl and arch until they disappear into the depths. The sky is on my hook. White clouds swim the pond. We are three in a boat, far away from the world's leaded sinkers, from work and school and weeknight dinners where, sitting quietly or joking loudly, we each keep hidden the wounds pooling beneath our skin. My second poem I wrote in October is for Gaza, and it's called Little Stone. My father says, we are the stones of the valley, that we are too many for anyone to ever remove. So we will remain here where I have never seen a mountain, nor heard the sounds that streams make as they skip down its sides. In our garden, under the dusty pomegranate tree, there is a little stone that I love. It is very small and smooth. I think it has lived a long time and seen many things. Sometimes I put the stone in my pocket and carry it with me for a few hours, my finger talking to it and it to me. Sometimes I put the stone in my mouth and try to imagine the taste of water that has not been made from the sea.
All right, that was Nancy Hoch. And next up, Patricia Akins is the author of The Hungry Girls and Other Stories and The Marvelous Adventure of Pierre Baptiste, a novel. And she is making her way to the stage as we speak. So good to see you all out there. Let's get a hand for Patricia. Yes, indeed. And there'll be more years to come.
I'm going to read an excerpt from Portrait with Horse and Other, which was commissioned by Collision Theory some time ago. Once upon a time, there was a greasy profiteer, fat and grasping and very lucky. His shoes remained shiny even when he stepped in shit, which was often because toilets were a thing of the past, and people shat like animals, anywhere. He smoked a huge black cigar that puffed up clouds of smoke to mask the smell of children puking from drinking the water they'd washed their feet in. He snapped on rubber gloves to caress the filthy tarts who fawned on him as he paraded through his kingdom of windowless houses, his kingdom of exploded roads, his kingdom of farmland destroyed for a billion years by radiation. The dead cows saluted him with all four legs straight up. When he discarded his women, they were gang raped by men with no hands or feet who held the scruffs of the women's necks beneath their teeth and shook until they opened their legs. The babies born of these unions had no heads and drank radioactive rainwater through their belly buttons because there was no milk and nowhere to complain. The hospital had no roof and doctors had no medicine. They could only cure by prayer, though the heavens responded with wind that blew away the bits and scraps that people had managed to save. On the wind rode a flock of white crows, unusual, yes, and for sure a sign, but unfit to eat. For the flesh of white crows is widely known to taste like yesterday's sins. Under these conditions, what is the point of staying in our lives? But how do we leave them? We no longer have rope or bullet or poison. Some lucky folks step on a landmine or get in the way of a bullet or a bomb. The rest of us slowly with great pain to body and soul. But we don't mind the end. Maybe we can start over. And if not, if the end is only the end, well, fine, as long as the end starts here. No one wants to watch it end with a bang somewhere else and slowly dribble here, or never get to us at all. It's not quite the end, but I think I better stop there. I see Professor Gilligan.
All right, thank you, Patricia. That was Patricia Akins. 3 minutes always comes very fast. But that's how we get everybody in there. All right. In just a moment, we'll hear from Carrie Magnus Radna. As Carrie is making our way to the stage here. Margaret Yard is here. Michael Lytle, I haven't seen him. I don't believe he's with us. Ellen is with us. John Silver, are you with us? John is not here. Okay, and Evie Ivy, we're certainly going to put you on. So, we will just move on. So we're still in the 2 to 3 hour, so just put your hand up and ignore that clock over there. This is still 2 to 3 o'clock hour poets time, and that's the only time that really matters. Carrie Magnus Radna is the author of 3 poetry collections and associate editor of Brownstone Poets Anthology and lives in Manhattan. She loves to travel, and we're fortunate she has traveled to this very room.
Happy New Year, everybody. I've got 2 poems here. Gramercy Park, Lincoln Center. Gramercy Park has a lot of soul. Most of its believers have registered for NYU. They wander in cold streets after nightfall into bars and grocery stores for warmth and sustenance before their nightly prayers. I wish I was here early in the day before I was tested from my sleep, so I could see the park in its splendor. While the cold winds stop dead, spring is coming. I live in the middle of the city where people used to sing, where some say Lincoln Center is soulless with its replacement buildings built from glass. Is that why my brain wants to go to sleep, or why I've lost my faith? Where have the singing voices gone, all those sweet harmonies? Should I go find them? But my love lives here. We live here for many years. He's not moving, but the world still turns forth. Gramercy Park will wait for me in the warm air, where the sun is strongly lit, where the flowers out overpower the grass, where the believers in nature come to pray. This is Ruffians. If you don't eat that breeze, the hotel concierge warned us, you could spend your New Year's Eve with ruffians. What are ruffians exactly, Nantucket? Are they the fishermen with long bushy beards who wear flannel shirts and eat at stubbies? Or are they the workmen that come from all the corners of the earth, dreaming of whales and boats? Are they the grizzly grandmas who shop solo at Stop and Shop, driving their weathered Volvos? Or the waitresses from Ireland, Thailand, and Jamaica that miss the homeland as they pour more drinks? Are they the shop girls with frizzy hair, sharp eyes, and fast hands, speaking in indecipherable accents? Or are they the other poor visitors dreaming to be rich for 4 nights at the end of the year, like artists, musicians, and poets, who play and perform for their supper as the tipsy audience cheers them on? Yes. Thanks.
Everybody is scrupulously coming, taking care of the time. Boy, we may yet. I'm sure somewhere along the way we'll get to hear what the sound effects sound like. All right, Carrie Magnus Radna. Thank you, Carrie. And so you're thinking to yourself, wow, I've already heard so many good voices, and that can't be at all. Well, that isn't the case, because there's plenty more to come here on this 2 to 3 hour, and then next hour, and then the hours after that, right up till 10 o'clock, we'll be here. So make yourself at home, be comfortable, and stay as long as you like. Stay here till 10 and help us wrap up if you want. Margaret Yard, writer, poet, lyricist, librettist, playwright. Man, some people around here are really talented. And Margaret's words, evocative of Poe, Hopkins, even E. Cummings, come from a place uninhabited by a contemporary poet. It is unique and surprising, says that blurb. And we're going to find out just how true that is, and I'm sure it is true. I have no doubt about it all, and you won't have any doubts when you hear Margaret Yard.
It's wonderful to see everyone. Love in the face of in these last dregs of late capitalism. I am aging, 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 like every elder ever born. I too succumb to the wailing at the wall. Wail for the losses, ineptitudes, destruction in our past, our specific histories. I also condemn myself for lack of valor. Yes, I have not saved civilization, and yes, life on earth sometimes sucks. Ignorance and distortion reign. It is only the poets of spontaneous, original voices imbuing life with fierce, tough love who really check life, whose plain song can wake, soothe, heal, and anger justifiably. They, we, vote for life in all its conditions. Speaking of conditions, today a sense of unsafety rises with myriad shootings, floods, storms, fires, plagues, even loss of vultures from both the sky and the zoo. Have to be quiet, lest I cry in my beer. So not to cause disdain, I need to remain in the fold, disassociate my untold despair at being controlled, I'll bet erased, even before I die. Yet, today in the Motown, deep down, in the herd safety of the crowd, we hit the ceiling of the not me unreal bot. Algorithms be damned. Chatbots act smarter, win at imitation games, morph neural networks, analyze billions of patterns, recognize, profile, direct, suggest, dive deep, deep mind DVT, morph into large AI language models, i.e., OpenIE generating its own text. ChatGPT executes poetry and writing automatically. No need for the poets. I want to end at that. Turning in his grave while now passé, the erasure of the human mind on an individual basis to express and create uniquely, to pounder, to struggle, to search, to seek, to find, to learn, to struggle. I'm going to jump to the end. Okay? Here we go. That's the end. Okay. What I say at the end is that poets can save the world.
Yes.
That is a good ending. Poets can save the world, says Margaret Yard, and says all of us. Okay, next up, Ellen, Ellen Lytle, are you ready to read, or are you going to hold off? Okay, all right, perhaps we'll hear from Ellen later then. So, next up we have Evie Ivy, dance instructor, poetry. Evie is about the arts, particularly the ancient art of belly dancing, and the host of the longest running poetry series in New York City, gone on for more than 30 years. Can you imagine? That's dedication to art and poetry. Evie Ivy!
It's so nice to see all you great people. I'm going to read one poem. I don't like flags, and I have also not been feeling well. I had the wrong food or something, and my stomach has been kicking for 3 days, so here goes. I'm going to read something that is edited here, so I'm going to try to go through it, and it's part of my dance collection, and it's called Dancing Words. So here goes. It's not the actual version, but I'm reading this one. Dancing words, so dancer's words. I move words like I move my hips. I shake them. They go to fly the silent void. They swirl along with graceful arms, with wings. They are off in the wind to make their patterns on the sky of the page. Words undulate as ancient serpents, slow, smooth, or sudden words to slink through an ocean or a desert, for they too can hold their mysteries. I shape the dance of words that move to turn sharp or sweet. On flat feet or on their toes, they dance around, around, and emerge, moving veils and bells. I move words like I move my hips. I shake them out to fill the silent void. Thank you so much.
All right, we're just about ready to start the 3 to 4 o'clock hour, so your poet squatches should be set to 3 momentarily. Tracie Morris will be taking you and hosting you through the 3 to 4 hour. She'll also be the first reader there. So, leading off the 3 to 4 hour after Tracie are Philip Giambri, Linda KLEINBUB, CO MOED, LEONG, and G will be your host at 4 o'clock here. So that's more folks coming after that, and several more folks who are already on the premises here. So we'll keep it going. So let's do at least one person on the open mic here. And well, actually I should take a final attendance, just in case some people might have slipped in. Barbara Clark, are you among us? Apparently not. Olivia Grayson, not among us. Michael Lytle, not among us. And John Silver, see, no, okay, well, perhaps they will materialize later. You never know with poets, do you? Okay, so Alex Elias, are you with us? Come on up. And same thing, and then I'll introduce Tracie. Tracie will take you through the next hour there. So we've got this yellow sign-up sheet over there, so if you're not a scheduled reader and you'd like to be on the open mic, you can sign yourself up. We'll periodically, can't guarantee any time, but we'll periodically put the open mics on between hours. So if you're on the open, you get the same 3 minutes as the scheduled readers.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm an actress. I'm a little plump. If you asked me to describe, I figure I wouldn't call myself an apple or a pear. I'd say I was a softball egg with breasts. And I'm a widow. My husband just died. It's bad. I loved him with all my heart, but his heart wasn't good. It started beating slower and slower, and finally it stopped. The doctor cried. They wanted me to pull the plug, but I just couldn't do it. He died anyway. So I'm dating. No, I'm kidding. I'm not dating. I'm really bad at dating. I mean, it's a good thing that I was married, because I'm terrible at dating. I met my husband when I was 12, but we didn't get married till I was over 60. I couldn't figure out how to bring it up. So we finally got married because he had a urinary blockage, and I had to get him on my medical insurance. So he walked down the aisle with a plastic bag of urine strapped to his thigh, but it was under his pants. And I wore a wedding gown, and it was really romantic. So I'm looking for a grief group, and I'm taking suggestions. Yes, there is a bereavement group for actors. I auditioned for it, and I didn't make the cut. They would not take me. This is true. I mean, I don't know. I guess my misery wasn't dramatic enough for them. But, so let's see what else. Oh yes, actors. Well, see, acting is just a minefield, but it has its points. Like, for example, I used to wish that dating was more like acting, you know, with scripts and stuff. Like, bing bong, UPS. The scripts arrive. Before your date gets there, you read ahead to the end to find out whether you put out or not. So, it's no awkward surprises. But let's face it, you know, at this age, you know, these days, I mean, finding a fully functional adult male is tricky, but, oh, I hear see the flags, but I'm just guessing, I'm much too much of a coward to actually go out with anybody. Thank you very much. Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. Thanks for coming out for us. Okay, you can set your poetry watch to 3 p.m. We will now start the 3 to 4 hour. That comes right after the 2 to 3 hour. Who would have figured? Okay, and your host for the next hour is going to be Tracie Morris, and you're going to give her an especially big hand because she's going to do an especially great job for her, and she's also going to be the first reader of this hour. So, I will duly introduce her. Tracie Morris is the writer-editor of 7 books and is a sound poet, voice teacher, and theorist. Ms. Morris is the inaugural Distinguished Visiting Professor at the Iowa Writers Workshop. Now, is that impressive or what? So, boy, are we in for a treat here. So, warm welcome for New Year's for Tracie Morris.
Good job, Pete. Hey, yeah, great job, Pete. Happy New Year. So nice to see everybody. Okay, so let me just, before I get the flag, I'd be bad, like the host got the flag because she was saying Happy New Year. Anyway, 2024, oh my gosh, it's gonna be extra. It's like a dragon year and an election year, and it's like all of the things. So I wanted to think about like hopefulness and project hopefulness or something new. And I thought, I went back, I went OG, I went back to like Hair, the musical, you know, and like the dawning of the age of Aquarius. So I'm gonna read an excerpt from a poem like that we foresaw, well, I was young, but we foresaw that we would come into this new phase. The dawning of the age, the spheres. 1. Nobody said it would be easy when it comes. The crescent is a sickle, a scythe, edges things from the universe. The universe is round, borders don't define ends. This is just the way things run, a hole, an outskirt, a cusp. I see this slip of Mother Earth's suckler, part of this on its own. Like all children, it's slipping from terror, mama, self-making. Hope once it pulls back, it'll outlive where it's from. No longer our umbra, our dust. That moon is like so dawning, the edge, the hole sometimes, no thing. Shadows of electric light, what gives? I should not be able to see my African statue outline, the discreet sentinel. My eyes were made for this system of slight light, emerging as blazes day, ship-shape. In the heat and constructed billow of harnessed lightning, a device moves air, pips when itself sleeps. This may be when the last of these luxuries skitter off. McCoo, Davids, LaRue, Townsend, Lamore presaged our number. In the 5th, we will again be left to devices. A choir entices holy notes, herald juncture of cutout dross. Our 5 ring circles, we beam. I was not gonna have that thing. You know, the way you're waving that flag is kind of fabulous. Like, I kind of want it as like a theatrical prop. So I'm like, if I can get in the theatrical prop, but not like the noise thing, that's like the sweet spot. But don't go over, guys. Okay, now I'm here to host. We got some fabulous people in this hour, and we're going to start off with seeing who's here. Philip GIAMBRI?
Yes.
All right. Let's welcome Philip. That's Philip takes us to the stage. Philip GIAMBRI left home at 18 and never looked back. And now he got the pimp cane. So, all right. Philip GIAMBRI left home at 18 and never looked back. He's seen and done what others dream of or fear. That's how he lives, and that's what he writes. Please welcome Philip.
I have 2 short New Year's Eve poems. The first one is by my buddy Charlie Bukowski. The second one is by me. Palm Leaves. At exactly 12 midnight, 7374, Los Angeles. It began to rain on the pear palm leaves outside my window. The horns and the firecrackers went off and it thundered. I go into bed at 9 o'clock, turned out the lights, pulled up the covers. Their gaiety, their happiness, their screams, their paper hats, their automobiles, their women, their amateur drunks. New Year's Eve always terrifies me. Life knows nothing of years. Now the horns have stopped and the firecrackers and the thunder, it's all over in 5 minutes. All I have is the rain on the palm leaves. And I think I'll never understand men, but I've lived it through. This one is, this one is called East Village Dive Bars, New Year's Eve. Late afternoon holiday party with the usual suspects and some young Army and Marine vets who stopped by in uniform. Heavily tattooed beauties, cruising hipsters with man buns, obviously not from around here. Military guys buying drinks for this old mariner and his buddy. My friend and I get feeling pretty good. He walks me home at 7. We get to my apartment, he drops to the floor and starts crying. Says his life is falling apart. I kneel and I hold him for a bit. Hey, Happy New Year, buddy. He smiles, gets his shit together, and he's off to the Bronx for a lady who still cares about him in spite of everything he does. We're the dive bar New Year's Eve people. We don't make the morning paper because we're asleep before 9, before the ball drops. There ain't no reason to stay awake or even alive much longer. We're the ghosts of New Year's past, and we're dying real slow. Thank you.
Wow, Philip, that's the way to use 3 minutes, all right. Linda, climb up.
Yeah.
All right, Linda. Welcome, Linda, up. Linda Kleinberg is the author of Cover Charge, editor at Girls Right Now and Pink Trees Press, curator of Fahrenheit, Open Mic, and Pen Pal Poet. So a little bit into like words, maybe we could say, family. Please welcome Linda. Woo!
Hi everybody, I have 2 poems. First one is abecedarian from a book I'm working on about the pandemic. It's called Bright Days, Abecedarian. Avalanche of feelings blows me down. Carcass found roadside decays. Evolution changes everything. Fossils are found at gas pumps. Hydrangeas dwarfed by irises blooming. Jelly beans mail-ordered kept in my pocket. Living in isolation, marking time in nowhere land, I'll avoid opium dens and prison cells. Quarantine life is a trap, rescue me. Turning a new leaf, I understand vegetable gardens need water to thrive. I'll create a zeist to shade the yellow sun and plant zinnias to remind me of friendship. And this is a brand new poem I just wrote recently. I had these thoughts to when my kids were in high school and the war in Afghanistan broke out. I had these thoughts and I'm putting them on paper now. Prayer for a new year. When a country goes to war, a mother worries about her children, how she will protect them, guard their future in this unstable time. When a country goes to war, a mother tries to hide her tears, tries to be strong to protect her precious infants. When a country goes to war, a mother's heart breaks for the soldiers, her relatives, all the innocent victims who perish. When a country goes to war, families are torn apart. Life left in shambles, a homeland in ruins. A mother wants to nurture her offspring. When a country goes to war, whether it be Afghanistan, Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine, Vietnam, Mexico, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya, Somalia, or the United States, there are no winners. Hate breeds hate. We all breathe the same air. Our blood is the same shade of red. Let's build up one another. We all have one lifetime. Let love grow from your toes to your heart. Compassion begins with you. Let there be peace on earth. Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you so much, Linda. C.O. MOED.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. good. How are you?
I'm good. Happy New Year. C.O. MOED was born on New York's Lower East Side when it was still a tough neighborhood. Hello. Please welcome C.O. MOED. Woo!
Thank you. It was her New York. True stories and snapshots of undying love, old lesbians, all our fellow New Yorkers, and home. Same park, different reason to run fast. It was a perfect night for a stroll. Sauntering into Bryant Park, I marveled at the couples hanging about the concession stand looking like a cafe in a French movie and all these folding chairs round with people to sit on and enjoy. I still don't understand how come no one steals them. Walking past a bunch of trees, there were suddenly several ping pong tables and a whole bunch of guys with paddles hanging about, waiting patiently. Like Mr. Godslove. I'm an okay ping pong player, he says. Mr. Godslove is from Nigeria. He's living here in New York with his mother. She had been a very successful millionaire in Nigeria, and they would go back in a heartbeat, but he stopped there, and we all understood. Sometimes home is not a safe place to be. Here in New York, Mr. Godlove was getting ready to go to Apex to study automotive stuff. Meanwhile, as he's waiting for school to start, he hung out at Bryant Park, waiting for his turn to play ping pong all night. We watched the game, lots of running and dashing and jumping and slamming. You know, I used to work on 40th Street many years ago. There was no ping pong tables then, I told Mr. Godslove. No, indeed. There wasn't much of anything except a lot of bad people, either doing drugs, selling drugs, or taking a break from mugging passerbyers. In the middle of this dangerous land, there was one deserted walking path between 40th Street, where the office was, and 42nd Street, where the old Irish bar was. It served happy hour. 4 to 6, had little hot dogs and other cute things to eat for dinner. At 4 o'clock, especially on Thursdays and Fridays when we got paid, all of us office girls, most of the young ones, and especially the old ones, including Mary, who had to be at least 70, we would make a wild dash from 40th Street side of Bryant Park to the 42nd Street side. For someone not quite 5 feet tall and about 3 feet wide, Mary could run. Yeah, in those days there were no pretty chairs, no cafes, no cute couples, no ping pong tables, no nothing. And there was no Mr. Godslove shyly beaming as he described how he worked hard to be an okay ping pong player.
Thank you so much. Real talk. Ji Leong Ko? All right. Welcome, Ji Leong Ko. Originally from Singapore, Ji Leong Ko is a poet, editor, and publisher who has lived in New York City for the past 20 years. So native New Yorkers, like how long is the over-ender before somebody's considered a New Yorker? We're gonna consider the Ji Leong Ko a New Yorker, because you are here. So please welcome.
Happy New Year, everyone. Litany. Let this year be a year better than the last. The month's 12 disciples at supper, one a traitor and accomplice of the Lord. The weeks a triumph of life, met by love, crowned by rest. The days awarded each day with a watermelon and a word. Let the sky be a glass of water, and the sea a plate of fried fish. Let the man thin with thought drink and eat, and if it's her wish, let the woman plump with worries diet. In our travels, let the train arrive on time, and if that's impossible, let the train not trip over the track. In our work, let the ropes hold tight, and when the tower rises again, let the ropes go slack. Let our love be as our travel and our work, earning a common currency here on earth. Let passion be the night dreams of a small town clerk. Let young love be full of eyes, and let old love be full of teeth. A year is too brief to empty prison camps, so let a few go free. A year is long enough for a change of heart. Let hearts recover liberty. Let camps be broken by candlelight. Let the soul learn it is nothing without the body, and the body learn it is not alone. Among the rousing rose, oratorical orchid, and lilting lily, the world grows in a spiral garden. Let this year not be a decade better, for that hope would not be serious. Not a day better, for that would be too much like the past. And not a year worse, for that would be to go in reverse. But let this year be a year better than the last.
New Yorker, G. Yonko. Next is Sean Sim. Sean writes dour things for a living, so his take on pleasure writing is that it has to amuse him, hence his tendency for whimsy. All right, Sean Sim, welcome.
Hi, I'm just reading one piece. Here it's titled Seamless Love. It all boils down to just economics, you see. Why this city has such a penchant for delivery apps. If love can be measured by time, in days, months, and years, then shouldn't it also be quantifiable by units, where its depth is spread over a period t? Were we to take the value of love as n, that connection would be so much more intense, crammed into a short span, as opposed to being stretched out over time, over the mere simmer that stews n into the unforeseeable future, slowly building anticipation, breaking down barriers. Ain't nobody got time for that. That pittance is not worth the vigilance to stir and nurture when the tap and scroll exist. Variety and convenience at one's fingertips, satisfying any craving, desire, need instantly, which explains our predilection to chase the intoxicating high of a one-night stand, where the function of love is at its max when T is but one. But even if that N is doomed to be a constant and not given the chance to change and grow, and all we can achieve while locked in aromatic embrace, sampling your skin on mine, quivering eye to eye, and tasting the flavor of your tongue, we can pretend that this moment of savory delivery is just economics, is just ceteris paribus.
Not everybody has an intro, so I might just give people's names. But Emily Brandt has an intro. Emily Brandt is the author of the poetry collection Falsehood and 3 chapbooks. She's a co-founding editor of No Dear magazine, an educator and a somatic coach for artists. Please welcome Emily Brandt.
Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. And shame, I refuse to go back and read what I'm writing. Its use is through and now exists as doesn't matter. My mother believes her whole life that Sicily is ugly, is rock, is dust hill and donkey hide gray. But Ma, it's an island in the Mediterranean. She says, of course it is. Leave it at that, look longer at this. Of course it is. In this shower are two heads, one spits hot and one cold. There are YouTube videos shimmering off of the high gloss walls, help. There are panels of wood emanating dank fragrance. There are backgrounds of bloody battalions under floors, shelves, and at all the borders. The Bushwick Theater opens on September 11, 1911, and still stands at the corner of Broadway and Howard, now houses a high school. It's built by a popular showman, post-vaudeville at its peak, the actors age, and retire 40 miles east to a waterside community, land the showman owns, who houses these aging vaudeville stars. They live out their lives, enjoy clam bakes and crab cakes, and die. When I'm a baby, my cousin, a contractor, builds my family a house there on that glacier-carved land where Secretog lived before the actors arrive, before they sell the land to a British clan. I set a small fire in those woods in 1988. I renamed the territories near my house where wildflowers enthusiastically grow, but these names don't stick. I studied the Algonquin in an elementary workbook, but don't trust the source. I roam the paths the deer track through woods. I pass the Tudor houses where dead vaudeville stars live. What is once a bowling lane is now a strangely long garage. Stone lions watch, the guard dog dies. I go inside one day. Original knobs enthusiastically accent interior doors. Others, including friends, die. Glacial. At my borders, there are fine hairs and cellular shortcomings. At my borders, eavesdroppers make pain. And my borders are dumb reruns. At my borders, a mop bucket and laugh track. A man chokes a dog. There is no such thing as entertainment. Here we are now.
Thank you so much, Emily. Next up is Douglas COLLURA. Douglas COLLURA. Douglas COLLURA, at 7, Douglas COLLURA hit his best friend in the head with a stick. It says a lot about him, and that he is still both the friend and the stick. Douglas COLLURA.
This piece is entitled, "The Title That Swallowed Its Poem." I was walking along First Avenue when a guy walking the other way stopped and said to me with a smile, "Hey, I've been looking for you." I didn't recognize him, and so I assumed that my generic old guy look, hair receding, chin receding, nose growing, had been mistaken for some other generic looking old guy. I said, "I'm not him," and kept going. He followed me and said, "You're the guy who read that poem at the bar the other night." I thought, uh-oh, a fan. I stopped and gave him my best forced smile. He said, "I love that poem, but I only heard the title. What happened next?" I said, "Nothing." He said, "Nothing?" I said, "When I created the poem, the title overwhelmed the body. And since the title was my favorite part, I cut everything else." He said, "That's horrible." I said, "Poetry's not pretty." He said, "Can I at least hear the title again?" I said, "Sure." I saw Captain Ahab's missing leg taking a cha-cha lesson at the Fred Astaire dance studio. He said, "It's perfect." I said, "It has its moments." He said, "And you did the whole thing from memory." I said, "It takes practice." He said, "How did the elements come together?" I said, "During my cha-cha lesson at the Fred Astaire dance studio, I looked over at a man taking his lesson and I thought, he looks about as coordinated as Ahab's missing leg. Then I realized he was looking at me thinking the same thing. And I understood that all of us there were like a tribe of missing legs, trying to taste a little of the physical grace embodied by the most graceful human being of all time, Fred Astaire. The guy said, "Wow, you're deep." I said, "Some say bottomless." He said, obviously the title is a masterpiece, but would you consider taking another crack at the body? I said, it's like the executions during the French Revolution. Once the body's been separated from the head, don't bother trying to push them together, it never works. He stared at me and said, I feel like I'm grieving for a poem that should have been. Can you help me with that? I said, certainly, and walked away.
Yes, we'll call the question up. Thank you, Douglas. Next up is Thomas Fucaloro. That's what we got.
I had surgery this summer, which is where this poem comes from. I made a Facebook invite to my bilateral hernia surgery. A mother portal, my belly button, where they inserted the light. This dome, this dingy bar, this one-step stage. There's an open mic first, full of poets and surgeons. I order a pint of painkiller. I am told there is a 2 painkiller minimum. There's also a slam rising inside me, where my insurance company are the judges of 5.4 no frills generic healing. My hernia makes a slam team. The open mic is an anesthetic. Before they put me under, I tell them my mother died 6 months ago in this hospital. The anesthesiologist tells me they are professionals. Like every open micer proclaims, the surgeon laughs over the open belly of my living, says they really get my poetry. When I wake, they ask, does it hurt on a scale from dad to mom? I say mom, so they give me a dad pill. Every poet is a pharmacist. I can't go over 3 minutes. I continue to release my mother. She comes back as poems about bilateral hernia surgeries, but that's the copay you pay to remove what is created, no matter the demons, where they inserted the light, this belly button, my mother portal.
Wow, you know when people say, well, I fell out after that, well, I fell out. The sign, I actually fell out. Thomas was before me. Thank you so much for that, wow. Next up is, I hope I'm pronouncing everybody's names correctly. Please correct them yourselves when you come to the mic if I'm not. MIREYA PEREZ. MIREYA PEREZ, Destino's poetry and fiction appears in Revista del Ara, Caribbean Review, Voices, among others. Her novel, Back to El Dorado, Floricanto 2020, is available. MIREYA PEREZ.
Mireya.
Oh, thank you.
Gracias. Feliz Año Nuevo. Hola a todos. This is so beautiful to be here. Thank you for the art and for making this alternative possible. Thank you. To start this year, I want to dedicate it and honor the poem that deals with one of my ancestors. So I'm dedicating this to my paternal grandmother, Maria Moreno de Perez. It wouldn't leave me. It was Abuela's favorite church, the sparkling Nuestra Señora de Lourdes in Center, Chapinero. just a few blocks from her apartment. And every Sunday, on leave from boarding school, I accompanied her to 12 o'clock Mass, where she was greeted by neighbors and the church goers calling her Doña Maria, and the church staff. As usual, Monsignor was saying this Mass, but today he said there was a special announcement. We all started paying attention, and there it was, that a well-known woman, a parishioner, had committed a grave offense. We all looked around, our ears growing. Then he named Abuela's first cousin, Cecilia, who had traveled to Panama to marry a divorced man, and the church condemned divorce. So she had sinned grievously, and from now on, she was excommunicated, prohibited from receiving the sacraments, and outcast in the church. Cousin Cecilia, 50 years plus, had traveled for years to get an annulment for Eduardo, her love. And they wanted to marry in the church, but they could wait no longer. Abuela knew in her heart to know right from wrong. She waited for the end of Mass, and all 5 feet, one of her directly addressed Monsignor, Your Reverence, what happened to the compassion you have been preaching for so long? Is this how you express love? Cecilia, my first cousin, is a good woman. Okay.
Thank you, Mireya. Ooh, we want to know how things went. The next person up is Howard Flanzer.
Yeah, we've done that.
Howard Flanzer. Howard Flanzer is a poet and playwright. His works, Dead Birds or Avian Blues, Cocaine Dreams, Poetry Class with Serial Killer, On the Border. Punto. Howard Flanzer.
May this be a better year for all of us and the world. Landmines and luxury condos. As I scroll through the article on landmines in Ukraine, ads keep appearing for luxury condos in Boca Raton. The condos have picturesque names, Lotus Luxury Homes to entice you. The landmines are known as Witches and the Leaf, enigmatic and deadly. Beautiful homes fill the screen with multi-million-dollar residences. The fields are gardens of landmines, jumping butterfly and TNT mines. Hidden treasures, primed to explode, to shear off a foot or shred an arm. Caution is required, and it's not enough to save you. I wonder if any victims of shattered limbs will ever live in a luxury Lotus condo. This is based on something many of you probably went through at some time, an MRI. I tied the gown, asked if I had any metal on or in my body, given earphones with classical music, a Mozart symphony percolating along, told to lie down, and was eased into a translucent tube, like a coffin. I assumed a yoga corpse pose. Encased in a large machine, the power revved up, the noises started immediately.
A loud, rhythmic bass thumping, siren screams, jazz tappings, ghostly whines, unnerving scrapings, reverberating whispers, with short bursts of Mozart in between. The heat of this machine made me sweat. My wet head felt like it was exploding. It was over. Too many minutes. I was helped to stand up, to re-enter daily life, and went to shed my gown. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Howard. The next person up needs no introduction. Robert Roth.
My friend Lennox Raphael, he died in November, and I had written this about a year before his death, so I thought I would read this today. When, as Karl Marx said, history repeats itself, first as tragedy, second as farce, could he ever imagine Lennox, with his slightly bemused smile, his sense of absurdity and of tragedy, entering the chaos, exploring the hows and whys of it? This was never more true than in his play Che, produced in 1969, 2 years after the murder of Che Guevara. Surreal, farcical, serious, a dreamscape written with a rich, dense, poetic flair. Then as now, so much of personal, cultural, political tragedy, caused by those in the grip of reactionary fury, and their need to obliterate desires stirred up in themselves by inflicting as much misery they can on others. For Lennox, the power of the imagination can provide a strong counterweight. In the play itself, there was nudity and explicit sexual contact. Che and the Sister of Mercy, the two main characters, actually fucked on stage. On the night of the premiere, members of a left revolutionary party who felt that the play was a defilement of Che's legacy invaded the lobby in an attempt to shut the play down. I have this vivid memory of Lennox karate kicking them out the door. A few performances later, the Public Morals Police Squad of the New York City came and busted everyone involved in the production on obscenity charges. At the trial, the head of the Moral Squad constantly referred back to his copious notes as he testified in the minutest detail about all that was going on stage. I remember thinking the trial itself could be busted next. A number of years later, I spoke to the actor who had played Che, who said the sex scenes created immense anxiety in him. This may help explain why the sex at times had been simulated rather than natural. The actor who played the Sister of Mercy, on the other hand, told me she was never as wet in her whole life as she was when doing those scenes in front of an audience.
This New York, okay. Thank you, Robert. Sue Polo?
Yes.
Sue Polo, singer, songwriter, poet, playing guitar, and dulcimer, painter of watercolors, host of the Saturn series, amen, bless you, host of the Saturn series readings for 25 years, Sue has created the sets for the alternative New Year's Day poetry extravaganza for over 10 years, and today's design titled String Theory as well. Sue Polo!
Oh, thank you. It's my honor to do this. It's like my art space. It's a great exercise for the year. Anyway, Yes. Beyond reason, beyond the mind, the heart is the doorway to the bottomless ocean called the soul. What has fallen in is a stone. On it, carved deeply, is your name. It is falling deeper and deeper. It will never wear away. Perhaps one day, my magic turtle will carry it back from the depths and return it to my hand. There it will melt into your beating heart, and you will come to claim it. We will share the joy of finding you whole once more. We will live by the shore and swim in the bottomless ocean. So I've been recording some songs with my friend Lauren Roser, and thanks to him and his lovely wife Nina, who's a wonderful artist, I'm comfortable enough to make these songs with him, and he plays guitar on these, and I'll be hopefully releasing a CD this year. Yeah, but this is a part of it without the, just a cappella today. Lost in a feeling, lost in a dream, feeling like a dream, feeling like a dream, like a leaf on the water, spinning in the flow, a leaf on the water, curling up to the sky. Wondering where this dream will take me, to another land on a new path. In a dream you can go anywhere. In a dream maybe takes you where you want to go. High, high, high,
Thank you, Sue. Presenting also by heart. By hearts. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Wow. All right. Karen Randolph. Karen Randolph is the author of Either She Is, a Marsh Hawk Press Poetry Prize winner. She lives in Brunswick. Karen Randolph.
Hi there, Happy New Year. I'm a fear of the white flag, so I've written a poem called A 2-Minute Poem. I let another year pass, look through my blue eyes. I was disoriented by the heat and went in circles, lived through plague years, forever wars, kept finding myself on subway platforms. I shut off the war. Hillary now stage 4. Eternity mostly dizzy, I don't know who to blame. I crossed the Lethe, weathered this war, eat meat tenderly, slowly, use hand sanitizers, stay cautiously human, cautiously make eye contact. I'm referred to as a hand sanitizer poet. I try to eat more cake, be happy, moan, hurry up, fast, feel. I made my way to the podium, wrote this poem on the way. Use 3 minutes, take intermittent bites. Of cake, of course, you know, feel. I wish to say my 2 cents of fast words in this first day. I want to feel lukewarm, shrink an iceberg, keep vigil, eat cake, live in a blue state, have blue eyes. Even now, this year seems quicker, closer, faster. Tokyo has already welcomed 2024. I pour libations for my dead. Civilians spread. Somewhere a war is stopping. another starting. And make a poem of it, wish you Happy New Year in a few short words. The birds I used to hear, the sky turned sepia. Now this man is pointing a sharp stick at me like I'm a weather map. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Greg Masters? Greg Masters? Greg Masters is ruining my perfect list. A scandalo. It's poets, you know somebody gonna, be different. I'm here for it. That's right, boys. So Greg Masters is not here at the Mo? Sorry? You don't, well, if you don't see him, then he's not here. All right, Greg Masters, we will hopefully see you on the flip. Next is Cristina Olivares. Cristina Olivares is, you see once one person? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yeah, I'm right, they're on their way. They're the same Uber. Okay, Jennifer Juno. Jennifer Juno, right in the street. Jennifer Juno is the author of Uber Chef USA. Oh my goodness, I just said Uber. Jennifer Juno is the author of Uber Chef USA Sport Press and More Than Moon is a Rose Press. Publications include Columbia Journal, Rattle, and Seattle Review. Jennifer Juno.
Thank you. Telltale Heart. You've discovered it was your own heart beating beneath the floorboards. A turbo conundrum propelling you to rip up each wooden plank. To dismantle the utopia of solitude, only to find your resistance to fall forming was foiled. Why dress your soapbox in feathers? Why spray paint a billboard with your slapdash brainstorm to vie for my attention when it's simple? Love is unlashing the shutters of the heart guard. If homespun schemes were spun haphazardly, botched in cobweb shade, who is to blame? To admit to love isn't always losing. Why reduce one failed romance to trichomatic heartbreak? Sew up that imbroglio that inhabits your better judgment and let me ache in the neighborhood of what pulses. Pull the universal roots, pull the universal language by the roots and hold me there. So that the next time you hear an incessant knocking, it will be mine. Act 14. A slew of mopeds came round our neck of the woods. Hi, muckamuck coterie nightly, she said. How elegantly rich girl whirled her thick hangout and friends from her tongue, as if her skirt of words was to top my shiftless account of summer. 3 local wimps from church group, rolling resin from the flowering tops of hemp, sharing icebox pilfered beer and lament with me in my proximity of blood, as heat wave drove us to blacktop, grammar school playground, our digs for queerest adolescents after dark. Two-toned twine of events, woven stoned and plastered on the fringes of dare and dare not to grow up. I suppose all towns had them. Elementary school brick of spies dividing the privileged from the ruck to uncover the self-truth. Bits of downtown taint wired on suburban luck. Oh, that's it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, last but not least, Moss Walker. Is Moss Walker here? Before Moss comes up, I'm going to get ready to bid you adieu, and I have to start, but my family is waiting, but I had to start with my poetic family, So I'm so delighted to be here. I want to give a shout out to the wonderful organizers, to Lydia Cortez, and you guys, you are in such great hands when I leave. Jean Young Cole is going to come and rock the mic. But before that, we are going to conclude this hour almost on time because of our two missing poets. We're going to almost end on time with Mas Walker rounding out the hour.
The table's perfect, craving maple syrup, the glazed and deserted, sugar-laden surface of mountains of pancakes. The chimney carrying the aroma through the wintry valley, drowsily surrounding the landscape, making sounds that the bear makes. Mother and her cubs tossing and turning down in the spare caves while the hounds wait, howling in serenade. The fisherman's bait ripping in to the mouth of a trout of 7 shades. The butterfly drifts with finesse and grace around, in and out of the December rays. The sparrow barreling in and pounding the suspenseful space, penetrating, levitating, weighing less than an ounce of aggression and rage. These trees are 70 to 80 years old. They are at an adolescent stage. They are at an evanescent age, susceptible to this tiny insect which has spread the plague. Swarming clouds of insects prey upon these trees like they are being drowned in pepper spray. The insect wipes out several acres every day. Appalachians, aspens, Everglades. It isn't getting cold enough to kill this insect who survived the milder winter weather. Temperature change the same size as a grain of rice. The insect embeds its fangs with the deadly strain filled with nature's antifreeze glycol. It leaves a blue-telling stain. Epidemic, once largely protected from the insect because of the altitude and the shelter. The fate of these trees are nearing extinction in larger portions of this nether range when catastrophic fire meets torrential rain. Our forest grows at an exponential rate, seeing an entire mountainside embezzled in flames from the ledge of the plain and the scent of the resinous haze. The forest floor inherits the drain like steam rising from a mop bucket, like a couple capfuls of pine saw chemical vape. The ecosystem cleanses itself of the insect's skeletal frame. If the tree falls in the forest and no one is around to hear, does it still make a sound? Does it not register? Wait, the sound of beetles. All you hear is pestilence.
Thank you, Mas, and for rounding out the hour and bringing on the host, Ji Young Ko, to the stage.
Well, now before we bring on G, we have to give a warm thanks to Tracie Morris who put in a beautiful hour. Thank you so much, Tracie. And we should do so. Ji Young Ko is going to take you through the next hour. So by poets' time, it is 4 p.m. This is the 4 to 5 hours. So ignore that clock back there. It's on the other way. It should be eyes on the poets here anyway. So you don't need to look at that clock here. So Ji Young Ko, as noted earlier, is definitely a New Yorker after 20 years. He's the editor and convener of Singapore Unbound, which does some publishing work, does some activist work. They have a really fine newsletter. If I were you, I'm a subscriber to the Singapore Unbound newsletter, so when G's hour is done, you should sign up to him, ask how you can sign up. for that. So he will take you through the next hour, and just to give you a preview, our first poets in the 4 to 5 hour are Bill Considine. Are you among us, Bill? Apparently not. All right, K.M. Nemkovsky. Okay, Lissa Mora and Richard West, who are among us. Megan Gruposo. Megan, are you here? Yeah. Oh, there you are. Okay, and Stephen Klett and Susan Young, and many more fine people to come. So, without further ado, I will turn it over to our next outstanding host. Give him a warm New Year's alternative welcome, Ji Leong Ko.
Thank you so much. We are looking forward to a great lineup of poets from this 4 to 5 hours. I'm so glad that many of you are here. I think our very first poet to read for us is K.B. Nemkovsky. K.B. Nemkovsky is the author of 3 books of poems: Drift from 10 Hell Books, Dear Friend, Shawgate Books, and Early Access United Artists Books. His poems have recently appeared in Borg City, Brooklyn Rail, and Arc 30. Please put your hands together for KB.
So happy New Year's, y'all. This is a poem I cut out from Dreams I've Had. Of all the recognition nothing gets, the one where I tell the alien, I'm sorry, what was your name again? The one about Michael from the asylum being punished for being his own planet. The one where Cornelia buys a papaya plantation in a white tropical rain. Or the ones where I'm looking for poets like Hillary who've agreed to reconnoiter that night in Dream World. The one about letting kitchen sink faucet drip for years. The one about singing out loud to give myself company. The one where I'm squeezing a blessing. Or the latest one about God, the sock puppet. In recognition of all the recognition nothing gets. To you, dear subconscious, this is a text to my subconscious. To the two of us wearing raincoats, standing solo. To the one where we're trying to outrun a GPS location pin. To the voiceover in the dream who says a bit abandoned, no, you're waking up.
Thank you, KB. The one who tries to outrun the GPS. Yes. Next up is Lissa Mora. Lissa Mora is a playwright and a poet. Lissa. Is all right. A playwright and poet whose work regularly is put at the Theater for the New City. Please put your hands together.
Hey everybody, Happy New Year to one and all. I recently went very dark at my the reading that I hosted a few days ago, the Live Poets Society, so I decided to go lighter today with hopes for the new year. To start with a little doggerel. Lies for dinner, lies for lunch, lies for breakfast with Captain Crunch. R.I.P. Democracy, thank you much, the GOP. This is a chant that I wrote for a play of mine that was called Before God Was Invented, a prehistoric pagan parable. And it starts with a little call and response. So I hope I'll get that at the beginning and at the end. Ah. Ha. Ma. Sha. Tu ala mia, boo ala mia, tu ala mia, boo ala mia, tu ala mia, boo ala mia, tu ala mia, we sing to the earth who is mother, to she who is one with all others. We are one, we are one. One with each other and one with the mother. One with the sun and the moon and the stars. We who are theirs and they who are ours. One with the yellow and gold and the white. One with the dark and the light. One with the green of the fields. And one with the life that it yields. One with the blueness of sky. And one with the birds as they fly. One with the beasts as we live and we die. We are the mother is us. Thus to the mother we render our trust. We sing to the mother, the earth is our lover. It is she and no other. We are love, we are love, we are love. In love with each other, in love with the mother. To Alamia we dance, boo Alamia we dance. We dance on the earth that is mother, for we are her child and her lover. We are one, we are one, we are one. One with each other and one with the mother. We dance in a trance, 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 till we can't. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Lisa, for all of the love. Is Richard West here? Yes, he is. Right.
I'm looking for him also. Where did he go?
There he is.
Anybody see my
Richard West is a writer, musician and actor, radio and TV theatrical host, guitarist and songwriter. He teaches yoga, massage and hypnosis. He is the author of Thai Bodywork 101.
I wouldn't say that's my resume. It was only a little part of it. But hope you all have some hopeful, happy horizons because it's a very grim world right now, right?
It's not yours.
So the clock is ticking and you know, with everything going on.
To get a little bit
Well, so I have to cheer you up, right?
It's not yours. You want to move it back in 1 second? You do it. It's not yours. My suggestion. It's still not yours.
First of all,
I know, you'll change it back.
I should do something about the cosmology.
It's still not yours.
The theme has come up.
Step aside.
This is called Ode to Earth's Beauty. We are all passengers on this planet's transmutation highway, riding within the endless galaxy expressway through celestial time clocks of eternity, passing through corridors of time and many manifestations of continual transformation, ever assembling and recombining into different forms of life species, all connected to invisible threads of biochemical, electrical, magnetic fields. As time dances on with its fabric of flora and fauna, for our scientific ancestors foretold that matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed, and the only absolute is change itself. For time is relative as the moving picture of eternity rolls on. And eternity, we are told, is in love with the productions of time. I left out a whole page on that one, but that would give me time to do another quickie. Okay, this is, I did this in 1978. I was in the spring. I just came back from my sojourn in California. I'm born and bred in Manhattan. And then I lived in California for 10 years, and when I came back, I organized a meditation at the United Nations with mobilization for survival against all the nuclear power plants that were being brought up. And so I get this call from Allen Ginsberg, the great Bodhisattva, to my astonishment, and he says, "Can I join your meditation coalition?" I said, "Oh, I'd be honored, you know." So we worked together for 2 months on it, and at the end we meditated for 4 hours. We did the Vipassana meditation. So anyway, Alan sent me verses of it. It was a successful thing. And a few years later, he sent me a song he was writing about meditation. But he was all jimble-jambled, and he asked me to clean it up and see if I can add just something to it. And this is it. Sorry? Okay, so... Okay, well, everybody, have a happy horizon and a merry, merry too.
Thank you so much, Richard. Perhaps after this hour, we would like to talk to Richard about the song. I'm sure he will welcome that. Next up, we have Megan Gruposo. Megan Gruposo is the co-founder of Neuronautic Press. Her publishing credits include a handbound chapbook, bouquet, and various anthologies. Please put your hands together and welcome Megan.
Thank you. Happy New Year. All right, I'm just going to be reading one.
Happy New Year.
About the birds. They followed me. I'd asked for a drive filled with migratory birds, and the universe delivered tenfold. I sang the same old songs with a heavy Eddie Cantor twist. How to stave off the boredom of an unaltering skyline. A red-tailed hawk swoop, eye level on the highway, then another, and another, a classic V of geese. The murmuration near destination. Next morning, a sudden dream, more than a dream, a synchronicity, a reinforcing. Here is where I mention the beak-pecked trees. Guided by these everyday spells, drawn on my heart by the world, my body moves through space in quiet incantation. I dreamt your skin disappeared. You glowed gold. It was an answer to a question. I woke to the bare-branched bush, bird's nest within, backlit by the sun out the window. You'd said something about seeds. I looked at my hands, forgot about everything but my pulse, filled with this unlabelable everyday magic. I wondered if I'd asked for something besides the birds, if it would have still been, or was it? Is it those hollow bones, enchanting feathers, morning song sung to a rising sun? We are never bored. I remember the answer. I close my eyes and I rub myself against everything until it shines.
Next up is Stephen Platt. Stephen Platt is a writer, poet, and musician who graduated from the New School in 2014. Please put your hands together for Stephen Platt.
This is about my experience in Hurricane Sandy. We remember how she howled from the south. Trains went dark, traffic disappeared, islands silent. Our black mass moved like a wolf pack, hungry and dimly aware that life surprised us in that moment. This was our commute, our collective struggle against nature, against our nature. Over an iron bridge, we saw light against tattooed pavement, brightening the path in its delicate way. The rain washed night into clouds, and we were cognizant the storm was over. We marched to our jobs, to green letters in weather-worn fog, where life itself withered and drained from our many splendid organs. A universe of shadowy skin, moldy and brown, juicy and rotten, broken and miserable, tired and beastly. Our flesh had grown soft, abscessed on all sides, cankered and cancerous, the entirety of our fractured kind floating through these empty corridors. Lines formed out the door and wrapped around the block. Catastrophe came to where catastrophe went, and the island was enchanted by 1,000 curious cats. We felt for their survival because it was our survival, our empty gestures to being alive. Behind the store we brought heavy plastic bags filled with spoiled vegetables. Mushrooms, carrots, and celery were loaded into the trash compactor, and its jowls closed with an automated sigh. The surplus of the world crushed. We expressed mute repulsion reserved for worldly crimes. Green, frothing ooze spilled out slowly, swallowing all goodness and wholeness in the world, and we vomited with a graceful bow, contributing to this new and putrid coagulation. The day ended. Generators were turned off. The storefronts returned to gravestones in a graveyard, slumbering giants disguised as hills. We retraced our steps over the iron bridge, our hearts beating as one. My unknown companion, whose travel had become my own, looked to me, then looked to the sky as the lamps turned on and lit the other side.
Thank you very much. Susan Yong? Susan Yong? I guess not. Then we have Nelson Alexander. Nelson Alexander. Oh no. But we certainly do have Patricia Carrigan. Patricia Carrigan is the author of English Fire, Miaoku, The Cupcake Chronicles, and Innocence. She is the curator and editor-in-chief of Brownstone Poets, Brooklyn, New York. Please welcome Patricia.
Okay, media speaks. The internet is a war zone. Violence seizes eyes, rhetoric bangs on eardrums. Another report shoves smoke up nostrils, cuts vocal cords from speaking the truth. The zombie apocalypse handcuffed to take sides. Justice walks amid bombed-out cities, wears bandages and blood of innocent minds. Limps on crutches, unshielded, determined to breathe life back into the walking dead. Finds peace trapped in the rubble, its tattered feathers dripping blood and ash. Inside its beak, a scorched branch of an unlived tree. 2 leaves still intact. And this last one is dedicated to Sinead O'Connor. Feels so different. I feel so different from the child who sits alone, but she is not alone. I am by her side, but she can't see me, hear me, feel my hand on her shoulder. But she will be all right. I can't hug her, dry her tears, fight those demons that mock her. I can't tell her not to worry about the harsh years ahead, and that wounds will reopen unannounced at night. But she will be all right. I feel so different now, but I am learning to remember her, care for her, live for her, honor her, love her, because I am still her, and I will be all right. Happy New Year!
Thank you very much, Patricia. Next up is the inimitable Roxanne Hoffman. Roxanne Hoffman rhymes the poet's grandfather with Jack Cooper. Poets can be found in cyberspace, and to music, on the silver screen, and in print. Please welcome Roxanne Hoffman.
Thanks, G. Thanks, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm going to read 2 after Hitchcock, so it'll be pretty brief. Aperture's Black Hole After Rear Window, Hitchcock, 1954. Ambient blow-up. Cameraman's dark-clothed eyepiece freeze frames golden hour interiors. Journaling kissy and loud-mouthed married neighbors. Oculus panning, questioning rear window sfumato. Tableau, Umpteen viewfinders widening. X times, y'all zoom in. Crisscross, after strangers on the train. Hitchcock, 1955. Amateur athlete, bête noire charmer. Double dares exchanged. Funhouse grew. Home invasion jollies. Killer looks. Murderers? No, never. Only polite, quirky repartee. Strap-hanging twins until victim number one wasted. Xantippe, yours truly, Zippolis. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Roxanne, for bringing us something from the silver screen. Next up is Nancy Mercado. Is Nancy? Oh, she's not. Okay, well then it's we're gonna have Gail Ice Johnson. Alright, coming up to us. She's a multimedia artist, published author, and photographer. Alright, please give her a very warm welcome.
It's impossible to tear myself away from MSNBC. My heart is saddened by this atrocity. Hamas built mock cities so they could practice getting in and killing every Jew they could get their hands on. They trained on paragliding. That's how they flew in on Saturday morning to the Supernova Peace Festival. They shot and killed 260 people. There were people from everywhere. It was a very famous peace DJ festival. There were DJs from everywhere in the world. People were shot in the back, taken hostage, raped, filmed, put on social media by the videographer traveling with the terrorists. They filmed them shooting and raping. Tonight, there was a 25-year-old talking on CNN how she survived. We ran into the shelter, she said. She did a video and sent it to her friends and her family. They came into the shelter shooting. She and her friend hid under dead bodies for several hours until the Israeli soldiers came in. 25 years old, her life came to a halt on Saturday morning. Hamas parasailing into this festival, shooting. She ran and hid in the shelter, hiding under dead bodies. Her demure, her gaze was emotionless. She spoke quiet and slow and soft, wide-eyed on CNN. She didn't know how she was going to do this interview, but she wanted the world to know that this was a massacre. Women raped, babies decapitated. Lawrence O'Donnell interviewed a former ambassador, Michael Oren, who was a former ambassador to the UN, speaks to him and says, sorry, let me just finish this last line, it's okay. Speaks to him and says, my son was married by this rabbi, and this rabbi had 2 sons. For the first time, they sent them to war, and they both were killed. Now, what do you say to that?
Susan Young has just arrived, so we're going to hear from her. She is a domestic violence misogynist hater, a ghetto girl, homesteading gentrifier, American Asian, world traveler, adventurous, photographer, videographer, martial fine artist, musician, drummer, geologist, mathematician, designer, cook, politician, and migrant worker. Please welcome Susan Young.
Happy New Year, and hope this will be a better year. But following this poem, I've written earlier poems about war, so I'll read this first. Death in wars. Death in wars, no victories for the kid. Does peace make war? Death in all wars, not victories for the kid. Dead babies line streets. Ironies will send us to foreign lands. Lovers can make wars. Magnesses make wars. Push the buttons for wars. Life and death, just the position. So just choose genocide. Aryans versus Asians versus blacks. However, being Asian is to preach yoga peace. Is the grass greener? Do flowers thrive? Can you see the world in a flower? Okay. Not a dead poet. So that's all I can write about, you know? And of course, this one's about, well, my story with rest in peace, John Ferris. Dinner with noodles, cognac, weed, and wine. For dessert, chocolates and cognac. A hottie-toddy. A great buzz to wake up with a hangover, a heady, achy self. So John Ferris, I've written this poem, yes, no, Asian American rap, for John Ferris, because he's very selective on each line that I write. So, assimilation, socialization, flirtations, victim of gentrification, homeless, exotic, erotic, stereotype, make me type these words. Yes, no, Buddha, Christian, Muslim. Yes, no, making doves, making a role model to be girlfriend, housewife, and charity woman. Yes, no, her jobs are secretary, typist, maid, sales clerk, and garment worker. Yes, no, war wounds from ugly white old men with houses, cars, jobs, trust funds, and art hanging on their walls. Yes, no, war wounds from ugly black old men with apartments, drugs, jobs, and dreams. Yes, no, war wounds from ugly yellow old men with houses, cars, jobs, white, yellow wives with children and trust funds. Yes, no, hey mom, stop stooping. With a touch of nothing, she laughs and laughs. Yes, no, my job is hard. Yes, no, 35 years is a rude awakening. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Susan. Next up is Misa Len. Yes, there she is. Who has recently convinced Inequity Press Vendetta Books to publish her first chapbook entitled I Don't Want To. Congratulations.
Thank you. Wait, did I just turn it off?
Yes. I'm going to start with a nursery rhyme. It's called Little Luxuries. I had a pot to piss in, a bucket more, it's true. I had a pot to piss in, so I had more than you. I had a pot to piss in, I sat it on the ground. I used my pot to piss in when no one was around. I had a pot to piss in, no door, no roof, no heat. But with my pot to piss in, how on earth could you compete? It says 5 milligrams is all it took to see the other side. Peeking out from under a blanket, a robot foot. No speaking, just the soundtrack of a blistering guitar solo. The robot opens its eyes and sees through a crack in the curtain a sunrise blotted with black. On its white robot arm, metallic as to 1960s sci-fi, a tattoo of a green and purple snake with a golden rattle. A speech balloon above the snake's head reads, "Pain is money." The guitar quiets. Now we just hear the purr of a fan or a siren. People are accident prone in the morning. The spine itself is fundamentally flawed. Sick days in the US cost employers over $200 billion a year. The disaster at Chernobyl was man-made, triggered by a poorly maintained Soviet-era reactor. The robot scratches its sleek plastic head and yawns like it was taught, and rolls over, logs onto a laptop, and writes a sonnet for a poet with writer's block. This isn't a manifesto. There's no opinion on famine or war. This isn't didactic. I make a noise, you like the noise, rah, 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 we fuck. This isn't polemical or pedagogical. No one cares what you do or think. You can be right. You can say it's dark during the day and gravity is an illusion, and each of us has an invisible hand with which to strangle us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Is Mindy Matijazovic here? Mindy. Okay. Well, then we'll have next up, David Elsasser. David has been active in the New York City poetry scene since the 1990s. He has hosted the CYPHERS, the weekly peer poetry workshop, since 2007, and is the author of 3 poetry chapels. Last Call, published 2009 by Poets Webbrother, Delicious, published 2014 by No Net Press, and Taking Flight, published 2021 by Parkside Poets Press. Please welcome David Elsasser.
Gosh, it's been a hell of a time for finding and holding on to inspiration, hasn't it? A muse. As inspiration flags again, my ideas dead end or swerve into a roadside gulch, I only want to hang with Zeus's supernatural daughters for a while. Surround myself with muses, 9, each specified with gifts so fab. My ordinary scribbles will ascend to heights Olympian. And think of what a joy to bivouac among the muses' boudoirs for a spell of happenstance's honor roll, or tickle toes with Thalia as she winks through comic mask. Ah, the folly of us all. But maybe best to stroke a while beside erotica of the lovely lines. Yet who can guess the heights I'll know, with 6 more muses yet to go. Come and go. We're here, and then we're gone. Nothing I can fathom. Nor does philosophy explain to me how life makes sense when we must die. Unless death's door swings in, then out as life again. Alternating journey cycles that sweep us on to rise and fall in turn after turn. Well, it's good here for everybody.
Right, thank you so much, David. Next up, we have Susan Wyman. Susan. Susan is the author of Roommates and New Yorkish. She's a writer, artist, and organizer. Please put your hands together and clap to come to the mic.
Lower level here. Right. Hi everybody, Happy New Year. So I'm going to read two light pieces. Has anyone ever told you that you have beautiful eyes, a sexy voice, a lovely smile? What if they said your legs are too thin, stomach bloated, spine is bony, you're strange, weird, neurotic, robotic, despotic, quixotic? Tell me something I've never heard before.
You're missing out on, you're interrupting the performance.
It's a long time in the making. Okay, this is called Godiva chocolate, which might sound lightweight, but it's about corporate greed, actually. Okay. When I worked at Hachette, instead of a holiday bonus, we received 4 gifts that they bought in bulk. I gave them away, except for the box of Godiva chocolates. In a week, I would be traveling to visit my family in Las Vegas and attend a holiday party. The Godiva chocolate was a perfect gift. 2 nights before the trip, I began to feel resentful about the gifts. Why should I give them all away? Despite being lactose intolerant and not a chocolate lover, I opened the box of assorted Godiva chocolates and ate 1 piece. I waited for the inevitable and nothing happened. So I ate another and another until I devoured half of the box. 8 pieces and I didn't get sick. The next evening, I challenged myself again. There they were staring at me. Decadent, dark, chocolate truffles, raspberry star, midnight swirl, and dark ganache heart. I ate them all. After decades after decades of abstaining from chocolate, this was astounding. I ate the entire box of Godiva chocolates and didn't get sick. The following week, I went to the mall in Las Vegas with my sister. We stopped at a candy store where they were giving away pieces of chocolate. Do I dare? I did. My stomach became a little queasy. I then realized that I was a Godiva chocolate girl. Thank
you. Sounds yummy. Next up is Janet Restino. Janet. A very busy bee, making art, writing, performing, keeping her sanity, and spreading some love while she can. Please check out janetrestino.com anytime.
Okay, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. All that chocolate, honestly, I'm feeling a little queasy. Does this come down? Okay, here we go. All right. Got to be at the right level in life. Meat on the bones, meat on the bones. Meat on the bones. We all gotta have meat on our bones. Now some eat the fat and some eat lean. Some eat rice and some eat bean. Some eat bacon, some eat bread. Some eat single and some eat wed. Meat on the bones. Meat on the bones. Meat on the bones. You gotta have meat on your bone. Their bellies empty, their bellies full. Bellies push and bellies pull. Cogs in the wheel. Hey, tell me what's the deal? Now who's got aces and who's got spades? Who's got butlers and who's got maids? You know the rich and the poor that stand by the door. Yeah, the rich get fed and the poor get sore. Now gun money is going to war. It's a cold war, hot war, closed door. It's a hardcore world tour of blood and gore. Yeah, now gun money ain't going to peace. No, gun money ain't going to peace. We got a world gone to pieces in instead of peace. We got a world gone to pieces instead of peace. And everybody cried, everybody cried, everybody cried. I want my piece of the pie, they cry. I want my piece of the pie. I want my piece of the pie. And it's meat on the bones, meat on the bones, meat on the bones, meat, 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 meat. Meat on the bones. Even vegetarians gotta have meat on their bones. Now I got me a spoon and I got me a fork. I got me a knife. I got me a cork. I got me a handle. I got me a dish. I got me the bones. I ain't got the fish. I ain't got the fish, and I got me the salt, I got me the peter, I got me the cold, baby, but I ain't got the heater. Meat on the bones, meat on the bones. Now, to get it, 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 some gotta fight. To get it, 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 some gotta ride. To get it, to get it, to get it, to get it, some parasite, some work all night. To get meat on the bones, meat on the bones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet. Next up is Alan Lytle. Alan? Right, everybody, please put your hands together for Alan.
Put some lipstick on. Happy New Year, everybody. I was born in LAURIE. I don't know. I picked this out of a new iPad I got that's very much easier than my old MacBook. So it's 25 years old, and I thought, because Christmas is so important to me, since I'm a child, so everything I write in the fall is Christmas. How cheap Christmas, my world in a bowl, and I am always looking for those little tiny Christmases where, you know, you get one gift, and there's this like very skinny little tree, and Christmas means a lot. It's a lot more expansive without all the gifts and the guilt, but G-I-L-T. How humbling for an apple-sized ego squeezed compactly as a boiled egg between bulging overcoats on a packed train to the boroughs, to dream of a Christmas tattered, scattered, and cheap. It's a Bronx Christmas, where folks wear blue collars and a tie, aprons too, authoritative plus work ready. A Christmas trimmed with silver tinsel and candy canes, spaghetti for supper instead of turkey on crystal plates. A red cottony Christmas dancing in the jumbled streets. A sex-loaded Christmas too, where raw young men long for the pretty girl in a stocking cap. A simple, poor person's Christmas, where the tiniest gift sits on its own importance. But will you have mercy, Lord, and beam some light on us hordes flying through subway stations and streets to catch buses? Will you bring us home to clean, cook, and sort the wash? Will you bless the baby birds and the bells that ring truth? Will you preserve the truth? The one summer afternoon outside the art barn on Bennington's campus, and make it last till I die, and now in the last hours of 1999, unfolding again. I've lived so many decades inside out. The late 40s, fuzzy leftover romantic, but I remember the the flat 50s. Prosaic as cardboard. We were the children living inside its rain and twisted conversations, its impossibility to be transferred to another time or century, its inability to be forged on paper, to be heroic. Of course, the 60s bloomed for me too, and the 70s quaked with reaction. The 80s molded and set me up. The 90s cooked me and then set me up to Thanks,
Thank you so much, Alan. Sorry, we're trying to actually keep to a very strict time limit so that we can get everyone in, but it's so lovely to hear you. Next up, and I think perhaps the last reader for this hour is John Silver. John.
Margaret's going to read my poem because my glasses just broke. And,
Do you want my readers?
I don't know which glasses.
Do you want to try?
It's okay.
Sue's readers?
I'm going to try. It'll take more than 3 minutes, but I try.
Want to try? Take all the time.
This is a magnifying glass. It's much better for John. It says stand over here, John.
The ones that I had that broke,
I hold this and you see it.
Hold my card. Put this on the stand.
On the stand, can you see it?
One of the glasses that I have. Put it on
One
the
side.
Just push it. You don't have to hold it. Just stay there. If not, I don't do it. I gotta get a little closer to it.
You may have to speak up the mic too.
That's okay. Maybe closer.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That may work.
This is called Fallen Transport. Perching on steeples and spires, dark birds are singing. They fly too high to expect an ordinary perception. Intimate grief does not ruffle them. Portable morgues fill up quickly, rolling away quietly through slow traffic, a dirge of horns as they exit onto the highway, many moving onto the shoulder to rest, to recuperate. In the distance, we can see others pulling away from the curb. They must wait online. These refrigerated trucks leaving airports, graveyards, to be quickly filled again and again. As of so far, 717,000 more now. Again, the veiling mist, a black sky drags its constellations around. Okay. That's it.
Okay, Mindy, you're basically on here, but of course you just came in. Are you ready to read at the moment, or you need a few minutes to put yourself together? You want to wait? Okay, fine. We'll put you on the next hour then. All right. The last hour has been hosted by LEONG Co. You did a wonderful job. Please give him a big hand. All right. So you set your closing time to 5 o'clock. And interestingly enough, that's only 1 minute away from standard time, so soon to have caught up. So we're going to put on a couple open micers, so just give me a second. I'm going to go grab the open mic sheet and see what names we might find on there. So our 5 to 6 hour is supposed to be hosted by Nancy Mercado, who is not with us, but I had such a hectic morning I wasn't able to check my email this morning, so she may well have sent me an explanation. Nancy, of course, is...
I'll host it.
And that's all right. I got you, Moss, but thank you for the offer. I guess I'll have to step in here. So Nancy is one of the stalwarts and reliable people, so I'm sure there's a very good reason that she's not here, and I guess when I get home tonight, I'll likely find out the reason for that. So momentarily we'll bring up our 5 to 6 o'clock readers. Ron Price leading off for 5 o'clock. Are you with us, Ron? Oh yes, indeed you are. Ed Go is with us. Prince McNally. Prince, are you here? Prince, are you here? I haven't seen it. No, apparently not. Nicholas Powers? Yeah. You are here. Okay, I didn't see you come in. Madeline is here. Margaret Sirocco? Okay, good. All right, and Steve Bloom is also here in the house. So we have many more fine readers. That will definitely not exhaust the list of fine readers at 5 o'clock, believe you me. So just make yourself comfortable. There's a whole lot of poetry still to come. So we got 2 more names on our sign-up, so let me see here. Someone signed themselves up as Rhythm. I don't know who Rhythm was. Very generic name. Okay. Debbie Branch. Debbie Branch, you're still here. She is indeed. Okay, so we'll hear from Debbie Branch, and then we'll go on with our scheduled readers.
Time I gotta get back download. Hello, everybody. Good to see. My goodness, I met most of you in the summer. Summer was about 40 years ago. So I want to congratulate everybody that I met in the summer to making it to 2024. And this year is going to be really, really interesting. And since we're talking about seasons in summer, I will read a poem called Seasons of Love. Arrogance of love, you appear in my heart. Illusions of grandeur, kind as earth, soft as moon, dawns a new day. Unnecessary boundaries, next to the sun, its big light, seeing emptiness. Vast as an ocean, broad as a road, ride the great white horse. You'll hear a strain of music, cross a river, clouds will dance. Lancing in the distance, a warrior. A sword, all accommodating space. Desire. Discriminating awareness, perception. Spring. Green, all accomplished. Hot, oh summer. Consciousness, needing something. Autumn, blue, mirror lights, winter. Yes, over the seasons, I've grown to love all of you, even the most annoying.
Thank you, Debbie. All right, it is 5 p.m. Poets time. So if you're in the 5 to 6 hour, your time is coming. And if you're in a later hour, your time will come too. So just as a quick reminder on how things work, even though I know most of you know the drill, but just for the 1 or 2 of you who may not, it's 3 minutes, strictly enforced, as you saw with Ellen, who's one of the organizers of this event. She got flagged. If I went over, I would get flagged too. So yep, it's 3 minutes for everybody, whoever you are. And at about 10 seconds before 3 at 2:50 mark, that flag starts waving. You've got 10 seconds, so think very hard about rounding it up. And of course, 3 minutes on the dot, we get the sound effects and we drown you out. So that's pretty much it. Otherwise, for those 3 minutes, you can do any bloody thing you want. This is a celebration of community. And we keep it to 3 minutes for everybody because we want everybody to get up. We have over 150 people invited. You know, a few people can't make it because they're not feeling well or for whatever reason, but we'll still have close to 150 people. And we want to hear from everybody. And that's why we intersperse it open in there, because we really want to hear from everybody. So that's the basic drill here. This being the 27th alternative New Year's poetry and spoken word extravaganza, so give yourselves a hand for being here. We've been off for a few years, with the pandemic and gentrification and all that kind of stuff, but hopefully we will continue to be doing this. Poetry gods, be willing. Ron Price is your next reader, and he is the author, most recently, of A True Account of the Failure of Bodies to Adequately Burn. I definitely want to read that one. So, hands together for Ron Price.
Thanks. Happy New Year. I guess I'm not feeling too hopeful. This is called Death Measuring Buckets of Rain. All morning, sirens complement the sound of rain without pity, and on a side street, the lips of a homeless woman swell with litter left for a handout, and a runaway sits on the sidewalk at the corner of Broad and Locust, like ink on flimsy paper, his face pale with the knowledge of nothing, smiling at you. Too much silence composed, so much silence composed of traffic exhaust and flies. I have come here without answers to a land where the elders stand like bent, disinterested question marks. So perhaps it is merely the lines of meanness slid into their smiling faces. Or perhaps it is because finally everything crashes and goes under in the waters of what passes without end. Perhaps it's summer rain and the traffic a slow crawl. In the middle of my life, I found myself with nothing but words to witness a breakage I'm not fool enough to think I can control, though I lie down among the lost, helpless, and alone.
That was Ron Price. Keep those hands in motion for our next lucky contestant. Ed Go's writing has appeared in various journals, anthologies, and chapbooks, including deleted scenes from the autobiography of Ed Geo as told to Napoleon Ed. Boy, we got some very imaginative titles for sure. And he's making his way to the stage as we speak. Hands together for Ed Go.
Thank you. The Sorrowful Mysteries, a promo. Tonight, on Who Wants to Be the Messiah, Jesus Christ faces his final challenge. This charismatic 33-year-old carpenter from Galilee beat out all other would-be prophets in the early stages of competition. He made the best wine out of water, produced the most fishes and loaves, blew everyone away in the water walk, and who can forget the incredible resurrection of Lazarus, a feat no other competitor was able to accomplish. Competition out of the way, Jesus takes center stage for the final 5 challenges. On the first night, we watch him suffer unbelievable agony in the Garden of Gethsemane. So great is his distress, he actually begins to sweat blood, and it looks as if this young Nazarene is about to give up. But then he ends his prayer with what is certain to become the catchphrase of the television season, "Not what I will, but what thou wilt," qualifying him for the next challenge. After a night in jail, Jesus faces a brutal scourging, bound to the pillar, his back really torn up, flesh hanging, blood spewing in all directions. But Jesus takes it like a champ and passes with seeming ease to the next challenge, the crown of thorns. The whole crowd jeering and mocking him. The prickly crown is placed on his head, blood streams down his face, and the mindless rabble actually spits on him. Can he bear it much longer? A sly wink and a nod to the camera lets us know his eyes are still on the prize. And then last night, the carrying of the cross. His toughest challenge yet. Jesus falls not once, not twice, but 3 times. Not even the comforting appearance of his mother in the crowd or the adoring gesture of the lovely Veronica, who wipes blood and sweat from his face, seems to cheer him. And when Simon the Cyrenian carries the cross for a while, some question whether this should disqualify him, but is allowed by the judges when it's revealed that Simon's actions are compelled by the soldiers, presumably to preserve Jesus' strength for tonight. And now the final challenge, crucifixion. Jesus is to be nailed to the very cross he carried. If he falls short in this challenge, it's back to a life of obscurity for this young go-getter. But if he succeeds and dies on the cross, he'll be the savior of all mankind, stretching his 15 minutes of fame into at least 2 millenniums of superstardom and unprecedented product endorsement. Can he do it? Find out tonight on Who Wants to Be the Messiah?
And that was a go. Give him another hand. All right.
Who won? Somebody was talking over it. Who won? Somebody was talking over it. Who won?
Jesus.
Ah. Yeah, somebody was talking during the broadcast.
What?
No, somebody was talking during the broadcast.
You always have your last minute changes here, and we want to introduce everybody the appropriate way. So, Mindy Matasevic, excuse me, born, raised, and living in the Bronx. We all know her as Mindy in the Bronx. She writes poetry, memoir, and her stand-up comedy material. And here she is. Give her a big alternative hand.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry I was late. Okay. Hi. Sometimes I write from pressure instead of desire or pleasure. It might suck, what the fuck. Occasionally it's a treasure. Okay, bad marriage. He wanted more sex. I wanted more kindness. We were both gravely disappointed. This is called Living in Peace. A woman living alone can come out of a shower, sit, put one leg on another surface, receive the fan's breeze between her legs, not interpreted as an invitation, a tease, a flirt. She can just get some air on her coochie in peace. And I think I have a few seconds left to tell you, anyone who wants this as a gift or for yourself, I have a few with me. They're called my divorce t-shirts, and they are $20, unisex, and it says, Divorce, the new antidepressant.
That's Mindy Matasevic. Give her another hand, everyone. Okay, now as you may have already discerned, because we're poets and we're very observant, I'm not Nancy Mercado. However, The real Nancy Mercado has arrived, and we're going to give her a few minutes there to get herself together, because she just arrived here. And so she'll be taking over this hour shortly, but for just a moment, you'll just have to put up with me. So, I see a lot of folks in the back, so if you're comfortable in the back, just fine. We do have seats scattered about, so you can come closer if you want to. Sometimes we don't mind. But it's okay if you want to hang out at the back there. You're all looking pretty comfortable back there. Okay, so Prince McNally, I haven't seen Prince today. Not with us. Okay, perhaps later. Nicholas Powers. Welcome to the stage. If you're somebody who regularly reads The Independent, like I am, you read Nicholas's fine work every month, and now he's going to share with us.
Thank you so much. I need my reading glasses. I love this event. Ed, you're fire. And yes, divorce is a great antidepressant drug. I need that t-shirt. Alright, we're good.
I got a few.
Do you? How many divorces? Just one?
I got a few shirts.
Oh, okay. I thought you had divorces. Alright, it's just one at a time. Alright. New Year's Eve. Last night, humanity was a football game at halftime, doing the wave. Woo, as the planet spun beneath us. Cheers, confetti, kisses, thrown to unpredictable time. I shook a friend's head on the dance floor like a magic 8-ball. Yes, no, maybe tomorrow the wars will end. Maybe the silent black holes moving so far away will burp up their light, and all the dead will dance. Who knows? Happy New Year's, 2024. The lasers make us into silhouettes, grinding and licking sweat from necks, tasting nitroglycerin, the explosive hope in the heart. Maybe here, drunk, high, wild, the past can be past. Fireworks are flowers in the sky, dangerous bouquets. I hear the feral screams of strangers yearning for contact, for friction, for evidence that this is real and this is all we have. Dawn of New Year's Day in New York is hopeful, like the smell of a baby, new, fragile, soft feet. And we hold it, this temporary, holy anything. It's like walking on a blank page that's 365 days big. A page that breathes like skin. A new year. And then of course yesterday comes the text, the wars, the debts, the junk mail, the heart that you put in the medicine cabinet. The long time before now. It too comes in like a wave. Like a tide sucking us back. And you and I fight to be here, to be now, to be now. Thank you.
Nicholas Powers! All right, I'm going to introduce one more quote before I turn it over. Madeline Artenberg, who is one of the people who make this work. It's not just one person or one or two people. There's a whole team of people who work to put this on. And Marilyn's been here for 22 years. She's been working on this event, a long time there. So she's one of the integral people to make this happen. So give her a special warm welcome. Madeline Artenberg's work has been included in many publications such as Rattle. She was finalist in Mudfish 2020 contest and nominee as Best of the Net 2020 Poets Wear Prada. Hands in motion for Madeline Artenberg.
Bear with me. This is a makeshift. I'm having the new vaccine in a couple of days, so here we go. This is naming a hurricane, and this is blessed work. Epigraph. All Angels Church in Manhattan developed a sleeping bag project for the homeless. It's come my turn at the soup kitchen to make me a sleeping bag. Good thing my aunt taught me the 3 R's, and sewing and cooking too, though. These days I'm rootless, Lord. Like one of them thrown away Christmas trees cut off at the knees, blowing from corner to park. Sure's a long needle the menstruator lady's handed me. Already's got thread. There's cloth scraps on the long table. The lady's sewing at one end. I plunge the needle in at the other end. It springs out of my hand, starts putting down a long straight stitch with a top loop like the letter P. What's that for? Pour? Sure, I begs a little. I'm no thief, no tramp. The menstruator's telling us keep the stitches clean, the rows even. Be diligent. Guess that means finish before the snow come. I try again. Feels good to go deep into layers like the needle sprouting roots. Wherever I lays me down to sleep, I'll be bound to the ground. The lady stitches coming to meet mine. How large I want the sleeping bag opening? Better try it out. I lift one foot. Wings graze my face, go away. I can still hear the wind, still feel some of my toes. Thank you.
That is Tyler Goldberg. And our next reader is Nancy Mercado, who received the American Book Award for Lifetime Achievement. Now, is that impressive or what? I'll tell you, boy, we sure have some well-credentialed folks here. And for more information on Nancy's work, you can go to nancy-mercado.com. And then after Nancy reads, taking over as the host for the remainder of this 5 to 6 hour will be Nancy Mercado. So give her a warm welcome. Come on, we can do better than that.
Thank you. Sorry for my lateness. Late for medical reasons. But anyway, it's great to be here. Happy 2024. Hopefully this year, well, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. I'm kind of scared to, you know, for the year to keep going, because who knows politically, and I don't even want to get into it. But anyway, so I wrote this piece. It's called Incantation for a New Year. May our earth and animal companions somehow regenerate and heal from the bombardment humanity has inflicted on them. May our children forgive us for the horrors of war we have released upon them. May 2024 be the year of love, justice, enlightenment, and peace. Thank you. Okay. This is my hour to host, and the first reader I'm asking to come up to bless us here at the mic is Margaret Sarako, a storyteller at the intersection of poetry, fiction, and memoir. Margaret's books include Even the Dog Was Quiet and If There Were No Wind. Welcome, Margaret.
Invocation. My bulky blue heart hangs in my chest. I shudder, then shutter the windows, burrow beneath the knitted Afghan, my anguish bounded for now by these living room walls. Set me free. Let the birds carry my body above the salted sea, invite me to soar, then dive like an osprey, looking for dinner, cutting the water, swimming in warmth, bathing my after-image away. Risk. I told the guy who answered the phone all those years ago, we were 30 minutes outside Denver, needed a place to stay for the night, maybe longer. The rest area payphones were cleaner than the ones back east. There was no scent of urine, and the plastic booth wasn't scratched with someone's initials and lopsided hearts of misbegotten lovers. I wiped the mouthpiece with a tissue. Even though it smelled like cleanser, I preferred the earthy odor of people's germs. The guy that answered the phone was a friend of a friend. I called him John. He said his name was Radar with a New York accent. John was his roommate. Yeah, he said, come by. You can sleep in the basement. I didn't mention the dog and hung up the phone. Katie and I stood by my 77 brown Chevette, deciding if we should do this or not. Two 20-year-olds driving for 24 hours, calling strangers from the road. Why were we here? Even the dog was quiet. And the last one is hello. My friend tells me I should write about the future, but all I've got is when I look at you opening the burgundy curtain in the window with the freshly painted gray walls and how beautiful you look lighting up the space. The room with the sun coming in was so dark a minute before. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next performer, reader, poet is Steve Bloom. New York City poet, composer, activist, curator of the Poetry Protest and Struggle video series. Welcome, Steve.
I wrote this 15 years ago, almost exactly. Could have been written yesterday. It's called New Year, Gaza, 2008-2009. Call out the names of the dead so that we may mourn. Call out the names of the dead. Call out the names of their killers so that we may rage as we mourn. Call out the names of their killers. Call out the names of those who march in protest so that we may give thanks as we rage and mourn. Call out the names of those who march in protest. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine, so that we may hope as we give thanks, rage, and mourn. Call out the names peace, justice, freedom, Palestine. And when the time has come to call out the names of all those who remain silent when we are calling out these names, let us pray that yours will not be among them. This is my contribution to our symposium of New York City poems this evening. It's called Candles and Lists and Rats. It was the day I started wishing that candles had 3 ends, when I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to look at the list of all the lists I had to remember to look at. And all the singers in my car seemed to yearn for their return to Texas or the Blue Ridge, where they probably didn't really come from. So I asked myself why the hell they keep on moving to Nashville. And then I heard the news. 9 rats for every human being in New York City. Which made me wonder, how do they count all the rats who walk around this city on 2 legs?
The next poet is Fareed. Guitar's him. Fareed. Okay. Sherry McHenry. Is Sherry McHenry here? Natalie Rogers. No. Okay, Sheila Maldonado. I know she's here. Hey, Sheila. is the author of One Bedroom Solo, and That's What You Get. Welcome, Sheila Maldonado.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, everybody. I just got to chew my gum. Damn. All right. Okay. I'm gonna read a little collage thing and then a mashup. Well, the mashup and then my own thing. Pardon me. So it's a mashup of Pedro Pietri and Allen Ginsberg that I did one hazy night. So this is Obituary Howl. Assistant lavaplatos waving genitals and manuscripts. The first fix on the block demanding instantaneous lobotomy. They saw their names listed in the telephone directory of destruction or were run down by the drunken taxicabs of absolute reality, confined to worm supremacy in Long Island Cemetery, who disappeared into the volcanoes of Mexico, is a long non-profit ride from Spanish Harlem to Bellevue to Museum to the Brooklyn Bridge, from the nervous breakdown streets, under the tubercular sky, surrounded by orange crates of theology. The madman bum, an angel beaten time, died waiting for a $5 raise. The mustard gas of sinister, intelligent editors that misspelled, mispronounced, and misunderstood their names to create the syntax and measure of poor human prose, stealing broken windows from each other. Now you're in the total animal soup of time, the groovy hereafter. The Protestant collection box was talking so loud and proud about jumping with sensation of pater omnipotens, eterna deus. Rise table, deaf is not dumb and disabled. Eli, Eli, lama, lama, sabachthani. Learn how to say, como está usted? Be fucked in the ass by saintly motorcyclists where the wind is a stranger. In the yellow morning after the first mental snowstorm, where stanzas of gibberish on the summer of their senses, returning years later, truly bald to the definition of the sun. This is new jury duty. I'm in downtown institutions this week, the court and the school, not the jail, not the hospital, close to those. They've been great days, favorite days to trot, to lay, to wander, like walking around inside my sad city brain. Not so sad when you're walking, moving, having to get up and get going, whether you like it or not. I mainly daydream of what I don't like to admit, the city lovers who have left, who will leave me in this sad, endless place. I'm the last one they love before they leave the city, the place you say you can't leave but do, the place you dream of returning to. I fall into buildings like holes, negotiate them, gray-haired and stank-eyed, rolling and sleepy. I'm a person, not amused. I'm a person unamused, entertaining the thought of a great bridge in the water below. I won't disappear like you all do, like you all did. Why do I insist on being here? Because I've gotten this far, because I've survived the spitting out, because where they say I'm from isn't there, because I'm from here. My answer to rapture, both ecstasy and disappearance, to remain, there's nowhere to go.
All right, I believe Natalie Rogers is here. No. Would you come up? We had called you before to read and missed you, so we'd love to hear from you. Thank you. Thank you.
Happy New Year. On the other side of the hill, when a beautiful woman sees freshness fading, as shadows hover over her glow, softness spreading to unwelcome places, a name forgotten, a thought misplaced, perhaps two, one after the other, Eventually, you might suspect that she unknowingly has moved and now lives on the other side of over the hill. The old side, the slow side, where canes and walkers rest in closets that held rackets, skates, and skis. What can she do to stifle the screams? No, I didn't think. Me? I never dreamed. So unfair and uncalled for. How dare my sparkle leave without a note or apology at least? My youngness gone? Suddenly, shockingly, like a sudden squall out of the blue that levels a town? Or a train just missed. You can barely see the outline in the distance. You can barely see the old girl. My youngness gone? You are excused from youngness. Oh, no. Not exactly excused. Excused is like the day you had your period, and the teacher then excused you from the gym. Just a temporary timeout. Look in the mirror, lady. You are not excused. You are exempt. No such thing as temporary wrinkles. No transient aches or passing stiffness. You are exempt. Exempt from previous obsessions, passions, and desires. Exempt from madness, ecstasy, and excess. Exempt from being oogled in a short skirt. From sidelong glances someone's husband sent your way. And ma'am? They call you ma'am? When did it happen that young lady had morphed into ma'am? A man you in storage in the archives? Living memorabilia. Now mature and sensible and wise. Out of step. Is this the end of fun? Hey, people you went to school without dying. They think you look great. They bless each day they are alive. I'm almost done. They bless each day they are alive. You found a small brown spot on your wrist and you complain. C'est la vie.
They do the same thing to me. That's why I get on with
I have the pleasure of bringing up one of the people that, one of my favorite people. That's saying a lot because I'm usually don't really like human beings, but anyway, adult human beings. Children are okay and animals. And yours. Adult human beings, but Ricky Carrigue is a great person. And I'm calling you up, Rick. Hello.
Ricky.
Rick. No, one of a handful.
Oh, so there's more. Okay.
Yeah, there's only a few.
But I was worried.
Only a few. Betty was one. Some of them are gone.
Even though they're
Rick. This is why I love him, you know. Huh? Oh yeah, well, Rick is studio media and Chinese calligraphy at Whitman College, former session coordinator for audio engineer at Chesky Records, worked at American Society of Composers, authors and publishers, AS CAP.
Did you ever break your own heart? Putting it down in your heart. Did you ever tear up and choke on the truth you forgot you wrote? She's gone, I'm more alone. Christmas Eve, I'm on my knees. She stalls on the telephone. Once upon a time, visions of two dogs danced in his head. Saturated royal blue and vermilion lipstick red. Two should do, but four score. Two should do, but four is more. Did you ever break your own heart? Putting it down, down, up. Did you ever dig up and choke on the truth? Forgot that you wrote. Are you still taking pills? Trying to steal what can't be killed? For folks like us, there's no hole to fill. There's only one and we're dead. They say I got brains, but life is strange. The tiny got lost in space. Recovery once upon a time, a state of mind we tried. Did you ever break your own heart? Putting it down, down in your arms. Did you ever tear up and choke on the truth you forgot that you wrote? Thank you.
Another exceptional person coming up to the mic, my good friend Puma Pearl. Puma is a poet, writer, producer, and performer with the 5 solo collections in print. She plays regularly with her band Puma Pearl and Friends. Welcome, Puma.
Thank you so much, everybody, and a beautiful set. I assume that must be Supolo. Anyway, cold pizza and whiskey. We did our last show of the year. People took home the wrong guitars, left earrings and scarves behind, but the cold pizza and whiskey tasted just fine, and everything lost was found. Christmas Day passed. I never get presents on Christmas. I receive them all year round. And I already have most of what I want and everything that I need. I just don't know where some of it is. New Year's Day will start off with poems, although it's not the same without a bar. I miss the Barry Poetry Club. I miss Brent Lyon. I miss my old black Maxima. I miss falling on the floor and jumping right up. I miss ripped stockings and bloody stages. I miss Diva and my favorite bodega guy and the East River Park and cherry blossoms I used to see from my window in the morning. I don't miss drugs. I don't miss hangovers. I don't miss meetings. I don't miss working in a hospital. I don't miss people who have chosen to leave or whom I have left, although I wish no harm. Midnight will come wherever we are, junkyard babies and debutantes, bad boys in tuxedos, good men in ripped jeans. The year passes and touches us all or punches us, or chokes us, or kisses us. But the only thing for sure is that it passes. The rest of the week, oh, thank you. The rest of the week. Today is Friday, 2 days before the year ends. Walking with a dog, 2 pit bulls come up on her. They're friendly, I'm assured, as my dog panics, and images of other animals hurt by friendly dogs flood my mind, drowning us on Madison Street. Today is Saturday. A girl tear-assing out of Trader Joe's slams into me, hard. A worker tries to chase her, but he gives up quickly, out of breath and sweating. She races up Clinton Street, cradling her steaks. My New Year's wish is to live through just one day, just one single fucking day without a what the fuck. Today is Sunday, the last morning of 2023. I play ball outside with a dog uneventfully, which is sometimes as good as it gets. Tonight there will be New Year's Eve feasts and parties and lots of social media posts, and we all roll into another year.
Thank you, Puma. Our next reader is also a great poet. Jacqueline Johnson is a multi-disciplined artist, creating in both poetry, fiction, and fiber arts. She is the author of A Woman's Season and A Gathering of Mother Tongues. Welcome, Jacqueline.
Hi, everyone. I just want to thank Nancy and Peter for accommodating me at the 11th hour. Otherwise, I would not be here. Prayer for a new time. The monks chanted peace over and over again. Minutes, days, years, decades went by, and the winnowing chimes from one life to the next. They chanted up to the cosmos, and from one form to another, from one name to another. In this time of old wounds being reopened, as cousins and tribes killed each other, from Gaza to Ukraine, what do we owe each other? To allow the wisdom that is all around us and within each of us to be our most devout and agile guide, whether we reside in a body or a different form, to ransom peace for peace. When will we see the true death of the colonial era? The pandemic revealed the strength of the African continent to prevail and emerge with the lowest number of COVID cases. As a new generation takes power, may they destroy last vestiges of the French and colonial residue from Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, Senegal, and all over Africa. What do we owe the earth? Our deepest and highest respect. As seasons change and collide, and water becomes more and more sacred, how do we remember what our ancestors knew? We are the earth's stewards. From one life to the next, this planet is our most loyal host. We are the burning for those yet to be born. Who are the real owners of the new time? Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline, is Dangerous Diane Spotterick here? Yes. Okay, you're next, Diane.
Seasons of grief. Summer. In my childhood home, I see my mother everywhere. In her handwriting on mason jars, in the curtains she sewed, even in a safety pin fastened to the mattress on my bed. My father sits in the living room in a frayed chair and prays with a rosary in one hand and a photo of my mother in the other. Wet tissues pile around on his feet where he has dropped them. Autumn. At summer's end, thousands of migrating monarchs from Point Pelee National Park rest in our maple trees. They open and close their wings, together and apart, like an orchestra tuning up before a performance. Together they lift off from the branches and continue their path to Mexico. We rake the dead leaves, toss them in a wheelbarrow, and dump them into the fire pit at the lake's edge. At sunset, we sit in silence in the Adirondack chairs my father made and watch the fire embers die out. Winter. Ice crunches under our boots on the frozen lake. We walk some meters out and build a fire on the ice. We drink mulled wine, and my father tells me the story I never tire of hearing about the time he was ice fishing and saw a black 1950 sedan sink below the ice. Back inside the cottage, I built a fire in the red brick fireplace my father built and searched for a movie without sex, without death, and not too happy. Spring, time to till the garden. Inside the shed my father built, I smell him. Oil and grease, gasoline, grime, and a hint of lavender from dried sprigs hung at summer's end. Spiders build their webs between 2x4s, and a hoary brown bat hangs on a 4-inch rusty nail. It spreads its bony wings, circles around the hanging ropes and greasy cords, and flies out the door, leaving me with my grief.
Thank you, Diane. Our next reader is Chris Iconocide.
Yeah.
Chris is the author of Notes from the Explorer Library, recipient of the 2019 Acker Award, founding member of the band's Iconocide. I don't know if I'm saying that. And Chaos Matters. Yes, it does.
Yeah, Chris?
This is an excerpt from my latest book, so I gotta set it up. True story. My father was kicked out of the mafia for raping one of his cousins when he was 14. But he got a mafia lawyer, disowned us legally and financially, and still lived at home so he could abuse all of us whenever he wanted. Got it? Okay. Dateline, Bushwick, 1983. When my mother could no longer support us and pay the rent and bills on her meager allowance, and the 6 months of emergency food stamps she had been granted ran out, it was necessary to return to work, where she remained an underpaid executive secretary until our father died in 1996. Before he left, we kicked him out, going without food was such a regular occurrence that being sent to bed without dinner hardly qualified as a punishment. All it meant was being withdrawn from the line of fire. On the 3rd floor of a local 5-story walk-up, which now houses luxury apartments ready to welcome the next wave of invading transplants, there was a free summer meals program my mother had heard about, and rather than watch us disconsolate and hungry, she sent us over to see what was to be had. When the 3 of us entered that doorway, we were the only non-black people in that large, cluttered, crowded room. Murderous glares and pitched murmurs confirmed what I had already known. We, as white people, had created this situation. And so justice would be far better served by letting us starve. My brother, who believed making the best of it meant he deserved only the best of any and everything at all times, was the first to approach. My sister followed. I brought up the rear, silently holding out my hand and averting my eyes, knowing we did not deserve a single thing that we be given. The apple was small, overripe, and had a wormhole, and the luncheon meat in the preferred sandwich had an inexplicable dollop of fat, smack dab in its center. I knew it was a crime that we had been given anything at all. My brother was ready to complain. My sister looked relieved to be out of there. I knew it was wise to hold my tongue. A week or so later, my mother sent us to the same place again to get a meal and stave off the hunger she herself was unable to prevent. I waited until my brother and sister had already received their undue charity, and then I went in, endured that hateful silence for perhaps 30 seconds, turned around and left empty-handed. Last paragraph. On my third and final visit, I entered the building several minutes after them, having followed only at the urging of my mother, ascended the stairs to the 5th floor without stopping, looked out the window for a few minutes, and then went home. I never told my mother, and I never complained. Happy New Year!
What's my book of yours? True story.
Alrighty, now we have the pleasure of introducing Prince McNally. He was called earlier, but he's here now. Prince is a writer, philosopher, poet, activist, spoken word artist, workshop facilitator, and forward thinker. Welcome, Prince.
Good evening. Happy New Year. I got about 2 or 3 portraits. As he beats her, he openly proclaims his undying love as angry fists flail. He imagines himself an artist, painting a masterpiece, a portrait of black and blue bruises violently brushed upon the soft, blank canvas of her face. If only she could have seen beyond the blue horizon of his smile. If only she could have seen the murky gray colors of a storm brewing in his soul. As he beats her, he openly proclaims his undying love. He weeps while loving her to death. Something beautiful from Maya Angelou. As a child, she was but one of countless victims preyed upon, where she has been mentally, physically, and sexually abused. And though deeply tortured and scarred, she was never broken. She was so determined to win, to overcome her demons, to utterly be triumphant in spite of them. So she became a poet. Placing pen to paper, she proceeded to pour her entire soul into the mouth of a poem, turning the ugliness of her pain inside out, making it something beautiful. Thank you.
I don't see Mirna Nieves here, and I do not see Sandra Garcia Ventacruz here. Two good friends. Our next reader is John S. Hall. John
posts 5 new poems a day on social media, 7 on weekend days, and releases monthly books of each month's poems. He lives in New York City.
This is from yesterday, poem number 2088, Their Relationship. He said to her, our relationship is the closest I have ever come to being in a homosexual relationship. She said to him, are you going to talk or are you going to suck my dick? Poem number 2089, Muzzle. I was sitting on a bench looking at the gulls flying, and this dick of a dog gave me a fuck you stare that said, if this muzzle wasn't on me, I would bite your fucking face off. And I just looked away as the dog went past. And then the dog turned around and gave me a look that said, your face in my fucking mouth, motherfucker. I will bite your fucking face off. Later, as I was walking home, I saw the dog about 40 feet away, looking up at the one with the leash saying, come on, take my muzzle off. I'm not going to bite anyone's face off. You can trust me. Why would I even do that? But the dog was not trusted, and the muzzle stayed on. And that may be the only reason I still have my fucking face. Poem number 1 from this year. Here we are in 2024. Does it feel a little cramped? The year is as of yet young and small, not like that decrepit old year of yesterday. That fat, bloated bastard was more than 350 days old by the time all was said and done with it. I do not miss it. I am not looking back. I am looking forward, not without some trepidation, but looking forward, onward and upward. The long, slow march up the asshole of time. The deeper in you go, the more it stinks. But there will also be a most fragrant and pleasurable and beautiful garden to explore in 2024. Poem number 2, the first question. And the first question I have for 2024 is, am I gonna have I Wanna Be Sedated going through my fucking head this whole fucking year? And poem number 5, last one I will do, Goofball. They wanted to be a goofball. That is not to say that they wanted to be a combination of barbiturates and amphetamines shot in someone's arm, or of heroin and meth shot into someone's arm. Not at all. That is not what they wanted. They wanted to be a goofball, just joking around and saying silly things of very little consequence. They were tired of consequence. There was so much fucking consequence. They had had it up to their genitals in consequence. So they set aside consequence for the rest of the day and endeavored to be a goofball, at least until sundown. Arigato.
Thank you so much. That is it for me. I really appreciate being here. Thank you so much to the organizers for including me. I really appreciate it. That's not a given, you know, and I just want to say thank you and thank everyone for coming out. We got to make sure that this continues to be a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Another hand for Nancy Mercado. We just took us to the last hour. All right, our next hour is going to be hosted, well, would have been hosted by Obsidian, who's one of our regular, and I always say to Obsidian, we can't have New Year's without him. But somehow we're going to have New Year's without him because he isn't feeling well. So there's something going around. There's quite a few people who couldn't make it today because they're not feeling well. So I guess that means I'm stepping in again for the 6 o'clock hour. So you're set your boat, your watch to 6 o'clock. And gee, that's only 1 minute off standard time. So we were really, we've never been on time to this degree before. At 7 o'clock, Lydia Cortez will take over. At 8 o'clock, Robert Gibbons was scheduled to be our host, but he fortunately is well, but he's staying over in Georgia. He's enjoying his mom's 80th birthday party. So that's a really good excuse for not making it back to New York. And as per tradition, let's oh, the mount is not working here already. Zora Litsky will host us for the last hour here. But we've got one person for the open mic. Give me just a second. We'll run over and get them in. So let me take a bit of attendance. So momentarily, leading off our 6 o'clock hour, will in fact be Lydia Cortez, followed by Don Yordi. Are you among us, Don? Okay, there you are, right blood in front of me. Oh, Ron Bass. And there you go. Good to see you, Ron. Dorothy Cantwell, I know, is here. And Davidson Garrett. There he is over there. Good to see you there. And full mall, Marie Kelly Nolan. There you are there. Okay, so looks like, and you know, there'll be more folks. That is not going to be it for that hour. So if you're scheduled for 6 to 7, your time is coming. So first off, we're going to do one more open micer. So Lehman Weisselbaum, sorry. You do this enough, long enough days, the brain starts shorting out here. So, all right, hands together for Lehman.
Thank you. Crew, my man and your boat, all night long, working together, smooth pull on an easy sea, a loving grip leaves no bruises. An entreaty, or an entreaty, come away with me, it won't be far, by bus, on foot, or subway car. More than likely, not a ship, over a hill or height, past bay and slip. To a public room, inside we'll tuck, for a cup of joe, by bean or buck. A nick off the clock, a shred from the heart, a nod, nay a shrug, will be all of the art. And the ticket. White spaces and traffic as usual. Then she pulls the gate and the garden is open. It's not like he was looking, he's thinking. If it's that easy getting in, it ain't no sin. Paradise found and irony lost amid the immortalizing orchids. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lehman. And now for the scheduled poets in the 6 to 7 p.m. hour. Yes, your time is coming. And just to remember the ground rules for the 1 or 2 people who don't already know the drill. It's 3 minutes. In fact, if you're on the open, it's 3 minutes. If you're a scheduled reader, it's 3 minutes. 2 hours after 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that flag starts waving. You've got 10 seconds to go. And at the 3-minute mark, the sound effects go on.
You realize you said that?
And then your time has expired. And that's the problem with 3 minutes. It's just not a bloody long amount of time. It goes really fast. So I know that. But how could we get 150 readers on if we weren't really strict about it? So you all are just going to have to live with it. All right. Lydia Cortez, one of the people who make this event happen every year. So the whole staff of people, a lot of people do a lot of work behind the scenes. Lydia is integral to this. She MCs for us every year. She helps curate the lineup, does a lot of little things there. So give her a special hand in a moment when I finish introducing her. Lydia Cortez is the author of 2 collections of poetry, Lust for Lust and Whose Place. She also was awarded residencies at MacDowell and Virginia Center for the Creative Arts. So a warm alternative New Year's welcome for Lydia Cortez.
Thank you. Pete, you really have gone above and beyond this evening, taking over for a lot of people who aren't here, so congratulations and thank you. A hand. What winter does with the cherry trees, after Pablo Neruda and Louise Alexander Erskine, a cautionary tale, a cautionary tale.
Moving ahead in this life, there is this something that is part of the adventure of searching for the unexpected story that always becomes the I, despite the desire for him. Am I fooling anyone with this sad tale, thinking about this one gorgeous tragedy and who will play the part when he's gone? Walking along the road, I felt nothing except the want that held sway in me to obliterate the now of him. Does he have any idea why, what with all the others in the world, it's him I obsess about? What kind of abracadabra can spring me out of this prison? Does that magic juju exist, with the outcome being the end of him? Once the cherry in my Manhattan, once the star through the trees. Between the lonely path and the still river, there comes from the beyond a slim calming of the madness and the chaos, but there persists a flame of resistance that is clearly his sign, reaching out to imprint his soul as souvenir forever, as if he were still alive to me, when now he's just a frozen beauty. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Give a hand for Lydia Cortez. And keep those hands in motion. Don Yorty is the author of 3 poetry collections and a novel. He blogs at donyorty.com. And here he is now.
Thank you, Pete, for inviting me. Okay. This poem is for John Keats. I think that I'm a candle whose flame stays round the wick, whether set in one place or carried, never wavering an inch from where I've always been. I hold out my hand like you did. When I'm happy and look at it, it's not the same I see sadly, desiring, or when I'm tired. It changes with my feelings, which usually I don't notice, like light and shadow pass over the day, revealing as the morning sun, obscured by clouds or tears. When you vanished, did all vanish? With a change of heart, I changed the world. You know, it would be a better poetry reading if people shut the fuck up when people are up here reading. It's kind of rude.
Is that a poem?
Sonnet 92. To be understood, words are objective, yet we understand them subjectively. When Willa Cather writes, "The long main street began at the church. The town seemed to flow from it like a stream from a spring," the prose forms naturally from the simile. Do you feel it as I do when I read that words not only are but also live? From church to street to town to spring, as if the stream itself were writing the sentence. Cather is here with me in the present, bringing from the past continuous gifts, words that are as real as the broken fence we built with Dad to keep the horses in. At the grave of Walt Whitman, I was in Philadelphia and crossed the bridge to Camden. I'm satisfied, I said. There's grass growing here, and I no longer care what anyone might think of me, or what the future holds, or when and if comes money. I heard you speak. You are not dead. Nor have I lived more than I lived when you first spoke. I kneel down in the grass, slide out some blades to chew. I've read you, know your caress, and see out in the void your hand still is, trembling from my touch. Well, Whitman, you're the spit green along my lips. Help me to trust in it. Orgies I've attended never got anywhere. A room full of fucking still boils down to pairs. Happy New Year's.
One more time, a hand for Don Yorty. Today it should be necessary for someone to ask for quiet. We all want to be heard, so let's hear everybody else. That's a very standard thing. We're poets, we all know that, or should know that. All right. Our next reader is Ron Bass, who has waived his right to a bio, but what I can tell you, he's a poet, he's a writer, he's a ukulele player, and he knows his way around history a little bit. In fact, our last conversation in Tompkins Square Park came up with Fernand Braudel, the French historian, who I just finished reading volume 3 of his great work there. So give it up for Ron Bass.
Burn, baby, burn. At the dopest hour of the most whack day, a ghostly freighter cruised into the bay. An amplified voice howls over the waves. I'm the sublimest of the sublime knaves. Watch the knob hillbillies down on their knees, doing whatever it might take to please. Up on Quake Tower while looking quite bored, tourists throw stones at the angelic horde. It's St. Jim Jones versus St. Harvey Milk, one draped in satin, the other in silk. Down in the Castro, the boys in the van try hard to bury their heads in the sand. At midnight, the shade of Lafcadio O'Hearn yells out at the techies, now burn, baby, burn. The ministry of revolving dreams. Spread the lightning on thick as if to spare no effort to recall the night we danced our way from Calais to the outskirts of Berlin. No tariffs can ever stop faint drifts of thought from landing on our phaeton. According to very well-placed sources in the Ministry of Evolving Dreams, tyros are placed in positions of faux subterfuge by legal teams compelled to act as... let's try that again. According to very well-placed sources in the Ministry of Evolving Dreams, our brief is being reviewed by tyros placed in positions of faux subterfuge by legal teams compelled to act as fronts for crypto legends now down on their luck and hoping to recover in due time. Displacing the blame can cause constant sadness, while fleeing the scene will surely bring gladness. Satan, shine my shoes. Satan, shine my shoes, Satan, shine my shoes, Satan, shine my shoes. I know you have the blues, it's time to pay your dues. Step off the beaten path, step off the beaten path, step off the beaten path, or you'll feel the wrath. Sit down and do the math. Stranded on this star, stranded on this star, stranded on this star, searching near and far to find out where you are. Baby, let's trade minds, baby, let's trade minds, baby, let's trade minds. Time to raise the blinds as the night unwinds. Satan, shine my shoes, Satan, shine my shoes, Satan, shine my shoes. I know you have the blues, it's time to pay your dues. Thank you.
All right, one more hand for Ron Bass. We're going to have to add a harmonica player to his list of talents there. All right, keep those hands in motion because, yes, we're not nearly done. There are plenty more poets and writers still to come. And up next, Dorothy Cantwell lives in New York City, has worked as an educator, actor, and playwright. She writes poetry and short fiction, and she's here to read for us. Give her a big hand.
Thank you. Happy New Year, is that the right thing to say? It is a new year, so let's hope. Let's hope it is. I've been thinking about babies. I've been thinking about young babies being born into this world of a cycle of spiral of violence and what that means to them. And so this is a poem I wrote for a baby, for an infant, called Prayer for a Baptism. Today, I recreate you in forgetfulness. Stay as you are in the pure, untethered state as you opened your eyes to the first moment of the world as loving hands lifted you from the carnage of your own rupturing birth, your unalterable ancestry, and into the light. Forget the pain and the screams and all that came before, still entwined in the strands of your DNA, the cycle of our sins, shame, and rage, our common blood-soaked ancestry, the hideous history of the world, our collective legacy, all villains, all victims, all enraged, all disgraced by the stories we carry, the grudges, the guilt we bear, festering like wounds from birth to death and passed on through generations. Be new in the world. Expect only love. Be new in the world. Break the cycle. Forget all horror and shame. It is not yours. Be new in the world. Forgive it all. Forget it all like a bad dream and feel, dwell in, linger this sweet, luminous moment before the voices begin to wail and rave, spinning stories of outrage and pain, hatred and guilt, before bitterness poisons and corrupts your sacred hope, your tender heart. Resolve to forgive again and again, if only to bring you back to this place of purity. Forgive the monsters within and the monsters without. Be new in this world. Expect only love.
Thank you. Ms. Brooklyn Cantwell, give her another hand. And up next, ready to go, I saw him over there on the side of my eyes, David Garrettson. I'm sorry, Davidson Garrett, excuse me. She's been doing this for too long now, my brain is shorting out here. Davidson Garrett is a poet and actor. He's the author of the poetry collection King Lear of the Taxi and arias of a rhapsodic spirit. And here he is now.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much to the organizers. Last winter, the Morgan Library had a fantastic exhibition about a writer who lived almost 3,000 years ago, around 3000 BCE. I would say, myself included, and the general public had really never heard of her, mostly historians, and I've written a villanelle about her. There are two names that I mentioned, Nana, who is the god of the moon, and Inanna, who is the goddess of love. Homage to the spirit of Inhedwana. Inhedwana, at last, late blooming fame, from your stent as priestess in ancient first poet to write poems and sign your name. Assyriologists dispute the claim, as nitpicking scholars also demur. In Hedwana, they mute your late blooming fame. 4 millennia passed since your bright flame of life snuffed. Now, new research points you're the first poet to write poems and sign your name. In former Sumer, excavators proclaimed Akkadian artifact digs concur. Inhedwana deserves this late blooming fame. Out of raw earth, fragmented stone text, frame your Sumerian words for eternity. Inhedwana, first poet to sign your name. All your praise to Nana, not prayed in vain, or goddess Inanna, exalting her. Inhedwana, at last, late blooming fame, for the first poet to write poems and sign your name. Thank you.
It's most interesting, and there's nothing wrong with history and poetry together. That was Davidson Garrett. That means give him another hand. So in mere moments from now, Maureen Kelly Nolan will be stepping to the stage here, but let's take a bit of a roll call to see who might be on the premises. Neil Silverblatt, are you with us? Oh, okay. Gee, I was really looking forward. You know, Neil runs the Voices of Poetry Facebook group page, which has tons of people on it. He is so prolific. I have never met him in person. I was looking forward to meeting him in person. Maybe he will pop up later. Jacqueline Herons Brooks. Jacqueline, are you among us? Apparently not. Judith Escalona. Oh boy, none of the same folks. Mariposa Fernandez? Mariposa. Well, I didn't see her, and I see for good reason. Jose Angel Figueroa. Boy, that's 5 in a row. Nicholas Linares. Oh boy. Okay, Thad Rakowski, Randy Hoffman, Bill Evans, Joanna Sitt, and Don Fuchs. You're all on the premises there. I know I saw Don. So there he is there. Good to see you, Don. Hello, Randy. Okay, well, I guess we're going to be skipping ahead there. I guess we're going to get through this hour really fast, it looks like. We might even be ahead of time. Maybe even take a break. This like never happens there. All right, Maureen Kelly Nolan, also known as Paul Maw, is in the house. Easy busy.
It takes twice the time to recover from jail. I'm trying to be patient, trying to be nice to myself, avoid, can't avoid the avoid. Duck and cover, wham, bam. You know the kind I'm dealing with here. Keep your words clear and your intentions strongly pricked. Spine straight, hold your head up, hold on for the ride. I wasn't in actual jail, an outcast. I maintained my human dignity. Disbelief and condemnation combined with finger pointing showed a different verse. What's she doing? What does she want? Whatever, she's not crazy. Not that I'm not. Well, thank you, I'll have another. No, I don't drink the poison. I am sick. My primary regard. I don't party. I integrated my introvert long ago. I know you missed it. I neglected to put on a show. I'm an introvert, don't you get that? Don't yell at me off stage. Misunderstood. My friends are all narcissists at play. I love them no matter what. Spiritual beings, human incarnations, that's what I say. We all need friends to live and to love, to merely coexist with lessened pain. So I'm maintained. Then Facebook came, but the person I was helping suddenly blocked me all the same. Years and years ago, I still have the hurt remains. I never learned my lesson. Maybe remain patient as I painfully learn the game. My love becomes infuriating, confusing, or downright, why is she smothering me like that? What do people want? To be loved or not to be loved? Confusing signals. You couldn't even accept love from that creepy chap. I even loved you, scary, love-addicted empaths. From a distance, hells yeah, I feel their wrath. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I saw someone hotter than you. That's nice. What's for supper? She was totally hotter than you in every single way. She performed, more talented. Did you fuck her? No. Did you get her number? No. What exactly do you want me to say? I'll make dinner. Sit down. You've had a hard day. Mo, do you mind if I go meet my friend today? You don't know her name. She promised. She said her lover was aware. Oh, don't want to make him jealous, but me? Who cares? So, see, I knew you'd be jealous. Okay, I'm exhausted now. Everybody, envy's not my game. I guess I'll see my friend someday. Someday, I shall learn to fly. And when that day arrives, this pettiness of pre-no contact confusion will hopefully become a vague memory, colored and long ago gray. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, that was Maureen Kelly Nolan, a.k.a. Paul Maw. And we'll keep those hands in motion for another person who helps makes this event happen. He always helps us out with curating and things of that behind the scenes, without which this event just wouldn't happen. Thaddeus Rakowski is the author of 8 books, most recently St. Colors, a novel and short fictions. He teaches at Medgar Evers College and Columbia University and received a fellowship from the New York Foundation for the Arts. Here he is now, Thad.
Nice to see everyone here, and glad to hear all of you read. This is called Praying to the Gods. Namaste. I say reverently to the elders, and they say namaste back. They say it even more piously than I do, because they've been saying it for a long time. Since this is a greeting and we are in a temple, the elders and I don't waste time on small talk. There are more important things to do, like praying to each God individually, and this takes time. We're addressing more than one God here, and each God is different, with his or her own personality. I want my prayers to be heard, and I want to make sure I know who I'm praying to. Communicating with multiple deities takes some moving around, so I take care to find the proper location. I don't want to get in anyone's way, but as it turns out, on this day, I can do all of my meditating in one spot. All I have to do is take my place on the men's side of the temple. I wouldn't venture to think what would happen if I didn't. All of those individual gods might become disturbed, and they might do something temple-shattering, something unholy, to punish my irreverence, so I don't complain about the seating arrangement, at least not on this Tuesday or Sunday. I take my seat, but I don't really sit. I fold my legs into a lotus, put my palms together, and incline my head slightly. I don't want to appear graceless or worse, herky-jerky. That might anger Krishna himself, and I might find myself suddenly punished, splashing with bare keister in the river Yamuna and not praying in the temple at all. So I say namaste, quietly, splitting it into na and ma, as if to acknowledge nothing is mine. I say it to pay tribute to the inner light in all living things, the unity of heaven and earth, the duality of spirit and mind, the marriage of the solar bull and the lunar cow, the coexistence of sexuality and anxiety, the harmony of fire and brimstone, the progression of thought from feeling, the fine line between depression and mania, the distance between talent and genius, and the irreversible transition from the old year to the new. Happy New Year.
Yes, indeed, that was Thaddeus Rakowski. And more folks to come, including Randy Hoffman. Randy Hoffman has published nonfiction in the anthologies Places Like Home, The Zen of Mothering, Un Mercado de Voices, and After Clouds the Sun. She has written art reviews for Gathering of the Tribes and Downtown. She is presumably and indeed making her way to the stage as we speak. So hands in motion for Randy Hoffman.
Thank you. I'll read 2 short pieces. First is How Goes the Day? The day goes down into the subway and doesn't know what to do about the man asking for change. The day wonders why it is so bright down here when there is no sun. The day has to decide whether to go uptown or downtown on the F train. The day has to figure out how to use the machine to get a Metro card since the day doesn't really have an iPhone. The day finally decides to slip under the turnstile. And then the next one is Sweet and Sour Soup. Life's been sweet and sour and bitter, like sweet and sour soup with crunchy noodles, tangy and hot, with some neutral but slippery tofu in it. poured out of a big plastic container into a ceramic bowl on a cold night in January.
Short and sweet, now this is like well under the 3-minute mark there. You know, because you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes, but you can. I'm not discouraging anybody from using your whole time there. But, you know, your time is up to you. All right, that was Randy Hoffman. Give her another hand. Let's keep the energy going here. All right, next up, Bill Evans teaches high school in New York City. And there's a tough job. His book of poems, Modern Adventures from Sputendievel, is available on Amazon. Making his way to the stage, put those hands in motion for Bill Evans.
Posture. Atlas has terrible posture, and no wonder. What with all the stress of carrying the world around must be the worst possible career in Greek mythology. Not counting getting your liver eaten by ravens, or having your father turn out to be Zeus and your mother just another would-be carefree shepherdess with a taste for bulls. And we should all stand up straighter. It's all I ponder between crises. Were I braver, I would appear taller, or if somehow taller, then naturally braver. I admit it, I'm obsessed with becoming another thing while I am enmeshed in being this one. Just because you think it, you think you have to do it. And that's where the trouble starts. Double for poetry. We are measured by our distance from the sea, I mean the sun. All is well beneath the heavens. What I'm after can be here, even more here. An erectile pup tent on the spoken horizon, or an unearthed Stonehenge chalked with hearts. Each one of us a keeper if we stick around long enough. Modern culture would be less indeed, minus our fidgeting. Can't take the heat, don't walk through the fire. Whenever the band can play an encore and feel it honestly, we'll do it. If we feel it in our hearts, we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll sleep in the van and not get famous, and that's fine with us. As poets, we live surrounded by love. Act 1 of the play is written, and the kids like it. Tie a noose around the finger so we don't forget, at least for now. Later it is a mess.
That was Bill Evans. Yes, by now you know what the drill is. You know, we've been here a few hours, or at least some of us have. But let's try and keep that energy going, because it's New Year's Day. This is a big celebration. It's a celebration of our community. That's why we're doing this. So we got a couple more people here, and then we'll go back and see if some of those missing poets have snuck in the last few minutes there. But our next reader is indeed here. Joanna Sick is the author of 3 books of poetry. Her work has appeared in literary journals both in the United States and Great Britain. And yes, you can make your way to the stage. Yes, okay. Yes, give her an enthusiastic hand. Joanna Sick.
Happy New Year, everyone. I am going to read 2 epistolary poems. The first one is called Letter, because, you know, epistolary. Now that the spring storm has passed, I write to tell you about the dream I had while overlooking the Himalayas, where the snow had disappeared completely, but in my dream I was sure it would come back. To be faithful to my promise, I will stop here and let you go on to imagine what might come next. I suggest leopards wet with blood. I suggest howling of forlorn wolves. I suggest a sprig of yellow pushing spring into waking me. the terrace gardens coming into view, and the hazy reach to say, I will always wait for the sublime, the magnificent, the rapture. Another letter. First of all, I'm nobody's victim. First of all, I'm everyone's victim. Memory blistered from crumbling blocks of longing. In my head, elegies, histories, and songs hummed by prostitutes. Like them, I don't need a pass to walk across rivers all morning in the hard, trembling New York light. The century is a dirge only I can hear. My love, I see you beyond the limits of my sorrow. In the trysting fields of our own making, I keep the fire under a burning heart and wish to be kept alive in that shine between your teeth, that taste of pomegranate on your tongue. Thank you.
All right, don't join us, sit, give her a hand. And our next reader has waved us right to a biography, but what I can tell you about Don Fuchs is he's been at a lot of readings and around a lot, quite a bit, the past couple of years or so. Sometimes he kicks us a poem and sometimes he sings us a song. We'll see what he's got for us today. So put those hands in motion one more time for Don Fuchs.
Good evening, Happy New Year. So, this is a story about someone who's a legend, and this is a story about someone who's a legend in his own mind, and not to learn from history. It's called Rough and Tumble. His name is Ronnie. Here's his story. Captured your hearts in all the glory. Ronnie on X likes this getting gory. Thinks of himself as he's pushing 40. Sitting on his crapper and he's reading his paper, and time will become his main moneymaker. Didn't you know you look great with that tan? Didn't you know I am your biggest fan? He begins to probe politely, takes a block, then fumbles. It's a weightlifter's game to get rough and tumble. Rumble in the jungle, his empire crumbles. Rumble in the jungle, his empire crumbles, his empire crumble, turns to rubble. An actor in life reaches all this fame. Marries leading lady whose name is Jane, gets tired of her because she's too plain. So he shacks up with Nancy, who's more frugal than fancy. His sail call is shrewd and he slips a bit. A Brooks Brothers suit is cut to fit my body and soul, so here's my pitch. The benefits to those that strike it rich. Sounds just like an Electrolux dealer, resting on his laurels in his vacuum cleaner. He thinks he's street, wants to start a rumble, calls for mommy, falls rough and tumbles. I gotta check out the specs to that. How can I help you get put on that hat? How do you get from slim to fat? Giving some cheese to a starving rat. Let me get proof, a source, a statement. Watch me get brash, rude, and blatant. If I don't tell you, you got to read it. If you talk too soon, I'll make you eat it. Sugar Ali, I can beat them all. If I gain a little weight and grow a little tall. Carter has the brains of popular sailor. I'll put you all to work like Abbott by mail. So it's off to the plains of Hiroshima. Drop those bomb on Hiroshima. Get them krauts in Argentina. But Asperoni gets meaner and meaner. Cloak-a-dagger history, mysteries are favorites of his. Drafted kids at peacetime using sweet promises. Lies a mile a minute, we can see he's bluffing, he's an apple in a Hague. Or some turkey stuffing. Hand-to-hand combat, he'll lose then bumble. Director should have had a stunt double and breakaway bottles during the scene of Rough and Tumble. Ear-shattering, earth-shaking is my logo. E.F. Fun jumps on a pogo. Give me some more of that information. Top secret leaking, confrontation. Nicaragua, troops enfolded, demonstration and starvation. Combat, 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 combat. Advertise on the TV station that had me lead an entire nation. They named a library after me. How you like me now, Nancy?
Or sit on the windowsill, you're certainly welcome to do so. The important thing is that you're actually here. But we do have seats up front. All right. righty, so let's see if some of our missing folks, this is of course the 6 to 7 hour here, which may be coming to a premature end. All right, Neil Silverblatt. Neil Silverblatt, are you among us? Once, twice?
3 times a lady.
Jacqueline Herons Brooks. Jacqueline, are you with us? Apparently not. Judith Escalona. Judith. Once, twice, no. Jose Angel Figueroa. Jose, are you among us? Apparently not. And Nicolas Linares. Nicholas, once, twice, all right, well, that wraps it up for the 6 to 7 hour. We still have we're actually running a little bit early there, so.
Glad to read now instead of, I'm at the next
all right, well, you're scheduled for next hour, Jim, but.
If that helped.
Okay, well, he's scheduled for 7, but, in a few minutes. Okay. All right, well, why don't we bring him up then right now then? I'll bring him up right now. Okay, we're going to bring up Jesus Papoleto Melendez, and I know a lot of you know who Papoleto is there. So Papoleto is a New York poet, Puerto Rican, recognized as a founding member of the New Yorican Poets Movement. He's also a playwright, teacher, and activist who recently published Borracho. I'm sorry if I hope I did not put that in there. So Papoleto, come on up. And we'll probably take a brief break.
It's too late for me yet to be out. Really, I gotta get back home. No, it really is. I don't go out this late. I mean, I know it's not late. I don't want to sound old. It just hurts to come out. Okay. I'm going to read this real quickly because I might be a little bit long. The status quo reprise.
Status reprise.
All right, everybody let him read this because we gotta go.
It's okay. The statues are leaving the parks. Those on horses have already galloped away with their girls in the arms of their love and the smell of their sex trailing in the white smoke of their heels. The soldiers, having earned their own fortunes, are through with their work and very neatly are folding their flags. The more tired ones drag their cannon behind them on wheels as the lazy go carrying chains go solemnly past. Shells spent of their power to rule, scattered among the singed stems of light dandelions, still swaying in the wind, destruction detached from their blame. The senators go in the shadows of corridors, changing their faces between lonely floors in executive elevators, proud to be elected the lesser of evils, while eagles fly off on democracy's double-edged face, leaving bald spots on the shoulders of statues, gray in their antique opinion this day. Oh, prouder men could not walk any truer than these. No, not even upon their fallen bare knees. Look now as humans, as zombies go, walking dumbfounded where love will be found, alone in their shells, never seeing themselves, not a likeness of themselves, slave working too hard to protect the morals of hell. Winos seeing clearly through the dark eyes of day, go rolling useful cigarette butts out of the lies politicians say, while personal secretaries take leaves of absence to take notes straight from the voices of stone-solid walls who go crying along the long, lonely, dark alley of life, their tears melting to blood in the floating dense air of despair, where pigeons are seen indiscreet as they eat the shells of their nest without remorseful finesse, while businessmen are left looking in awe at strange clouds overhead. Though the true colors of their eyes, though the masses be mad, though they be furious, not a dumb word of protest is said, as still lovely sparrows scattered like rocks across the once beautiful sky, look down now above the love of their lives and puke right on their heads. Oh yes, we are all disenchanted with the pastime of crime. Now ripe is the time for poets to conjure their esoteric rhymes, to go pushing their pens, explaining the times across society's blank or thinly ruled face. Now bums having parked their shopping carts on the steps of City Hall, being well prepared to stick it out for the night, they stand in the right to decipher anarchy from chaos once and for all. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Yes, a big hand, Jesus Papalecto Melendez. And when he says he's a founding member of the Nuyorican Poets Movement, that ain't bragging, that's just saying what is. All right, so we're going to start the 7 to 8 hour in just a little bit. Lydia Cortez will take you through that hour, but we're going to take about a 5-minute break here because we're actually running ahead here. So talk among yourselves and shuffle your papers, and we'll come back in about 5 minutes. But just at the moment here, let me tell you who the first readers at 7 o'clock are coming up. Jill Rappaport. Okay, how you doing, Jill? And there's Morales. There, okay. Rosalba and now Quinceno. Okay, good to see you there. Nelson Tato Vega. Nelson. All right, myself, I'm here. Philip Brightman. Okay, good to see you, Philip. Miriam Stanley is here. Jim Feast, Ron Colm, Bonnie Finberg, and Dorothy Friedman. Barbara Solsky is here, and there's more folks. That's not the whole list there. So we'll take about 5. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Come to order. We're going to start up the reading again here. It is 7 o'clock. We're about to start the 7 to 8 hour with Lydia Cortez taking you through the next hour's worth of readings here. Let me get my notes. Okay, everybody. Yes. Yes, we mean you, everybody. We're going to start again. Now, we all want to be heard, so let's all settle back in so everyone else can be heard. And one thing we know, our collector for the last 2 hours is not able to make it because she's not feeling well. So if somebody who's planning on hanging out for the rest of the evening would like to volunteer to be a clocker for the last 2 hours, it's an easy job. You just count down 3 minutes and wave the flag at 2:50 and so it's a fairly easy job. So if somebody would like to volunteer for that, that would be very lovely. Okay, everyone, please don't make me loud, really loud into the microphone here. We are about to start again.
Your voice is breaking.
Yes, we all mean you. We're going to start reading again. Because that's why we're here. It's an 8-hour reading, and we've got 3 more hours. We've got a whole bunch of fine poets and writers to go here. Yes, listen to Miriam. All right. So again, our first reader's coming up. Oh, by the way, there's still room on open mic. So if there's somebody here who is not a scheduled reader, is enjoying the reading and says, and you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'd love to get up there and read too, you can. You see those yellow, on that desk over there, there's a yellow sheet of paper there. Sign your name on there, and at some point on the course of the evening, we will call your name and you'll get the same 3 minutes as all the scheduled readers are. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Lydia Cortez, one of the people who makes this reading happening here. And she's going to be your host for the next hour, and it is 7 p.m. This is the 7 to 8 hour, so set your Poets Watch to 7 p.m. So a big alternative New Year's welcome for Lydia Cortez.
Whoa, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, this is what I like, attention. So anyway, we're going to start the 7 o'clock hour. And our first reader is going to be Jill Rappaport. And Jill is the author of Duchamp et Moi and Other Stories, published by Fly By Night Press. Jill Rappaport.
This piece that I'm about to read is in progress, so I'll read the 3-minute version. Lives of the Post-Colonialists. It's well into the 21st century, but 2 men I'm drinking with aren't embarrassed nor fazed by their own adherence to behavioral modes of the mid-20th. To them, I'm neither Rosa Luxemburg nor Madame Nude, but merely, simply their female friend who exists as a utilizable asset for their reserves. Agga wagga dum bum, says Mac, with a quick lapping of his Brooklyn lager. Barna booga bam bang, rejoins Adolfo, taking a sneaky puff. Do you think we could talk about eliminating the refundant punctuation? I asked, in a voice untrammeled by insobriety, but weighed down by certain fears. She says, refundant, Adolfo cries, his utterance a bugle bellow in the vicinities of the well-behaved upper bourgeois. Refundant, she doth say, Mac agrees, his jaw itching. She probably means redundant, but the punctuation isn't at all redundant at all. Mac shakes his head as Adolfo starts to toke, then to flap his arms, veering now into the land of the masculinist inebriated, where he spends 70% of his time. Adolfo catcalls a pair of female students 2 tables away. The strong shoots of new orthodoxies are informing the land. Organized categories of exploratory effort become subdivided into multiples, so that any branch of study is now a several-headed entity. Thus philosophy, to speak generally, becomes philosophies, while antagonism reemerges as antagonisms, for the stated aim of increased subjectivity. Here, but only here, the Latinet now may remain unpluralized. There are knowledges and pluralities, anxieties over which lead to new fields of investigation, like contra-skeptical spiritualities, that move in search of new authenticities and understandings, under umbrellas of antitotalistic majorities, in turn yielding progressive exhaustions under bridges to projected indigeneities. Now, in case anyone should mistake me for a person having sympathies for those old regimes that in truth I casually did find beautiful, please note that I am in fact a dormant Bolshevik who knows very well that my ideology will not prevail before the advent of the fire that consumes Earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Our next performer is Amneris Morales. Amneris Morales. You here? How about Rosalba Henao Quiseno? Rosalba? Okay, I have that you're from Colombia, you're living in New York, and you investigate, you paint, and you write, and you have a master's degree in education through art and socio-cultural animation.
It's my first time doing it in English. The size of your sex, my love, and your body rest
my heart, and my bones are replenished. Mine is a deep and slow sea, which light up from inside, is heated by the fire of the world. That if I really care about the size of your sex, it doesn't even matter the size of your tongue with which you could reinvent me. What matters is that your eyes return the complete image of who I am when you look at me. My body shakes when your indulgent word picks me up, in my face falls, and my soul squeezes. I like the size of your open hands to this space of the daily existence and to this undivided being that I am. But what matters the most is the size of your LAURIE and the reverence with which you approach my dreams, cheering my path. Don't try and find my G-spot in a visible place on my skin. On me, there is no letter, there is an alphabet. It is inspired by the tone of your voice and the way to arrive together to the border of time, to the peak of the organs named life. This is utopia. One day, just one day, to rest from goggles behind my back, light the firewood and to cook the dreams, fugitives in the early morning of my childhood, making a color bed of dried leaves, change the smell of the long onion by the perfume of ants and dried steams. On a sunny afternoon, surrender myself to the sun, shelter me with the wind and with my head on your chest to rest in the warmth of the night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cassandra. Our next reader is Pete Dolack. And Pete Dolack is someone who has immense patience to put up with all of us. He's also a poet, a photographer, activist, and book author who wishes he could keep all those balls in the air. But alas, he keeps dropping some of them. His new book is What Do We Need Bosses For? Pete.
My God is bigger than your God. My weapons are bigger than your weapons, because my God is bigger than your God. My country is wealthier than your country, because my weapons are bigger than your weapons. My God is bigger than your God, because my country is wealthier than your country. God likes the United States more than other countries, because God helps those who help themselves. And no country helps itself to other countries' wealth like the United States. God likes a winner. And the United States is the biggest winner since the Roman Empire. God liked the Roman Empire, even though it used to persecute the church. But in the end, the Romans made the church official. And then the church replaced the Romans. So it all worked out in the end. It is possible to know what God wants. God speaks through the Republican Party platform. The platform says it represents God. Therefore, what God wants is in the Republican Party platform. God gives the country with the most believers the most weapons, because believers are the most likely to use the weapons. And then there will be less believers in other countries. So it will be easier to take those other countries' wealth. Proven. that the country with the most wealth has the most believers, and therefore is the best country. It is easy to believe.
Thank you, Pete. Our next performer is Philip Weichman. Philip Weichman has published translations from French, 6 monographs on literary and philosophical subjects, and Getting Back, Selected Poetry, 1978 to 2010, and another stab, Poems, 1971 to 2017. Philip Weichman.
Thank you. I've got some copies of this for $10. The Land of Pain, 9/25/23. Slept well for me, but back pain as soon as I wake. Basically, my time is spent trying to escape or lessen it, or dealing with it if options are very limited, as when seated at an event. Well, isn't that our whole life magnified? Which usually we can and do manage to ignore or forget. Not as easy when it's too bad for that. Of course, I carry on normal activities, or those still possible. That's one way I escape or deal with it. A thought. Doesn't it damage or corrupt what I do, caring possibly more about their effectiveness as an analgesic than their worth in themselves as art, say, assuming there is such a thing. But the cynic in me comes to the rescue now. Isn't that what everybody is doing? Knowing or admitting it, or not? This one might be a little more tearful. Maybe not. The moment of surrender. Something frightening about a woman giving herself to you, when they go limp. Why? Do they even know? When suddenly it's like being on the scene of a crime that you have to do something about. When the clothes come off, there are no innocent bystanders. You've worked so hard for it, suddenly yours, take me, eat me, fuck me, and is this what it was about? Yes, sir. The moment of surrender. Do you ever forget your umbrella? Of course. Ever find one? Don't we all forget our umbrella? Freaked a little, could not remember the number of a close friend's apartment just in case I needed to write her. Is that something meaningful or not? Or on the order of Nietzsche's now famous jotting, I forgot my umbrella. Unearthed posthumously in a notebook of his, whose significance or lack thereof was epically deconstructed by Jacques Derrida in Spurs. Well, don't we all forget our umbrella? And a good thing, too. Otherwise, how would we ever find one?
Miriam Stanley. Miriam Stanley's poetry has been included in numerous anthologies. She also has 6 collections of poetry published by Rhodes Scholars Press. Miriam Stanley.
I was about to chicken out of doing this poem, which is a little controversial, but I'm going to go for it. Okay. The transgender man stabbed in the park is the Jew. His body found the next day, 10:55 a.m., is the body of the Jew. The grieving mother is the other Jew. The Sikh beaten, the psychotic laughed at, the girl bullied in class that no one helps are all the Jews. Tutsi grandmother, her grandkids, the Tutsi uncle, bleeding from hacked limbs are Jews. For the world says nothing. College students play video games in the dorms while Yemenite children starve to death. Those dying children are Jews. The streets bustle with commerce. Someone bites into a hot dog. The coffee carts make money by the majestic courthouses in Foley Square. And beaches fill with happy, happy, happy bathers, slapping bright beach balls. The Syrian child gasps for air while her uncle splashes water over her nerve-gassed body. They are both Jews. Assad's targets in Idlib province are the Jews. For the world, again, says nothing. When Israeli babies are stabbed in their cribs, when a 90-year-old Israeli woman is set on fire, crowds erupt in the streets of Times Square, celebrating. The rest of the world is silent. Do I have time for one more?
Yes.
Black hole. Oh, and it's deathbeds of suns, S-U-N-S. Black hole. Gravity is now the arms of a drowning man pulling down everything within reach. In the deathbeds of suns, in the graves of children, light rays absorbed, logic swallowed. My uncle screams, "Why, God, couldn't you have picked me?" at the burial of his son. Space deformed, malignant, in the very collapse of time. My aunt sways on a gravel path, crossing into maternal grief. My hands are cranes rigged beneath her collapsing weight. But I can't prop her up as her knees buckle under their burden. We sink to the ground. We sink.
Jim Feast. Jim Feast is the author of Karl Marx's Private Eye. Jim Feast.
I don't write much poetry, but Dorothy Friedman kept irritating me to write an elegy for Steve Cannon. If you don't know Steve Cannon, this may not be totally understandable, but Steve was blind. I used to read to him, so here's, you ready to hear it?
Yeah. He's also the curator of a gallery. That's how blind he is.
Well, that was brilliant, right?
Read the damn poem.
Steve Cannon's parting words were usually, here, take this 20 or take this 40. Why? Because I had to pay for stuff at the bodega. See, I read him Saturday afternoon, and nobody would come in to see him again usually till that Sunday, so I would get the supplies. I took the money. At first, he was getting a pack or two of American Spirit cigarettes, and that didn't come cheap. Then he stopped smoking, so it was cheaper. He would say, get me one turkey sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and mustard, and heat it up. One ginger ale, 2 black coffees, 2 Hershey's with almonds, 1 sweet roll, any flavor for breakfast, and 2 black coffees. On some occasions, the words would be, go by the Chinks, and get me a shrimp and broccoli. And then other times he'd say, among the parting words, get out the brown jacket. This was when he was going up to Lincoln Center to meet Mary Chin, and they were going to hear some jazz. First I called the car service, then got the coat, cologne, keys in one pocket, wallet in the other. But maybe his most frequent parting words were the ones I heard when I went to the nursing home on Houston Street. I came in there with Yuko and Delachinsky. Shavisa and Bowery Bob were already sitting there. Steve was in bed hurting, and he asked us to roll him over. When this finished, the guy who was sharing his room said, "Can we roll him over too?" He said he'd been trying to get a nurse for more than an hour. That's the kind of place it was. Steve was in a lot of pain, so Bob went off to talk to a nurse. He came back cowed. The staff said they needed a doctor's approval to take any action. Since it's the weekend, the doctor would not be working on weekends. They'd have to wait till Monday, but Steve died that night. But we didn't know it. So when I leaned over and shook his hand and said I had to go, he said, hey Jim, Steve said, thanks for stopping by.
Wow.
That was beautiful. Ron Cohn. Ron Cohn is a contributing editor of Sensitive Skin. His latest book is The Bookstore Book, a memoir. He has 5 other books of poetry. Ron's papers are archived at NYU, and Ron is a poet's best friend.
Happy New Year, everyone. I actually thought C.D. Johnson has another anthology coming out. I actually thought we were supposed to read our poems that are going to be in that anthology.
That's after the
Right,
fact.
we have to like proof that about 2 weeks from now or something. Yeah, these are my poems in C.D. Johnson. Size matters. When I first moved to the Big Apple, I lived in Hell's Kitchen. I stopped by the Gotham Bookmark because I was broke. I asked if they were hiring. Sure, a manager replied, pointing to a small table with a typewriter surrounded by tall stacks of books. There was a tiny steel chair almost hidden beneath it. If you could fit, you got the job. I couldn't and didn't. Luckily, the Strand, a much larger store, eventually hired me, so I was able to remain a New Yorker. Park-dwelling homeless men. In Tompkins Square Park, homeless men sit slumped on stained park benches, grinding their teeth in anger and defeat. But they all seem to know who Clayton Patterson is, and when he shows up with his video camera, they smile for him as he films them, and then they seem able to make their way through another day. Can I do it? This is for Pete. I'm going to do it real quick. Penis extensions. I have a bow and arrow that gives me a bigger penis. I have a rifle that gives me a bigger penis than you. I have a cannon that gives me a way bigger penis. I have an atom bomb that gives me the biggest dick in the room. I apologize to women for what men have done to you since the beginning of time. Sorry.
Nothing to say. Bonnie Finberg. Bonnie Finberg is a 2014 ACRA Award recipient. Her publications include Collie's Day, How the Discovery of Sugar Produced the Romantic Era, Deja Vu, Sitting Book, Bonnie Finberg, Mi amiga.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
11/4/11. Nothing goes unwelcome while time is dying. Frantic greetings to all who enter. Never time to blink or close your eyes. Lose time, lose sight, lose unfinished business. Where are my keys? Where's my phone? Blink. Daily news. Eve wonders what's missing, so God pulls rank and tells her, be careful what you wish for. He's the landlord after all, and no one gets to occupy against the rules. They had a sweet deal, Adam says. He liked being naked. The fridge always full. You like being naked, the fridge always full. The bottomless well of booze. They were free from cash, toil, and humiliation. The moral imperative, someone else's problem. She's blown it. It's all her fault, he complains, leading the way to the world beyond. Vast, complex, uncertain, great resources, limited currency. Evil always smiling, rewarding the undeserving, punishing the good, feeding the disease. They learn to recognize the ground on which they stand, to choose the proper door, to pay the proper fee, or perish. But still, no guarantees. Meanwhile, with better things to do, God tells the fish and fowl, cattle, and things that creep and crawl to be fruitful and multiply. Fruit of the trees, herbs of the grasses, give forth your own kind from the seeds contained within yourselves. And just for fun, he taints the apple's seeds. Isn't this miracle enough, the snake complains? Did God make dominion? Did Eve? No, it was Adam. Adam built the towers, chose the tenants, set the terms. Adam, after all, pays the salaries, collects the rent, makes the deals. For a list of all your histories and all the things you must avoid, send a check for all you've got to timerunningout.com. Allow 6 weeks for delivery, no replacements, no returns. The snake slithers away, ground, tree, same thing, never to be seen again, except just before fright, or death, or delight. I want to be like the camel thorn tree, lover of drought, lover of depth, lover of stark and cold, lover of reach and open pores, lover of heat, lover of lush, lover of cave, lover of glare, lover to fire, pricker of tongue, woolly-eared, sustain, defend, survive.
Dorothy Friedman. Dorothy Friedman is an adjunct professor at Hunter College. Dorothy Friedman.
Hi everybody, Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New
Nice
Year.
to see everybody. Actually, I don't teach at Hunter College anymore. I only stay one term at each college. That's about as long as I can do it. But anyway, and lately it's at Medgar Evers College. Just an update. And this is from my book, Family Album. Okay, I guess I won't read it then. Okay, anyway, so, what the hell, you know what Taylor used to do? He used to, you know what? Okay. I love Taylor, does anybody remember him?
Yes.
Magnificent, right? Anyway, okay, so one line is from the Money poem. Money never has to take a sandwich for lunch. Okay, thank you, Taylor. And the poem I'm going to read that's in the anthology is called The Family. It's about a family of furniture. Maybe we're all part of the family. If you want to be. I keep wanting my life to be something specific like a chair or a table. Then I come along to a dinette or a kitchen set. We'd be a family of furniture, mahoganies and blondes. We'd be a community of French provincials or early Americans. The father would be a woodcutter and chop down the elms and maples. He'd make children of all sizes, an ottoman and a high-back chair. Chairs you can sit in and chairs meant just to be looked at. The sofa would be a reliable son. Once it was set down, it would take 6 strong men to move it. The piano, he'd make a little off tune like me, a daughter, I think, with a few numbed-out keys. She'd go off humming to herself strange little tunes and no one would notice. It would all happen inside the keyboard. The mother would be an old-fashioned fireplace and the woodcutter would come in from the cold night air and stretch out beside her. The mother would be set in her ways like a stove and keep all her children warm. There would be cedar chests in the family, and I'd store all my dolls inside, the bride and the gypsy, and take them out to play after all the other tables and chairs went to bed. My family is very large, you see. We sleep in shifts. The wee thrasher sits silently. It is a steady family member with its iron wheel. The dishwasher goes brum, brum to itself, and then it goes to sleep. Each piece of furniture takes its turn. We watch over the sleeping ones, and no one is ever left alone. Good night, and God bless. Or Taylor Mingles says, whatever.
Nelson Vega here. Barbara Solsky. Barbara Solsky is a Hoboken, New Jersey-based poet, writer, and songwriter, and frontwoman of the art noise ensemble Barbiana Complex. Barbara Solsky.
Hi, this is a poem that I wrote for my aunt Teresa who passed away. It's called Silver Slipper. 1940. In lush lives past she skips, glass-slippered slip of the girl, down silver stairways shadowed by the harvest moonshine crystal ball. She swings to smoky saxes, swishing nylons borrowed from Big Sister. Silver-slippered, synchronized, she slides in and out of anxious arms. Love me truly, truly here she shines. The floor now hers, enveiled in cinematic swoops of cigarettes. Her smoky voice a Dear John letter, sealed with whiskey-scented lipstick kisses. X.O. X'd out by a promise. Love you truly. White-winged, black-tipped he stands, white-faced, raw-boned cowboy, itching for a fight. But now, the blood is real. And standing on a star, she swirls. He blinks, startled by silvery shards of moonlight drenched. 1950. Gliding down Moon River, now boiling hot, and a sudden sun shower of greeting card wishes. Love you truly. X'd out by a promise. Pink and red and white childish hands, clutching swishing skirts, grasping the sweet life out of her. But he's the one to fade. 1960. And so she trades in silver slippers for a sensible suit. Swearer never suited her. She serves them, standing at the stove and drooping in the heat. Hot water bottle at her feet, just white dots. Deadly dominoes pull her backwards, smoking, scrambling, gambling, gamely. Desperately, she shoots the works on tiny tears and later ballet slippers, Barbie dolls, and finally, town and country. 1990. Now crinkle-eyed in the sunlight as Moon River turns to sticks. Grasping hands close in a fist, knocking at her door. Sliver-thin, framing hollows etched in silver. Turning away, she has no lover kisses. XO, X'd out. Love me truly, true cross, never truly crossed out, never truly crossed out. She crosses over into holy territory. Swooning, suddenly tunneling through silver shards of moonlight. Rapturous, he waits to welcome her again. And time again, she climbs, silver-footed, in the moonlight, shining on. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Eric Laprade. Eric is here. Is Eric here? Jane LaCroix. Jane LaCroix is a featured character in the Poetry Brothel, New York City. 2 bands on Imaginator Records and poetry collections published by 3 Rooms Press and Pink Trees Press. Jane LaCroix.
All you familiar faces, how lucky are we to be alive to see each other another year? I'm really happy to see you all here. I seriously, like, I'm close to crying.
Good to see you, Jane.
Yeah, like, look at us, still here doing our thing. I love you. Yeah, thanks, Peter, for all your work. I mean, seriously, a labor of love. Sorry I can never submit anything in time. I just have to ask that Peter, he knows. I have a problem with lateness. Expect resistance. Okay, that's for this year. So you kids have it. Expect resistance. Expect it, of course. A soul is just a mixed up louse with no silent E. Spell it in your head. You guys got it? You have to expect resistance. It's how we know our edges. I'm home in bed after a handful of peanuts and 2 pieces of buttered toast, 1 with whiskey, fig jam. You really know how to lay it on. With the way you talk and play those songs, I'll take it. Love is my favorite drug. It makes everything possible, and like, I'm gonna die too soon. It's a marvelous feeling to think I could die too soon. It's like wanting to live. Love is the only drug that can save your life. We can stay out late at night, and that's probably the best I can do for saving your life. Every hour counts, and sure, daytime is more practical and probably more longevity there, but late nights are my favorite dessert. I'm just a kid despite my years. Staying up late is the best. But I have, you know, a night gig, the PTA band practice, so daytime works just great, lover. I appreciate your sugary glaze. Looks like my cum all over your face. You can be my throne, and I'll be your crown. No one has to know. They wouldn't even recognize it anyway. Our sand castle will last a full 5 minutes before a high tide comes to dissolve it with a careless kiss, salty as my big poet tears. Or another kid might come knock it over because creation is destruction. I'll save your words like roses pressed in my first Holy Communion Bible. I'll make that mass-produced book into a real relic because of your chivalrous gifts wrapped in comedy. Our time is a trick, as are all the castles and hourglasses. Words are just parades of letters honoring our experiences in all their glory, linearly. I'll take them. I'll hold them in my mouth and say them out loud and remember why I didn't jump off a high building all those times. I will pour over the sounds of them like ear and heart. My mind will tape them to the inside of my eyelids like inspirational posters, our dreams curling at the edges because they have been rolled up so long, and we can't attach them to our surface with tape. We've got to get naked and use our own heat to melt them on. Our mouths draw the curve of fate. Thank you.
David Lincoln?
Yes.
Okay, David Lincoln. David R. Lincoln published the novel Mobility Lounge, poetry chapbook, The Interloper, and By the Way, and has appeared in Rolling Stock, The Brooklyn Rail, Northwest Literary Forum, and others. David Lincoln.
Thank you. Great to be here. Great to see people. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's make it great, or at least okay. This is from a true story from Minneapolis. why they all moved to New York. This is where she kicked in Nina's headlights with her high heels, the morning after they found him dead in the basement, with the sliding window still half open and the money missing. They all freaked out in their own dimensions. After all, it was only a pot deal, but then the nature of pot was danger, and its difficult cousin violence was never far away in these retribution streets. Now she takes me smiling on the tour of all the places where she was sacked, evicted, and disgusted, where Nina fucked her love of life here permanently. 20 years later, all the faces are still turning 30. I squat at the curb, looking if I can still see a piece of glass from that MG. It is possible, I am thinking, the glint in the dirt crack, where beauty still lurks in its bruise, has shadows strange inside it, like a bloated tick. This one is a little further out. In case you're not familiar, Malacca's in Malaysia. Road to Malacca. The road washing over my head like thoughts. The trees washing through my head like thoughts. The towns rolling into my head like thoughts. The wheels sounding into my head like thoughts. The sky patchy in my head like thoughts, always like thoughts, like traveling, always washing you like I remember it was so, only not remembering, only moving, only thoughts, the long turning road, following my head, moving, beauteous, calm, receding into me, a smile on my face like thoughts. It doesn't matter like thoughts, new like dreams, easy like the sound under the wheels, so easy I almost lost my thoughts. So one other one, infinity pool, if you've ever been in one, it's just a pool that goes off into space. Infinity pool. The place of change, the wall leaves into the sky. Not as blue as the pool though. The soft water like blue, like skin you swim through, arms waving endlessly, and behind your trailing body is the room, so new that ants have not yet found their way into the 17th floor. The comfort of nothing is there to sleep in, and the hush-like glow of air conditioning, canceling out any rivaling noise all day and all night.
That's a 7 o'clock hour, so thank you everyone.
All right, that hour brought to you by Lydia Cortez. Give her a hand for doing such a wonderful job. All right, so our 3 o'clock will be set to 8 o'clock momentarily. We've got one open micer to go here, so just to give you a little tease here, our first readers in the 8 o'clock hour are Eve Packer, Joe Rorty, Drew Passara, Dee Dee Champagne, and Billy Lamont. Billy, are you here?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, okay, good. Good to see you there. All right, and that by no means completes the lineup for 8 o'clock. There'll be plenty more readers throughout the 8 or 9 hour, and then after that, there'll be another hour. We're going all the way up to 10 o'clock, although we seem to be going fast, so maybe we'll end a little bit below 10, before 10. But everyone's schedule is going to go on. So I have here the sign-up sheet, which I'll put back on the table over there. So if you're not a scheduled performer and you'd like to read, you're more than invited to come in and read, sign yourself up, and we'll do some more open mic momentarily. One process announcement, if process is the right word. Our usual clocker, JM, can't make it today because she isn't feeling well, so of course isn't here to read as well. So for our last 2 hours, we could use somebody to run the clock and wave the flag when necessary. So if you'd like to volunteer for those last 2 hours, please see Madeline. She's going to be leaving very shortly there. So in the meantime, you know, come on in. Everybody's kind of scattered around. If you're comfortable on the exterior there, just fine. If you'd like to come in a little bit closer, you can do that. We've got a smattering of seats here going on. So our 8 and 9 host was supposed to be Robert Gibbons, who's traditionally one of our hosts. He always does a wonderful job. He's such a nice, warm person. Everybody likes Robert. He expected to be back in New York. However, he's still down in Georgia. He's celebrating his mom's 80th birthday. They're having an 80th birthday party, and expected to be back in New York now, but that hasn't happened. So he's still in Georgia. It just couldn't be with us. So Thad Rakowski has generously stepped in and volunteered to be our host for the 8 to 9 hours. So he'll be up here momentarily there. And of course, Thad is one of the people who makes this reading go. All right, so Sarah Wallace has signed up. So Sarah, if you're here, please come on up and give us your 3 minutes. Silent sheet is over here.
Thank you. So this one is called Why My Poetry Career Isn't Further Along. I am a real fuck up. I have a bad haircut. I wear stretchy pull-on pants every chance I get. I go for days without wearing a bra or talking. I go for long walks in the cemetery, my head and body aching from allergies or caffeine withdrawal, or maybe the truck I've run myself over with again. My unconscious is one giant 18-wheeler, a slatted cattle car, mashing me to roadkill on the heat-soft pavement. Ouch, that hurts. I never send out, I never go to readings, I never schmooze or kiss ass, or when I do it wrong. I'm obsequious, cloying. When I was 22, I called my mother crying because my creative writing teacher said, when I was alone in his office with him, that he liked to fuck in empty buildings, and how about it? I like to fuck in empty buildings too, but he looked like Dracula. I didn't speak out at the sexual harassment investigation, or I spoke too much. I waited tables when I should have moved to New York. I moved to New York when I should have stayed in Minneapolis waiting tables. I got married, I got divorced, I read Dennis Johnson. I read Phil Levine in coffee shops in Minneapolis in the blue winter light. When Gerald Stern read his poetry out loud to me on his front porch, his line breaks were so beautiful I sobbed while a cat wound around my feet. That's not my cat, he said, she just comes around. His line breaks were so beautiful I could see the white light flying around in the air. His line breaks were so beautiful the unmown grass was holding its breath. He asked, why do you waste your time with prose poems? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Always good to hear a fresh new voice here. And that's why we always have an open mic as part of this, because we want everybody to get their 3 minutes. This is a celebration of the community. We're a big community here. And this is probably the one day all year we're all in the same place, although I guess perhaps not at the same time since it goes over 8 hours, but at least in the same place. All right, so we'll be bringing up Thad Rakowski momentarily here. So once again, let me make a final call for anyone who wishes to volunteer or be our volunteer clocker for the last 2 hours. Otherwise, I think I'll be doing it myself. But hey, I'm planning on being here anyway. So hopefully everybody else is planning on being here for the rest of the way too. So we got 2 hours to go, or perhaps a bit less than that, because we'll see who shows up for the 9 to 10 hour. But it looks like a lot of folks are here for the 8 to 9 hour. So give yourselves a hand. This is the case you just somehow wandered in by random and gone by our phone and said, hey, there's a whole bunch of people. I wonder what's going on. This is the 27th. Yeah, we're a bloody institution. The 27th New Year's Day alternative poetry and spoken word extravaganza. We've been doing this since 1995 when Bruce Weber founded this, who did this for, about the first 17, 18 iterations of this. He's up in Woodstock, and of course, what did he do? He's found a similar event up in Ulster County there, and I think he does out of Kingston. So, you know, that's community-minded. That's why this is happening, because somebody who had a really strong sense of community decided he wanted to do this event, and that's why we keep this going, because we want to keep this community going. So let me bring up Thad Rakowski, who is one of the people who makes this go. As I said, there's a whole staff of people here. There's no way one person could do this on their own, although I think Bruce really did do it on his own. I guess helped with Joanne for the first 3-4 years of this. But ever since then, it's been a staff of people there. Thad is always one of our curators, and there's a lot of little jobs and little stuff to be doing behind the scenes that you don't necessarily see, but those are the things that all add up and make this happen. So give a warm alternative New Year's welcome to Thad Rakowski.
Thanks. I found out yesterday that Robert Gibbons couldn't host, so it's quite a treat that I get to fill in for Gibbons. I don't think I can really do that. Got Charm Mike. How do you turn on the slide switch on the side of the mic?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I try not to touch it. I'll try to do my best to substitute for Robert Gibbons. And I also want to thank some people, you know, Pete was mentioning the committee. There's a group of people who puts this together. It's not just, it's Pete Dolack, Val Martinberg, Peter Kozlowski. Those people are here. Sue Polo is here. And Robert Roth, yeah. Ellen Lytle. I'm just talking about people who are in the room. But yes, Robert Roth, Ellen Lytle, and Sarah Litsky, and myself. So I know that there are several people who are here, but I have a couple of questions here. Is Tamara Wyndham here? Okay. Oliver Archibald. Okay. I have seen just about everybody else. Sarah Litsky. Sarah Litsky here? Okay. John Holt? Here. Okay. Big Mike is here. And Goma? Goma. No. Oliver Bear? Okay. Great. Yes, I know. Yes. Look familiar. Okay, so the first, here's the order of the first few readers. Eve Packer, Joe Rorty, Drew Pizarro. So, first is Eve Packer, and Eve is Bronx-born poet, performer, actress, who appears solo with music in dance and theater. She has published 4 poetry books and is on several poetry and jazz CDs. Let's welcome Eve Packer.
Oh, please, what is with the tall?
Lower the stand. Don't take it off.
All righty. For New Year's Day 2024, I am facing west. West over Hudson Street to the fore. Shush. I do a solo, guys. Hey, hey. Woo, please. Thank you. Don't fuck with Eva, a downtown teen. For New Year's Day 2024, I am facing west, west over Hudson Street to the 4-story red brick building and the roofs with Tin Man Hat water towers, the Hudson River blocked by architecture, but spot 2 Jersey rectangular skyscrapers sans personality, soul, or pizzazz. The sky gray, a low hanging fist over downtown Manhattan. Am I sad? Lonely? Blue? You bet. My inner retina focused on the massive airstrikes in Ukraine yesterday and the mutilated, raped, murdered bodies October 7, the bombs and more than 20,000 dead in Gaza, mostly babies, minors, women, and where to go? Escape, survive, infectious disease, famine, bloodshed, spreading a sieve through all existence. Where to go? Here we have global warming, no snow, WBGO, and holiday Saturday night mode. A strong guy kicked my shin in the pool during second swim, and the planet hottest on record. That big rain we had earlier in the week, 5 years ago, would have been froze. And the huge election question looming spider in our gut. Down on my knees, scraping the concrete for a sign, a smidgen, fraction, shard of my sense of humor. Glinting, glancing, stance. Nat Cole singing to love and be loved in return. Mark the dark nights ahead, and maybe, lengthening light. Thank you.
Okay, that was E.
Thank you all.
That was E. Packer. Clap, 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 clap. Good to meet you. Good to meet you. Yes, you will be called again.
Okay.
Next up is Joe Rorty, who might have traveled the farthest to be here. I don't know, but he's the farthest traveling poet that I know. Joe Rorty's new collection of poems is called.
Where's he traveling from?
You can answer that.
Go on the stage.
What?
Philadelphia.
All right, he said traveling far. We just didn't make
Okay, traveling from Philadelphia. If anyone's traveling farther than that, please let us know. Brooklyn is not far. Brooklyn is not far.
The schools were bad.
Unless you're on foot. Joe Rorty's new collection of poems is called Show Tunes. Published by Iniquity Press, Vendetta Books. It's reviewed in the Current Misfit magazine. I read that review. Let's welcome Joe Rorty.
All right.
You want me to get that? Or you going to the stage?
Is that good? Yes. Thank you. A cop trying to beat Miles Davis's brains out. But he couldn't beat Miles Davis's brains out. So Miles Davis kept playing and didn't care what critics wrote about him. People said he wasn't a nice person. People said he was a genius. People said he was the music of the future. A nightstick, a service revolver, a taser, a rough ride, solitary, maximum security. In a packed club, beating America's brains out. The shrieks, the silence, the shrieks, the silence. Philly Joe going crazy behind him. Symbols, rim shots, like gunshots. My funny Valentine.
majority. Clap, clap, clap. Next is Drew Pizzara. Drew Pizzara is the author of two short story collections. Public Spanking, that's P-U-B-L-I-C-K, Spanking, and You're Pretty Gay. And two poetry collections, Infinity Standing Up and Periodic Boyfriends. Periodic Boyfriends is the new one. Let's welcome Drew Pizzara.
Thanks so much for inviting me. I'm having a lot of fun here tonight. I'm going to read a poem from my upcoming collection called Fassbinder, His Movies, My Poems. Ali, Fear Eats the Soul. I don't know what you see when you look at me, when I'm not looking at you, not looking into your eyes that might be deep, or kind, or dull, or dead. Not dead to me, no. Always dear, my dear. When I look in them, it's as if there's too much there, for I can't say if they see me. Can't see if you see what I'm trying to say, or catch my attempt to relay how I sometimes see a new you behind those eyes, inviting me in, demanding that I stay where I am, being me, if I dare, daring me to bear some hidden part that is and isn't quite the heart. Before your unsparing gaze deftly strips me to the core again, completely, in a glance that may mean no more than nothing at all, yet haunts me with the off chance that you may say the unspeakable now, and then quickly look away. At least, that's how I feel today.
Okay, that was Drew Pizzara. Clap, clap, clap for Drew. Next up is Dee Dee Champagne. She needs no introduction, but Dee Dee Champagne has put her poetry to songs and has performed at CBGB, The Bitter End, and many clubs, and has CDs of original music available. She also paints and has a book of art and poetry titled Life of a Kalamata. Let's welcome Dee Dee Champagne.
Oh, everybody's been so wonderful here, and please don't be offended if I just put this on real quickly. Okay, so as I was listening to everybody, one of my songs came to mind, and then I'll read my poem. Imagine counting how many breaths you take in a single lifetime. And yes, some of life's moments can actually take your breath away. Imagine counting how many breaths you take in a single lifetime. And yes, some of life's moments can actually take your breath away. You're a living thing, the earth is a living thing. We pay top dollar for classic cars. So you go down a well, a mile deep. Welcome the voice of the earthworm. Why are you doing this? Do you like your mother more than your father? Do you like your father more than your mother?
Yes.
Are questions more important than answers? Are answers more important than questions? You may not own the city, but that quarter is mine. Even Sexy Sadie broke all the rules, and the world wanted her. The night studied the lines in her face. I am cruelty-free. I am cruelty-free. I am cruelty-free. And I don't have the crayons to explain it. Bring aware to your body because you own it. The past exists in memory. The future exists in imagination. The present exists in a new reality. This land is your land. This land is my land. Raise your voice. Raise your vibration and live for today. Thank you.
Okay, that was Dee Champagne. Clap, clap, clap for Dee Dee. Next is Billy Lamont, who I know is here because he responded. Yes, okay. Billy Lamont is a New York multimedia performance poet and recording artist who has performed on MTV and the Joe Franklin Show with several Lollapalooza rock tours. His latest book is Words Ripped from a Soul Still Bleeding. Let's welcome Billy Lamont.
Happy New Year 2024, everybody. Thanks for having me here. And here we are now. And I paint your portrait in my mind and hang it in the gallery of light. Neon light. My memories are like mannequins in a wax museum, standing frozen, only to become animated when I wander through the corridors of my mind. Strobe light. An adult lies in a fetal position in a strobe light generation, addicted to dreams of midnight impulses and sugar passions, screaming, my bedroom a jail cell! My bedroom a jail cell! A baby left in city traffic, getting fitted for a mental straitjacket. A sunflower with a snake at its root, a cherry tree that needs to bear fruit. Metaphysical visions of a paraplegic soul. Spotlight. I love you. I love you. I love you from the bottom of my current frame of reference. Of course, in a few years I could have a new preference. I love you. Microwave romance. Deep commitment. We want everything fast, don't we? And laughter is a sign of freedom. Working slave all day, family times are too few. Haiku, a cuckoo. Look at me cross-eyed or unkindly and I'll sue. Haiku, a cuckoo. Do not tell the truth, hide it, whatever you do. Haiku, a cuckoo. I talk to myself and never listen to you. Say this with me. Haiku, a cuckoo. Say this with me. Haiku, a cuckoo. Haiku, a cuckoo. Oh no! I shouldn't have drank so much water before this long car ride. I wanna pee. Onomatopoeia. I guess you could say I'm earthly spiritual or a beautiful mess. Simply a huge oxymoron am I. Moonlight. To the late Allen Ginsberg, who showed love and support for my work by letting me sample from Hal, my first CD with the brilliant Mike Peters LEONG. Hal. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn, looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters, burning for the ancient heavenly connection to the starry dynamo and the machinery of night. In America, this is no Kurt Cobain suicide, because sometimes I feel as if your soul has already died. Sunlight, soul metamorphosis, crucifixion and resurrection. A poet is a poem, a creation that can create, the subconscious sunlight. Love conquers hate, and may our very soul be a spiritual fetus. May our very soul be a great poem. Our life is a message. Happy New Year, everybody.
Okay, that was Billy Lamont.
No, it switched off. The microphone switched off.
That was Billy Lamont. Clap, clap, clap for Billy Lamont. Clap, clap, thanks, Billy. Okay, next is Tamara, who I just met. I know she's here. And Tamara Wyndham is originally from Los Angeles. Tamara is a painter, performance artist, and writer. She is concerned about the climate crisis, and she is for peace and freedom for all people. Let's welcome Tamara Wyndham.
Thank you. I'm going to read a curse that I wrote on the corporations and the people who run them, mostly men, who are destroying our environment. You of small mind and hardened heart, your own greed and fear will be your downfall. You who spew forth filth and excrement into this fragile earth. You destroy and spoil all that would exist without compassion. Selfish and loathsome, your theft and wanton destruction will lead to your own demise. You exploit and devour every living thing, human and beast alike, and much of the mineral realm as well, only to vomit and shit your foul excrement. The stench of your flatulence poisons the air. When possible, you inflict this misery blatantly in the midday sun. Other times, in the secrecy of the dark, you carry out your acts of extermination. To the weak, your cowardice is overshadowed by your strangling grasp of power. The fleeing, the frightened, the lame, the injured, the diseased, and the dying find no mercy under your despotic rule. Your sinister hatred finds neither rest nor satisfaction in any act. Yet the despairing cries of the miserable do not hinder you. Your wise and learned men have warned you of the inevitable annihilation of yourself and of the entirety of existence, yet you take no heed. In tiny increments, your evil will lay waste to every green field and forest. Its insidious advance facilitating denial. Conceit blinds your myopic eyes. Self-loathing stops up your nostrils from your own stink and filth. Greed numbs your nerves. Constipation dumbs your rotted brain. In the slow, torturous end, your misery will not educate you. You will lift your eyes to heaven and cry for pity, begging your innocence. There will be no forgiveness. You are detested, abhorred, loathed, and despised by every living being. You have earned the wrath of the very rock, and nothing will be left but bacteria and scampering roaches.
You forgot the curse. You forgot the curse. Well, that was thank you.
That was Tamara Wyndham. Let's clap, clap, clap again for Tamara.
You forgot the curse. All you did is thank them.
Here are the next four readers. Just to let you know, Fran Luck, Oliver Archibald, Peter Karloftis, and Kat George. Okay, next four. Next is Fran Luck. She is a long-time Lower East Side housing activist and is host of the long-running radio program, Joy of Resistance, Multicultural Feminism at WBAI. Let's welcome Fran Love.
Hey, it's amazing to be here. I had to fight my way to the freezing cold, dark night to get here. So glad I did. So I get to interview people. Some of them are quite amazing in what I do at BAI. And I interviewed a lot of Iranian women. This year, there was this conflagration in Iran that went on for months and months and months in the teeth of all this government repression. And it reminded me of the Tompkins Square Park insurrection, which I was part of in the 1980s and 90s. Bonfires in the streets every night, defiance, total fighting for a much better thing than we've got. Okay, so here's my poem, my Iran poem, and just a little pre-footnote. Jin, Jian, Azadi, which was the theme of it, means women, life, freedom. And Emma Goldman is in there. And anyway, it all ran together in my head, so here we go. Hey, let's go down to the corner. The revolution's happening there. All night long, the bonfires flare, and people shout in the public square, and women, life, and freedom dare. And Tompkins Square is everywhere. Let's go down to that corner. Everyone you know is there. John and Joel and Kathy T, and Jin and Jian and Azadi, and Emma in her fighting gear is training leaps with Fred Astaire. Let's go down to that corner where the fires burn and the people dance and freedom finally has a chance. Let's burn chadors and hijabs too and walk around and just be you. This moment is so overdue, but now it's here. Let's see it through. But don't forget to duck those cops and watch for undercover ops. And don't wind up in a van or a hearse, arrest, detention, or far worse. Avoid the soldiers in that Jeep. Yes, freedom's here, but it's not cheap. So let's go down to the corner. There is no time to waste, for freedom's there in the public square, if only just a taste. Thank you. One more thing. In 2024, everyone have a good time, and remember, no fascists in the White House.
That was Fran Luck. Clap, clap, clap again for Fran. Fran Luck. Okay, next is Oliver Archibald. Told me who I understand is here, right? Right? Okay. He is a visual artist and writer of fantasy fiction. His most recent work is published in a monthly Discord community blog. Let's welcome Oliver Archibald.
Happy New Year to all. Thank you. I'm just going to read one most recent poem. This piece is called Golden Order Renowned, and it plays in part to a comic book my friend developed. Hours of golden light surrounding the walls, intertwined with the remaining gaze from beyond. Dueling blades clenched upon fire, staining the hands of every second of these renowned walls, only to be held before the true ones, the ones that have since fallen. Shattered smiles of stone, glancing upon the mysteria that takes place before her eyes. Nothing but burden, confirming her suspicions of what humans do. all the rest now none needed. For any other drive other than self-knowledge is to be foolishly concerned. Now, with true guidance, a warrior will not question his ways before battle. The blade will once again be clenched through fire. There is no escape for what you have done, or the crimes you maintained, or anything you brought forth to do nothing. Thy will rest, in silence and solace, confirming that there is no end, only the path forward, only the blades between the fingers, guided by her grace. Thank you.
That was Oliver Archibald. Clap, clap, clap for Oliver. Next is Peter Karlovsky's. Well, I know he's here, because I know him. He's publisher, editor, author, poet, playwright, actor, director, performer, and artist. Let's welcome Peter Karlovsky.
Thank you. I got a quickie. I'll follow in line with Pete. Where do you go? With your America, we'll follow in line with that. Mommy, 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 I want a musket. Silence. Repeat demand. Silence. It's my constitutional right. When do I get a musket? Silence. Mommy, mommy, why aren't you telling me when I'll get my musket? Because I've been dead over 200 years, as is your way of thinking. But mommy, didn't the forefathers decree that arming all men would protect our way of life? Mommy tries her best. Why is it so damn hard for you to understand that finding a path toward peace cannot be reached at the end of a gun? But what about foreign and domestic enemies? What about another 9/11 or weapons of mass destruction? Get a grip. You're almost 250 years old, for Christ's sake, grow up! Mommy, mommy, I want a musket! Silence. The Supreme Court ruled that the Second Amendment guarantees an individual's right to own a gun. Silence. Mommy, mommy, I want a musket! All right, mommy relents. Enough here, you whiny brat, here! No, mommy, not this musket. I want one with a bigger magazine. Thank you.
Okay, that was Peter Karlovsky's. Clap, clap, clap for Peter. Okay, next is Kat George. She is the co-founder with Peter Karlovsky's of 3 Rooms Press. Let's welcome Kat George.
Thank you for everybody for being here, and thank you so much to the organizers for doing this. It's an impossible task to do, but they do it, so thank you all. Yeah. This is called Eat the Chemicals. It's after Nanao Sakaki. Look at the yellow air! See how it cloaks gray glass cities in such a lovely and warm, dusky glow at noon. And did you see the plastic blob in the Pacific? The colors! My God! More Warhol than Rembrandt. So very modern. At night, the light disperses stars and makes them difficult to consume. Good for the waistline to avoid eating after dark. Rainforests work much better in museums where you can delete bugs and snakes. And when lakes dry up, presto! Enjoy the KLEINBUB effect. I scan this wasted land and snap my fingers while tearing up old photos of gorgeous nature that just make people feel bad. The future is bright and noisy and smelly. Everything has a purpose. Let's eat chemicals. Let's eat chemicals. Deep Purple Dream. Give up control on the sidewalk, in the market, at the dinner table, on the dance floor, in the kisses, in the dream, the deep purple dream. Get out of the way, let it happen. Get out of the way, let love happen, let music happen, let peace happen. As the bombs fall, as the air warms, as the sorrow rises, the tears, in the dream, the deep purple dream, get out of the way, let it happen. It's not about control, it's about direction, memory. Follow the guide, give up control, leave the weapons locked up, move the needle, get out of the way, let it happen. This is not what was intended, this is not what was planned, this is not what I wanted, what I thought I wanted, this is not my choice, so what? Get out of the way, let it happen. Make the call, then get out of the way. Pay the bill, then get out of the way. Start the poem, then get out of the way. The poem is in the air, the music drifts above you. Success is not drive but driven. The urgent, the passions, the wind, even the wind. What will happen when you get out of the way? You.
Okay, let's clap to her. Clap, clap, clap for Kat. Okay. I noticed on the open mic sign up list, no one has signed up, so it's totally open if anyone wants to sign up on the list over there. All right. Is Sarah Lidsky here? Okay, so I'm going to announce the next 4 readers and then we'll go right into them. Matthew Hubert, Sarah Sarai, Peter Kozlowski, and John Holt. John Holt is here, right? Yes. Okay, those are the next 4. So next is Matthew Hubert, and he studied anthropology at NYU. He works at Gorilla Ontology and hosts the Neuronautic Institute at Otto's Shrunken Head. That's once a month. He can maybe tell you more about it. Let's welcome Matthew Hubert.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you very much. Hope you all have a great year. I thought I was going to have a new poem today, but it didn't pan out. It wasn't gelling. It was a piece of shit, honestly. So instead, I'm going to read one that's fairly new. Some of you have heard it already, but not all of you, so I'm going to do that. And before that, I'm going to give just a quick bit of political polemic. I don't know if you guys have seen the Republicans, the far right, have put out this Project 2025 thing, which is a fucking blueprint for fascism. And I'm not one of these people who uses that word lightly, having a family that was almost destroyed completely by actual fascists. This is serious, and we have, even if you're not crazy about whoever the Democratic candidate is, and we won't be, I assure you, you gotta vote, because holy fucking shit. Okay, that was all I have to say. Now, a fairly new one. This is called The Paradox of Artichokes. Once upon a time, long ago and far away, across 7 mountains and across 7 seas, once and twice in all the times you've heard of and not, when the world was full of wonders, when people and animals were the same and spoke the same language, back, when the world was very young, once, when the world was young, when tigers smoked, just tell it right and let the listeners decide what's in the heart. Yes, that's it. Let's begin. Just tell it right and let the listener decide what's in the heart. When the world was young, when tigers smoked, the artichoke was like a peony, fragrant and soft with an unprotected heart that extended to the root and never thrown away, offered to the world freely and fearless, like youth before they learned that love is dangerous. The artichoke thought her heart couldn't be stolen if given freely, that it wouldn't be harmed when she was generous, and none could be jealous if all had their fill, none will take when all is given. But the world was young, still peopled by children, who had just discovered what it means to be me, and they went to her blossom, opened her bosom, and they took, and took, and took, and took, even when they could not carry the weight of hearts in their arms, because when we are children, me means not you. She ran to sandy places, and they followed and took. She thickened her stem and compacted her heart, and still they took and took. Her heart grew spikes, and her petals, once pink, smelling of spring, became dun and dull and clothed in musk. And still they took. They took, tearing her petals choking her heart, feeding on each morsel they tore with their teeth because they all wanted all the love for themselves. There is no paradox of artichokes. The paradox is people who don't understand that sometimes the more you take, the less you have. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone.
Okay, that was Matthew Hooper. Clap, clap, clap again for Matthew. And next is Sarah Sarai. Okay, Sarah Sarai's poems have appeared in New Ohio Review, Southampton Review, Three Penny Review, and many other journals. Last year, the Cornelius E. Trio set Sarah's New York Quarterly poem, In My Brain Tonight, to music. Poets Wear Prada is releasing her chapbook, Bright Eye, in March. Let's welcome Sarah Sarai.
All cell phones off, please. It's really great to be here. I don't know who did this, but it's beautiful. Was this Yusuf? It's wonderful. So thank you very much. Yay. Yes. And I'm really glad. Yeah, thank you for her. I'm really glad that this event has many iterations. Like when we heard St. John's and when we heard whatever. So it's just like we're like one of those organisms. We just can fit ourselves anywhere. Go poetry. Okay, this is about kind of rebellion, and don't react to the title, but you might. I'm Jesus. Contain your ignorance, so like fireflies dead in a jar of symbolism. The guy may be no friend of yours, but I've got a lot of friends. A heart once, and here's a definition of love, which is to feel safe for a moment. And here's a definition of anger, which is to stay safe, only a moment. And a definition of faith, an abnegation of brokenness, an insistence on justice as remedy. That's my poem.
Okay, that was Sarah Sarai. Clap, clap, clap for Sarah. And next is Peter Kozlowski. Peter Kozlowski, who is on the committee, the steering committee for this event. He has also been a taxi driver, delivery man, poet, printer, and singer-songwriter. He'll be appearing with David Kirschenbaum at Bar 18 on February 17th. And if you forget that, you can ask him the details. Let's welcome Peter Kozlowski.
So they started out with Summer of Love. Came round later to the Manson family. They started out with the Prince of Peace, and they came round later to Crusades and Inquisitions. Started with a needle in a liquid sky. Came down later with the damage done again. Yeah, you started out smashing all the powers that were, and seeing just how it's done, and you decide it's your turn. You start with a vision and you start on the road. You don't know where it ends, but you know you gotta choose. Play it like a needle. Play it like a needle. Play it like a needle on the vinyl music record. Play it like a needle on a vinyl music record, like a double-winkled diamond in a spiraling groove.
say it again. He's going to be at Bar 718 on February 17th. Clap, clap, clap for Peter. Okay. Next is John Holt. Okay. John Holt is artist, curator, gallerist at Incubator Studio Gallery. He's retired stagehand and very minor poet, but I wouldn't say that. John, let's welcome John Holt. Major poet.
Never set the bar too high. Augury. Dawn finds me at my window, seeking the auspices. The tower cranes trace the quadrants, divination of a future residential concrete monolith. Inwood's luminescent skies, soon to be filled, indistinguishable from Midtown. The gods of realty rising along a river, no longer accessible to the proletariat, while our old 6-story apartments fade, their air rights far more valuable than their occupants. Thank you.
Chris. Okay, that was John Holt. Clap, clap, clap for John Holt. Okay, we have 3 more readers in this hour, so we need some open mic readers. The list is open, and I'm going to call out the next 3 readers just to make sure you know who you are. Next is, we have Big Mike. Is Ngoma here? Okay, we just have Big Mike and Oliver Bear, and if there are any children here, you can leave now. Children in the audience.
Say it fast so they can.
Children, leave now. It's for adults. Sue will leave. Okay. Big Mike is next. He's currently the subject of an as yet unreleased NYU School of the Arts student film tentatively titled A Day in the Life of Big Mike. Let's welcome Big Mike.
Eileen Woods was this unimaginably skinny pipe stem of a little girl from my old neighborhood, University Heights in the Bronx of the 60s and 70s. How skinny was she? She was so skinny, she could slip her entire body between the iron bars making up the iron fence and gates which surrounded her apartment building in Loring Place. Something none of us skinny kids, not even little Mike himself, was capable of doing. This continued throughout her childhood years. The skinniest little girl in her class at St. Nicholas of Tallentine Parochial Grammar School, she kept getting taller, but never any wider. Then, suddenly, puberty struck. By this time, she had grown even taller, almost 6 feet tall, but not really any wider. However, thanks to raging teenage hormones, she grew an incredible set of huge tits. A pair of perky, pointy tits, incongruous with the rest of her pipe cleaner physique. A cantilevered rack, a marvel of modern engineering, gravity-defying tits. And that, and an equally incongruous, huge set of shelf-like buttocks sticking out 2 feet behind her. She had grown a living, breathing Barbie doll body in the flesh, complete with all of its unrealistic measurements. Eileen was never what you might call an attractive girl, with long, kinky, oily, dirty blonde hair, a huge Roman nose, which swallowed up her entire face, no chin, and a very bad case of acne. Then she discovered the alluring world of Secret City, the neighborhood's Lover's Lane, University Woods, New York City Parks Department, and joining the bucolic uptown campus of New York University before they sold their real estate assets to Bronx Community College. Then, overnight, she became like Candy from out on the island. In the back room, she was everybody's darling. But she never lost her head, even when she was given head. And the punk rocker Lou Reed's definitive song, Take a Walk on the Wild Side. She soon found herself unanimously voted most popular girl in University Heights. She dropped out of school at age 14 and eventually became the woman of the president of the Royal Javelins Puerto Rican Street Gang. Paraphrasing the late blue comic Lenny Bruce, teen boys will fuck mud.
What about the
That was
children.
Big Mike. Let's clap for Big Mike.
About the children.
For Big Mike. Okay, last in my set is Oliver Bear. Oliver Bear writes dark poetry and horror stories. His poetry has appeared in collections, while his stories have appeared in anthologies. He wrote 2 books. Let's welcome Oliver Bear.
So glad.
That's a thing to follow Big Mike. Anybody knows the dichotomy? Big Mike, big, me, not so big. Oh, also, I should point out, there were 2 Olivers in this set, in this hour. That's unprecedented. Another day gone, leaving my thoughts to ramble on to a place where mumblers go. Dead leaf words crumpling, flaking upon themselves, partial sound reaching out, only to be swallowed by a significant singularity my mind has created around you. It's well shadow casting the other starlit ideas into faint pinpricks, grains of sand screaming to be noticed as they are swept over by the tide, drowning. They are shipped elsewhere to further muddy the waters. The light's blood darkens as the closet of our lives creaks open. We are not the art piece I hoped, more of a dead collector's treasure stored in the basement. Tendrils of wear emphasized by damp dust mold line our bodies, so that even caresses fragment their bare bones of our melody, Bluebeard's song from another day gone. Thanks. I've been trying to remember our time together, backtrack our evacuation route. That New Year's we danced, shook and swayed the stars from their loft to our feet. A pattern aligned with stellar breadcrumbs, winter's breath kissed us, lips ice wet against our cheeks. Chill-shocked, I walked you home through the forest. The spring in our step returned in March, dub-stepping into your bed, rainy night liquid prayers roaring, our bleeding resounding off the walls, waterproof paper people banishing the outsiders. Summer doldrums left us wanting for breath. A tango cloaked in humidity's hug, tight enough we had to time our gasps to the terminal clock. A fall lost in the blanketed leaves covered us in the decay of unknown dreams. A tarantella of anger blooms with the loss of flora, a kudzu of fights and flights. Snakeskin flakes off the issues, pigs running towards snowmen of our fears. We skate, slip, and slide into each other's arms, trying to bury our memory. It's time to uncover ourselves so we can hop the train back to each other. This is one of the books Ted mentioned. Yeah. Pete didn't mention it because he wasn't reading. Daylight's tentacles writhe inside. I think of you from a frozen wasteland. Snow flash blind, walking icy crags at noon. Legs of a monstrous millipede sliding through alabaster earth towards the undershadow of a mica-strewn monolith. Swallowed in a sleeping bag of comforts, self-induced deafness to block out overwhelming zeitgeist, ego neuropathy so the day passes quickly, static snow on a Latin American TV.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Oliver Bear. Clap, clap, clap for Oliver. Okay, I have 2 more shout-outs. One is to C.D. Johnson, who's also on the steering committee of this event, and the editor of the anthology, Here We Are, and subtitle to come from CD. And he's here. And the other thing is to thank again Sue Polo for this artwork, the stage set, which is unique to every year. It's unique every year, and this is it for this year. And we thank Sue Polo, and I turn it back over to Pete Dolack for the last hour.
Thank you. That's Tyler Costco who took us for the last hour. Give him a big hand for doing a wonderful job as host. Especially as having to do it last minute. Now, Zora Litsky is supposed to be here and be our last hour host, and actually by tradition, she always does the last hour, but she hasn't been able to make it today, so we will miss her. So I guess I'm again stepping in. I had an extraordinary amount of people who couldn't make it for one reason or another today. So our first reader's up, and this is the 9 and 10 o'clock hour here. And again, this is the 27th Alternative New Year's Day Poetry and Spoken Word Extravaganza, just in case there's somebody here who wanted here randomly, and one of those people were here. Okay. Stand by.
When this ends, and hopefully maybe even a little early, I have to take an 11 o'clock bus. So if anyone can help me just pull this stuff off the wall, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Sue put in a lot of work putting this together and putting it up in a big hurry this morning, so we'll need to take it down in a hurry. So hopefully folks will help us out here. Okay, so we're going to just go right into the 9 to 10 o'clock hour here, and I suspect we're going to be done a wee bit early, and that's okay. It's been a long day. Some of us have been here all day, quite literally. Okay, so our first. I'll let you read off the first few readers here. Jennifer Blodryer. Okay, good to see you, Jennifer. Joshua Meander. I know Joshua is here. There you are. Good to see you, Joshua. Pamela Walker. I'm here. Okay, terrific. Gabrielle Don. Gabrielle, I haven't seen her. No. Okay, Yuyutsu. I haven't seen Yuyutsu Sharma today. How about Zev Torres? I haven't seen Zev today. All right, and Steve Wishney is here, so at least those are our first few, and if you're in the 9 to 10 o'clock hour and you've been waiting all day patiently, well, thank you for being so patient, and your time will finally now come. Because everybody gets their 3 minutes, we're a community here. So we don't get it 3 minutes.
Yeah, that were a bunch of
Jennifer Blodryer's most recent book is True Blue Essays on New York City with Apathy Press. She used to write a column for New York Press and Maximum Rock and Roll. She's making her way to the stage, so many of you know her. Give her a warm alternative welcome, Jennifer Blodryer.
Thank you. Oh, it's nice to be here. I hear this place and what's the other one, Manhattan Plaza, and I just think how much, how choice it is for a geezer to get to retire here. Actually, Luigi just got into Manhattan Plaza. This place, forget about it, don't even ask. It is done. This book, True Blue, I have interviews, I call 86 interviews, and this guy, this is like 25 years ago. He's a family friend. He's a really beautiful guy. Got clean and sober through Japanese Buddhism, became a banker, and is happy to retire now. But this is from when he drove for Luxor Cab. And I came back one night, and they said to me, "We're going to kick you out for being a liar." Because I lied on my application. They said, "You've been evicted," because they did check. There's a database or services or something. I was shocked. I learned after that eviction is like a scarlet letter. Later when I tried to get back into the marketplace, which I did successfully, I did some investigation, and unlike a bad mark on your credit card, which does fall off after 7 years, eviction never falls off. There's a court judgment. You have to have an attorney, have a motion to be removed with prejudice. I found out from one of those, housing clinics. So it's still there. I have a court judgment against me if somebody wants to find it for an eviction. It doesn't really matter now, but those Tenderloin hotels were really quite sharp about that. They kicked me out back then. This was during the boom, before they got jacked up. So they had this routine, which I think they since put a stop to, is that if you stayed for more than 30 days, you had residency rights. So they could evict you for non-payment, but they couldn't kick you out as long as you paid. So they didn't want you to stay for more than 30 days. So at the Shawmut, basically, he figured out I was staying for a while. They would have you re-register every 30 days. Me. They had a flop house in New York like that, Phil. It's a pretty common procedure, but yeah, oh God, being confronted on my drug addiction. I picked up some queen at Market in Van Ness and took him up Octavia Street 3 blocks. I was having a bad day that day. I was going to LA the next day and I couldn't make any money. And I was trying to sell a Macintosh computer to a pawn shop. It was 8 years old. They laughed at me. And then I had a bunch of CDs I got out of storage and I tried to take them to a CD store on Polk Street. And there were all these record club CDs. Me. Record club. Phil. So I've been doing that all day instead of working, so I was especially frustrated. So I guess I was sweating profusely and grinding my teeth extra special. So the queen, I picked him up and I took him 4 blocks to his house in Octavia. It was a $3 ride. He threw $10 at me and said, "You should do something about your speed problem." Thank you.
All right, one more time for Jennifer Blowdryer. And our next reader is a long-time, he has a very brief bio, so I'm going to fill it out because he's done a lot for the poetry scene over the world. A long-time host of one of the longest-running poetry series in this New York City, Romance Choir, world traveler, Joshua Meander.
Divine spectacle. Madness abounds, a sheer madness. The cadence, a widening wound. Through distress, we may summon amidst it a silver-white spotlight, wide enough to make all sleepless. Shall it creep through cloud cluster, slink through twining branches of ever-flowing column of trees? Triumphantly, a flying saucer begins its landing on the great lawn. Plainly, it's a divine spectacle. All broadcasts are interrupted. No leather-bound book will be left to decipher in failed attempts. Telepathy, language of a pulse, is the alphabet to study. In the withered stalactite foam past, worldly book writ to enlighten was thumbed through self-righteously, where a faction of villagers were thought to join a gracious cult. Scheme for shining concentration to correct less than beloved steps will come brimming through a series of ceasefires in all directions. Cease-firing calm villagers in tents. Cease-firing hard workers for praised owners. Cease-firing throng in candlelight vigil. Cease-firing automaton that bleeds now. And cease-fire at the metallic hatch upon opening for divine mission. Thank you.
Thank you. That was one more time for Joshua Meander. And keep those hands in motion for our next lucky contestant, Pamela Walker, who is a prose writer who has published a novel, short stories, and personal essays. She lives and writes in the borough of Queens. And here she is now, Pamela Walker.
Hello and Happy New Year. 30 years ago, I was one of 3 founding teachers at a small public school in the Northwest Bronx. Tonight I'm going to read Cha-Cha, an excerpt from a flash trilogy called Bronx Rooftops. It just happened. My brother Joey say I can come with him and Nelson, that his friend, and he's cute but big like a man, so I never got close before this night. I'm out with happiness because Joey never asked me to go nowheres with him. He's more older, so I don't know why he asked me to go last night. Maybe because I got 12 last month. I'm like, sure, Joey, you really mean it? And he said, yeah, if you keep your mouth shut. Joey, no problem. When I ever rat you out, you know you give me plenty chances. We meet Nelson on the corner at Gun Hill. Up close, Nelson way taller than Joey, and that made me scared. But he's sharp, in black, head to toe, with creamy tan skin and dark curls combed just so. I stared at my dirty toes. I should have wore shoes, not Mommy's flip-flops that show my jagged nails, red paint peeling. I didn't say her, Nelson says. She okay, she my sister. I know who she is. Cha-Cha's my tag. Joey, he was the baddest boy at MS 80, till they expelled his ass for kicking a teacher in her pregnant belly. He swore he never, but I know he did. 14 and he don't read, can't spell neither. Joey, he write a backwards J. I can't spell, but I read. Mommy give me her novelas. I love the kissing and feeling. I want a man to hold me. I need a man. I got no one to tell my troubles to. Mommy be looking to put Joey upstate. If Mommy would have sent Joey away, this never would have happened. We climbed the stairs, huffing and puffing, hotter and hotter, then make it to the rooftop. We're standing in a spotlight over the door. Nelson said, I got something to show you. He pulls out a gun from under his shirt. It's dull and silver and smaller than a gun ought to be. Let me see, I say, and Nelson handed over. A gun in my hand, and warm from his skin give me a thrill like a squiggle deep inside my private parts. It stinked like oil. I got the gun, I yelled, pointing at the sky. I'm a cowgirl. Nelson laughs till Joey grabbed my wrist hard. I still got marks, Joey yelled. Give me that. I should have let go, but it happened so fast. A spark shot orange, long as a ruler. That's it? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Pamela Walker. 3 minutes, unfortunately, comes really fast. So, alrighty. In mere moments, we were going to hear from Steve Wishnia, who's been here for quite a while, so thanks for being so patient, Steve. Ernest Woodley follows Steve. Mitch Berman, also scheduled. Are you among us, Mitch? He is not here. Okay, Susan Lee. Gear Austin? You're okay, good to see you there. Arthur Goddard is on the premises indeed. Eugene Hyan. Eleanor Corti.
Oh, I'm here.
You're here, wonderful. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we've got lots of folks here. Roberto Mendoza Ayala. Okay, good to see you. And Larissa, I don't see here yet. I don't know if hopefully she'll wander in soon. All right. So that's the rest of 9-10. If there's anyone else on 9-10 or rock games.
Pulling towel-shaped banners. Reggae comes from the domain of 2 plump women with 3 dreadlocked kids building sand piles. A boy about 5 comes up to us and starts speaking in Russian. It doesn't seem to register when I tell him, "Nazai по-русски." I don't know Russian. His babysitter says he doesn't speak English. She translates his goodbye words as, he hopes to see you again. As the sun descends, a trio of portly, bearded, late middle-aged men in matching Odessa sailor caps sit on a bench on the boardwalk across from the elevated trailer bathrooms, playing music that sounds like Russian gypsy jazz. They mix in Bill Withers' Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone, the Soviet Jewish tune 740, and the Beatles' Can't Buy Me Love. A baby boomer couple embraces, dancing to a song from their ever more distant childhood. Okay, this is called My Teenage Self and Now. My teenage self would be quite surprised to know that I now listen to country music more than I do to Bob Dylan. My teenage self would be very pleased to know that in the summer of 2021, I led a group of drunken poets in a sing-along of the Fugs' Nothing in the back room of a Lower East Side bar. Some of you might have been there. It's a good thing my teenage self did not know that Richard Nixon was going to be only the 4th worst president of my lifetime, or I would have had a lot fewer limits on my drug use. One thing that hasn't changed, I still love to smoke weed and make out with smart older girls. Only these days, our aging lungs prefer gummies. Thank you.
Now we're starting to flag our attention. A round of a hand for that was Steve Wisniak. Yes, yes.
There's a switch.
There we go. Okay, sometimes you just inadvertently hit the little thing. It's just right there. We're in the home stretch. Let's keep up the energy. Now our next reader, Ernest Woodley, has waived his right to a bio, but what I can tell you, he's one of those poets who's always there. He's frequently at open mics, and while most of us only read our own stuff, and Ernest sometimes reads his own stuff, but he's very generous because he very often reads the work of other people, which I think is a really nice example. A very community-minded poet. We're glad he can be with us today. Hands together for Ernest K. Woodley.
Excuse me. Just like here.
You want length or you want?
What do you need?
You want length or you want tilt? That's for tilt, not for length.
That's just for tilt.
That's for tilt, not for length. That's for length. I gotta tighten that one up.
All right. Now we got rid of that adjustment. Good evening. Hope everybody's having fun.
Yeah.
Continues to do so. Okay. We'll read a poem that I wrote a few days ago. Okay, sometimes I like to write poems about the full moon and my perspective of it when it comes around, whether I see it or whether I miss it. I just like writing poems about my perspective of the full moon. Anyway, this latest poem about the full moon, my perspective of it, is full moon, December 26, 2003. I missed you. I missed your shine. I missed your light. I missed your spotlight shine on me. I missed your backlight background shine, backlight background light above. I hope to catch your shine next time. See you with the stars next year. Happy New Year, Luna. Peace. I'm going to read one more from Anthology of this poet that came out last year, called the Anthology's First Voices and Visions. And okay, the poem I'm going to read is entitled Pens and Me. Okay. Through the years, I've used many pens to write the words that people want to read, to recite the words people want to hear. When I find a pen that writes and hasn't run out of ink, I create poems and stories. My creations grab people's attention and make some say, this guy is a damn good writer. As I live on, there will be many more pens to love. When I love them, I create. Barry Manilow may write the songs. However, if I don't lose my pen or my pen doesn't run out of ink, I write the poems and the stories. Thank you. Happy New Year, happy Kwanzaa.
All right, another round for Ernest Woodley. And keep those hands in motion for our next lucky contestant, Mitch Berman. Mitch Berman's Pulitzer-nominated novel, Time Capsule, was hailed by Kurt Vonnegut. His stories have been nominated for, get this, 7 Pulitzer pushcart prizes. That's pretty damn amazing, if you ask me. Even if you get nominated once in your life, you're doing pretty good. All right, hands together for Mitch Berman.
I swore I'd never ever be one of those people who read from a phone. Here I am, forgotten my story converted to a poem, and reading the story version, sorry, off the phone. It's called To Be Horsed. The man stood in the cafe's doorway staring openly and with no expectation of recompense at a girl who sat 3 paces away from him. His monochrome, leonine face, bracketed between curly hair and beard of that shade called red, only because it is not what is usually called brown, was covered so contiguously with freckles that the places where flesh tones broke through were the real freckles. It was a face puzzled, stymied, suddenly decisive, wrongly decisive. A face full of error. He wore a collection of baggy, bulbous, but untorn plaids. The girl, about 20, raised to him a well-arranged face as he entered the cafe. And the man pointed to his sternum and lofted that bar over his eyes as high as it would go. Pushing against the thick brunt of shock, he began toward her in small, slow steps. Anxious not to disturb whatever delicate balance in the atmosphere made pretty girls look back at him today. "Are you horsed?" she asked him. "Horsed?" He squeezed out the word on a long exhalation, an exhaustion. His chest caved, his shoulders folded in around him, and his clothes seemed to loosen as he shrank inside them. "No, I'm not horsed," he said, "but I'd like to be." His hand fell away from his chest as if it could no longer resist the pull of gravity. He broke at the waist and sagged into a chair. From there, 10 feet away, he watched the girl steadily, his fingers spreading and contracting on the marble tabletop. Presently a man came in, introduced himself to the girl, and sat down with her. Horst was a striking young man with dark brown hair, tan olive skin, and blue eyes. In and around the eyes was a weary ease that did not change when he saw the girl. The eyes said, "Hello, I'm tired. Try to wake me up. I may be awakening." "No, I'm sorry. You tried. It is me. I cannot feel. I'm a wanderer. Hello, I'm tired. Try to wake me up." The red-haired man's eyes moved from the girl to Horst and did not move from Horst. He was imagining what it might be like to be Horst. He could taste the drink that Horst drank, see what Horst saw, breathe the air that Horst breathed. He had forgotten entirely about the girl. She was merely a Horst-induced mirage. A manifestation, a byproduct, a proof of hoarseness, a universe of horselessness. She was just one of the many things that would happen to him in the life ahead of him of being Horst. Horst was the answer, the girl had been only the question. He stared inquisitively to penetrate the mystery of being Horst, acquisitively to wrench from Horst all of the Horstian secrets. He stared as if receiving an encrypted radio signal. Horst into Horst equals Horst. Something seemed to take hold of his nose, jerk it Horstward. Something gently pinched the skin around his eyes into small, weary crinkles. He held himself absolutely still as a sort of carbonation foamed up along the surface of the table and etched new whorls and eddies into his fingerprints. As his eyes changed, a smile stole into them. Soon now, the admirers would begin to come.
All right, one more time for Mitch Berman. A lot of folks who really know how to time their stuff, right to 3 minutes, but not over. You're seeing a lot of that today. Very, very impressive. Okay, good stuff there. All right, our next reader, Susan Lee, has waived her right to a bio, and I'm not familiar enough with her work to be able to say something about it, but one of the really nice things about this reading is we always get to hear people for the first time and discover new people. So, let's all discover Susan Lee together. Come on now, geez, we're almost done. And then that's Suzanne Lee.
Thank you and Happy New Year. I'm reading 3 short shorts Farewell Hong Kong, yuzu macaron, herd news, tastes terrible. City neon, our Tsim Sha Tsui, empty skyscrapers. Does this mean goodbye? Yes, Joy Kim. COVID lab, episode 2.5. Rose stuck in Chasiu on Market Street with Zaira. Corona rumors, Wuhan fears empty Chinatown streets. There's no hand sanitizer to be found. Panic has begun. Mad hoarders at Traders, Whole Foods, buying up water, toilet paper. Bodegas, Western beef. Seatown shops offer calm choices. Schools closed. K to Ivory Towers. Kids told, don't come back from spring break. University of Phoenix won the game. All unis and college go remote, online. Quarantine, streets barren, slip out at night, walk backward on Bank Street, smallest of joys. We're actors in a science fiction flick. Can't decide which one yet, 28 Days, Contagion. Stupid celebs ensconced in mansions serenade us with useless ditties, twats. Attacks on seniors, Asian women dash across streets and fair. The nightly ritual, clapping arrives. Sunny azure afternoon skies. A solitary worker in a red hoodie builds a sun deck on an empty building. A woman puckers her lips as she dances on her new rooftop. Delivery fleets fill streets. Deliveristas congregate at corners, checking phones, sharing sodas, napping. Life in Corona Lab, New York style. A morgue truck sits 2 blocks away. Smile from a stranger. Early good morning, COVID. And finally, Sakura kitten. I ain't your Sakura kitten. I ain't your geisha doll. I ain't your momo-ho. Pay attention, boys. I'm from the house of Icing Jiro. I write, but the powers that be didn't give me a Stegner or a Pulitzer. But it's okay. I'm pretty fair on my howitzer. Hell no, Guelo. Gringo Farang, you don't get an easy pass. Stop being such an ignorant fuckboy. You may kiss my Royal Manchu ass.
Suzanne Lee, people here. All right, yes, everyone's showing a hand. All right. We're almost there. We have a few more folks here there, so geez, you've made it this far, you all might as well just stay right to the end there, and then we'll try to talk you into helping us break down. But you don't have to, but it would be nice if you do. But if nothing else, please stay for the last readers here. We've had a full house most of the day, and you know, it always kinds of thins out for the last hour there. So let's keep up the enthusiasm for our remaining readers. Dear Austin's poetry has appeared in Bellevue Literary Review, Poet Lore, Fjord's Review, and other journals. His chapbook Cloverleaf was published by Poets Wear Prada, and here he is now. Dear Austin.
I'm going to read 2 poems, sort of winter poems. The first one's called Holiday Season. Way uptown, where streets numbered in the 180s and 190s cling to a river bluff, there's a staircase with more than 100 steps. We climb it, moving from one avenue to the next. Tiered rows of buildings, blinking lights like leering men, stand tall overhead. You're showing me landmarks and touchstones, your childhood memories, the place where your mother had her hair done, the bakery where she sent you to buy a loaf of rye, how you'd eat half of it before you got home. Your elementary school, PS 187, another high number, sits just down the street from your former apartment building. You struggle to remember prepubescent years before you ascended the educational ladder. Your history now only concrete and glass. The bakery, a bank, the hair salon, an empty storefront. The school, one of the neighborhood's steadfast friends, yet stuffs minds with facts. And lights burn in your parents' former bedroom. The bank displays a gleaming row of ATMs, the empty storefront where your mother colored and curled stand forlorn, perhaps mourning the day she departed. Christmas decorations fill windows, gold foil, fake green boughs, red plastic balls announcing the season too early. Never a holiday for you. The tinsel pushes you down the long staircase onto the A train, sends you home. The next one is called It's Better in Brooklyn. The two of us straddle the buttermilk channel like the Colossi of Red Hook, our toes kissing the earth in South Brooklyn and on Governor's Island. You brought me to this place, a walkie from Carroll Gardens, you're snapping one of your oversized coats from Target. The raspberry of your hat sweetens our moods. On the walk over, we felt so good, somebody stopped and asked if we were lost. No, we're headed for the frozen harbor, you said, to hear the gossip gulls are passing around. The red sun had worn storming, but it's a beautiful day. There will be so much more time together, I think, us walking the world. Look at that crazy tower, you say. It communicates with creatures on Mars. I snap a pic of rusty spans reaching for the sky. Then we walk past restored homes with water views. At our destination, the ocean sings a love song to Staten Island. Perfectamente, I say, because that's how I'm processing this moment. Your coat swirls in agreement. Thank you.
Up there, and one more hand for Pierre Austin. And our next lucky contestant has waived his right to a biography, so let's all discover him together. Arthur Gotti, come on down.
Hi, Art. This is called The Hot Smell of Love. I gotta say, it smells like love. Can I give it a different twist when she puts out her cigarette on my wrist? I hope she's here from heaven above, because I'm not really geared for that other love. And when she hugs me, man, I cannot breathe. Sulfur and brimstone like you wouldn't believe. The succubus who looks like a nun. A Carmelite with a camel light dashing it out on my hand, soft flesh. I gotta say, it smells like love. This is a poem I wrote to a barge. It's called Xochimilco. Berta is Xochimilco fat and florid. Her marimba ribs won't be still and ring in silence that only the chosen can hear. Jacaranda petals hide her skimmed wake. Who jumps in with me? Tenochtitlan drowned in the depths. Islands pre-Cortez. We are Axolotl. We are both infinite and genderless to a world that does not see us. Come up for air if you must. Berta will paddle you back. Frida Kahlo paint peeling. This is called Dragons of Our Past. Danes were Grendel's daily treats. They were among his favorite sweets. But when it came to sucking teats, to his dam was where he went. Bold Beowulf sought the dragon prize and stared the beast straight in the eyes, arranged for Hungry's quick demise. But his reward was too soon spent. Some time went by without a hitch until the dead one's mama bitch arose to hunt that gate so rich. On vengeance she was bent. She burned the castle, burnt the land, burnt the crops that nourished man. So great Beowulf, no longer grand, was forced to leave his tent. Some dragons populate our past, but the day will always come at last when all glories are taken to task, and we are asked to represent. Our old dragons may slain remain, but we may then need to explain any and all unwanted stains of past glories we must repent. Like Beowulf, some old jobs undone rob us of our future's fun, with cares that soon will overrun reputations in descent. Fire, earth, air, and water, dragons ripe for youthful slaughter. Father, mother, father, son, or daughter, wherever all our glories went, there are still more we must invent to at last lay down and die content.
All right, and Gotti. All right, well, we've got a run of people here who have waived the right to a bio, but let's all discover these readers together. So coming up next, Rick Gio. Here? No? No? All right, well, maybe another day, maybe another year. Okay, Eugene Hine is here, waiting patiently, and he's making his way to the stage as we speak. So let's give him a warm welcome. Eugene Hine.
Thoughts on the new year. What is there to say about a new year? I remember the last year and how it began peacefully and lighthearted. Who would have guessed it would end with genocidal wars to be carried over into this new year? We hope all the time, having nothing but time for nothing better than the year before, while we are propelled on a rudderless boat subject to the twists and turns in the currents of time and space. Life as matter is energy changing form all the time, like the pupae in a cocoon soon to become the butterfly that eventually takes flight. For better or worse, time will tell, we change, not through artificial segments of time, but flowing over winding waters where what's up ahead is never truly known. So go ahead and have that happy new year, here and now. It's all very futile, as actors partaking in a dream, causing ripples over a stream. Thank you.
All right, one more time, that was Eugene Hine. And now our penultimate reader, by all things considered, Eleni Corti. Come on down.
Central Park, naked, erytharium. Suddenly the leaves are falling, and he has money. He shouldn't have money, but the leaves should have fallen a month earlier. The leaves are falling green, he has money and can get an apartment. The leaves are now on the street, collected by a terrible machine with a horrific sound. He has money. Now, won't need. Not enough red leaves. He is loaded with a capital L. The leaves should not have fallen yet, and it's too late. The trees are sick, but he has money. This is just it's called To Boyfriend. I sent you a poem, I said. It's beautiful. You didn't write back. I guess it will go to your junk, where it's always been, just like my heart. You recently blocked me, even from your email. Anything I say will go to spam, or trash, or simply where poetry goes these days. Thank you.
All right, that was Eleni Corti. Thank you for reading for us today. And okay, we have two more people on the schedule, but one of whom, Larissa Schmilo, is not with us here. So in a moment, we will hear from Roberto Mendoza Ayala, who will be our last scheduled reader, unless somehow somebody was scheduled to read and we missed you somehow. Now is the time for you to speak up. Okay, good. And if there's anyone who wanted to be on the open mic, who hasn't already read, looks like we're good on that. So, okay, so we have one more reader to go. So thank you all for being here. Roberto Mendoza Ayala was born in Mexico. He is a poet, translator, and an editor of Darklight Publishing, specializing in bilingual editions of poetry books. That's spreading the word of poetry, and who can be against anything of that? So, Roberto, come on up, please close us out. I know you do it with a bang.
Thank you. Argati read a poem about the bright side of Mexico, Xochimilco. I'm going to read this poem about our dark side. It happened in Mexico. I have no idea, no. I don't know what will become of these words of mine. This damaged tally will serve to whom? Words with bad breath, disheveled, dislocated, disjointed, invertebrate, in impossible positions on the sidewalks, scattered dominoes, state fair targets, shooting figures, abandoned gaps and places filled up with blood and rotten fluids, pentatonic sunset flutes, gloomy scales, fluttered notes, lugubrious flies, amidst the crutch of mountains, sucking up what the beasts left behind. Meanwhile, vipers beat the hands of judges who shielded against the flow suddenly unreadable letters lacking orality, words from dead files, our constitution and laws, the dead of transformation, those abducted in the dead of day, missing twice, those whose names never had funerals, 6 years in the fucking hell of oblivion. We crossed ourselves before disease and violent casualties while breathing a sigh of relief because that happened into someone else's field. The world read the fear in the faces of the people and stormed the flock. There were bellies torn, flowery wars, orgies, and defiant talks. Unbreathable from so much gunpowder and foul smells, bad air, rotted noses. The dead as anti-amulets with their failed rosary beds, twisted eyes and grimaces, still fertilized cemeteries, ditches, and gloomy fields. Back then, they played hide and seeks with searching mothers chased just for doing so. Meanwhile, Nero the donkey played the flute from his stone choral, ignoring the voices of fire, grinning before the mirror of the poles. He'll be forever engraved on the tezontle as pusillanimous, babbling, devious, mean, liar, flatulent, and useless. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. That was Roberto Mendoza Ayala. Give him a hand as our last reader by random chance, ending our reading on a very strong note. So I just want to give a word of thanks to all the people who helped make this happen. Thad Rakowski, Sue Polo, Lydia Cortez, Madeline Ottenberg, Robert Roth, Peter Toslowski, and Zora Litsky, which means Zora wasn't here today.
I gotta say something. This guy here was in the center of the whole damn thing every minute, despite hardships, lack of sleep, a lot of private stuff I don't have his permission to talk about. And you all kept calling him and saying, oh, I forgot that, you know, what you told me by time was he never had a minute's rest from all his little details that people kept piling on him, and he prevailed. He prevailed, and I'm so proud of him. Pete Dolack.
I didn't know she was going to do that. That was sort of spontaneous. So.
Your printer broke down, right?
And my printer broke. That was the last thing. I was printing out all the schedules, yesterday, and I thought, okay, I'm down to the last detail. I got 2 to 3 printed out, and then my printer died, which I never had any problem with my printer ever. So the only reason I got it is Fran, when I went over to Fran, and I was figuring like, what am I going to do? We don't have ours printed out, and Fran's printer wasn't working, and somehow she spent half an hour and got her printer to work so I could finally print out the schedule so we knew when everybody was going to be reading. So it was just one thing after another. But we made it happen, and you in the audience will make it happen. This would not happen without all the readers. This is community. That's why we all do this, and that's why we all show up. So thank you all for being here. This has been the 27th edition of the New Year's Day, Alternative New Year's Day Poetry and Spoken Word Extravaganza. Next year will be the 28th. We're a bloody institution. So thank you all.
Chris?
Yes.
I'm going to read what you wrote me. I didn't have time. Too much poetry was going on. I'm going to read.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people end up keeping in their bathroom to read in stages on the
I will read it. Believe me.
It'll keep you regular.
Okay. It'll keep me regular. I got a lot of stuff I do in my bathroom. I have a tiny apartment. The place I commute with myself.